What if Naruto wasn't just the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but also carried the last true feeling of a hollow demon? Born empty, feared by the village, and gifted with terrifying ice powers, Naruto must learn how to feel before the cold inside him turns him into something worshipped, but no longer human. Before we begin, make sure to like, share, and subscribe.
Chapter 1. The last feeling of a hollow god the night Naruto Uzumaki was born, the sky over Konohagakure burned orange, not from sunrise, not from lanterns, from chakra. It rolled across the village like a living storm, hot enough to rattle window shutters and heavy enough to press children into their beds with wide, frightened eyes. The nine tails stood above the rooftops like a mountain made of hatred, 9 great tails lashing through smoke and broken tile, each movement flattening streets that had once been full of voices. Shinobi moved in waves. Some ran toward the monster, some carried civilians away from it. Some stood frozen for half a breath, because even trained ninja were still human, and there were things in the world that made the body forget all its training before the mind could force it back. The fox roared. The village shook. And far from the center of the destruction, in a hidden chamber lit by seals and trembling candles, a newborn child cried for the first time. It was not a loud cry. That was the strange part. Newborns were supposed to scream at the world, furious about being dragged into it. They were supposed to kick, gasp, wail, and cling to the first warmth they found. But the baby in Kushina Uzumaki's arms only made a thin, confused sound. His little face twisted like he knew pain was expected of him, but could not quite find the path to it. Kushina noticed. Even now, even with her body drained, even with the chains of the seal burning through what strength she had left, she noticed. Her hand trembled as she touched his cheek. "Naruto," she whispered, and the name was half a blessing, half a prayer. "You're here." Beside her, Minato Namikaze stood with blood on his cloak and terror carefully locked behind his eyes. The fourth Hokage had always been fast. Faster than enemies could react. Faster than rumors could spread. Faster than death, some people said. Tonight he knew better. Death had kept pace with him from the moment the masked man appeared. It had followed him through the village, through the flash of his flying thunder god, through the moment he saw his wife ripped from the seal and the nine tails forced under another's control. Now death stood in the room with them, patient and absolute. Minato looked down at his son. A few minutes. That was all they had. A few minutes to decide the shape of a boy's entire life. A few minutes to turn a newborn into a prison. Kushina's chains tightened around the nine tails outside, dragging the impossible weight of its chakra toward the chamber. The beast's hatred battered the walls of reality. Every seal carved into stone screamed with pressure. The air grew hot, then cold. Minato frowned. It was only for a moment, so brief that anyone else might have missed it. A thin pulse of chill moved through the room, soft as breath against the back of his neck. It had no place there, not with the nine tails chakra scorching the seal. Not with the candles burning low and sweat running down his face. The room should have been heat, blood, smoke, and fear. Instead, for one impossible heartbeat, it felt like winter had opened one pale eye. Kushina felt it too, her eyes sharpened. "Minato, I know," he said softly. But he did not know. Not really. He only knew the seal was already unstable, and whatever had just brushed against the edge of it had not come from Kurama. The Shinigami rose behind him. It did not step into the room so much as make the room remember it had always belonged to death. Its presence bent the candle flames low. Its white robe moved without wind. Its blade waited between worlds where no human hand could reach. Minato forced himself not to look back too long. There were things even Hokage were not meant to understand. He had chosen this jutsu because it was the only answer left. He had chosen Naruto because the village needed a Jinchuriki, because his son was the only vessel available, because he believed. He had to believe that Naruto could carry this burden and still become something more than it. And because he was his son. Because if anyone could turn pain into strength without letting it become cruelty, it would be the child of Kushina Uzumaki. The seal began. The world split open, not visibly. Not in a way a normal eye could follow. But there are wounds that do not bleed, and the Reaper Death Seal made one. It was not just a technique. It was a bargain hammered through reality. Chakra moved where chakra should not move. A soul was hooked, weighed, divided, and dragged through a door that had no hinges. Kurama's vast, hateful presence crashed toward the infant's small body, restrained by Minato's design and Kushina's dying will. But the Ninetales was not the only thing near a border that night. Far away, not in distance, but in the strange sideways measure that separates one world from another, something else was ending. A demon who had lived more than a century without understanding the simplest human warmth dissolved into ash. He had worn smiles like masks. He had spoken kindly with a hollow center. He had watched grief, devotion, worship, fear, and love pass through other people as if they were colors painted on glass, beautiful and meaningless. And then, at the very end, when there was no time left to use it, no life left to change, no forgiveness waiting for him, something sparked. A feeling, not hunger, not amusement, not curiosity, something real. It was small. Pathetic, almost, one newborn ember inside an ancient emptiness. But it was real. And the moment the Reaper Death Seal cut open a path between what lived, what died, and what was meant to stay apart, that ember moved. It did not choose Naruto. It did not know what choosing was. It simply fell toward the nearest place that could hold it, toward a seal. Toward a child, toward a life that had just begun. Minato's hands froze in the final sign. For the first time that night, fear broke cleanly through his control. The seal flickered blue, then white. A frost pattern spread across the stone beneath Naruto's blanket. Kushina sucked in a sharp breath. The Ninetales roared again, but this time the roar changed. It was still furious, still enormous, but somewhere inside that fury came confusion. Something else had entered the cage, not stronger than Kurama, not louder, not even alive in the way a beast or human was alive. Just cold. A formless, shivering spark that carried no memories, no name, no voice, no will. Only the impossible need to keep existing. Minato understood one thing instantly. If he stopped the seal now, Naruto died. If he changed the structure now, Kurama broke free. If he tried to remove whatever had entered with the fox, the wound in reality might tear open completely. There was no perfect answer. There was only the answer that left his son breathing. So Minato finished the seal. The symbols closed around Naruto's stomach. Kurama's chakra vanished into the infant. The cold vanished with it. Kushina leaned over her son, tears falling onto his face. "Naruto," she whispered again, voice breaking around the name. The baby blinked. His eyes were bright blue, wide and unfocused. He did not cry, not anymore. Kushina tried to smile. "Eat well," she said, every word a battle. "Find friends, don't be picky, listen to your teachers. Take baths, sleep properly." Minato knelt beside her, one hand resting gently over Naruto's tiny fingers. His son's skin was warm. That should have comforted him. It did not, because around the edges of Naruto's blanket, where Kushina's tears had fallen, the damp cloth had stiffened with frost. Minato closed his eyes for 1 second. Only one, then he opened them and became a father again, not the Hokage, not a seal master, not the yellow flash. Just a father with no time left. "Naruto," he said softly, "I'm sorry." The baby stared at him, quiet, watching, as if he had arrived in the world already waiting for someone to explain what pain was supposed to feel like. By dawn, the Ninetales was gone. So were the fourth Hokage and his wife. The village survived, but survival was not the same as peace. Smoke hung over Konohagakure for days. Families searched through broken homes. Shinobi carried names to the memorial stone. The hospital overflowed with the injured, the exhausted, and the silent. In the center of it all, Hiruzen Sarutobi took back the hat he had once given away. He did not feel like Hokage. He felt like an old man standing in the ashes of the next generation. The official story had to be simple. The fourth had defeated the Ninetales. The beast was gone. The village would mourn, rebuild, and endure. The truth was more dangerous. The truth lay in a small crib under Anbu guard. Hiruzen visited Naruto on the third night after the attack. The room was plain. Too plain for the child of heroes, though almost no one knew that. A single lamp burned beside the crib. A medical seal glowed faintly on the wall, tracking the infant's heartbeat, breathing, and chakra stability. The readings were normal, that bothered Hiruzen more than if they had been chaotic. A baby who had just become Jinchuriki to the Nine-Tails should not look normal. Naruto slept on his back, one tiny hand curled near his cheek. There were whisker marks on his face, 3 on each side. That much Hiruzen had expected. What he had not expected was the quiet. Most infants made noise even in sleep. Little murmurs, soft breaths, small restless movements. Naruto was still, not dead still, not sickly, just calm in a way no baby should be. Hiruzen stood beside the crib for a long time. "I failed your father," he said quietly. The baby did not stir. "I failed your mother too." Outside the window, the village carried on with the heavy movements of people who did not yet know how to live after disaster. Hammers struck wood. Wheels groaned. Somewhere in the distance, someone wept and tried to hide it. Hiruzen reached down and gently adjusted Naruto's blanket. The infant's eyes opened. Blue met brown. For a moment, the old Hokage forgot to breathe. There was nothing monstrous in those eyes. Nothing hateful. Nothing that looked like the Nine-Tails. That should have relieved him. Instead, he saw absence. A baby should look confused, hungry, annoyed, sleepy, something. Naruto only looked. His gaze was not intelligent in an adult way. It was not some reincarnated mind staring through an infant's face. Hiruzen knew enough forbidden things to recognize that kind of horror, and this was not it. This was worse in a quieter way. This was a child with all the pieces of feeling scattered inside him, none of them yet knowing where to go. Hiruzen placed 2 fingers lightly on Naruto's seal. The response was immediate. Kurama's chakra stirred like a furnace behind iron bars, vast and furious, and beneath it, Hiruzen's hand jerked back, cold, not physical cold, not entirely. It was a sensation in the chakra itself. A clean and terrible emptiness, like standing on a frozen lake and hearing cracks form under snow. The medical seal on the wall flickered. Naruto blinked once. A tiny flower of ice bloomed on the wooden rail of the crib. Hiruzen stared at it. 5 delicate petals, perfectly formed, clear as glass. Then it melted. No, not melted, vanished. The water left behind did not drip. It simply faded into the air as if embarrassed to have existed. Hiruzen felt old, older than he had that morning. Older than he had when he looked at Minato's empty cloak. He sat down slowly in the chair beside the crib and folded his hands. "What else did we seal into you, child?" Naruto's answer was a soft breath. For the next 3 years, the village named Naruto without naming him. Children heard whispers before they ever saw him. Adults stepped around the subject with the careful cruelty of people who wanted to believe they were being reasonable. The 4th Hokage law forbade anyone from speaking openly about the Nine-Tails inside Naruto, but silence did not erase fear. It only taught fear to change shape. The fox brat, that child, the one from that night. Don't let him near the baby, don't look at him too long. Some feared the demon inside him. Some feared what they had lost and needed somewhere to put it. And some, though they never said it clearly, feared Naruto himself. Because even before he could speak properly, Naruto was wrong in a way people noticed. He did not cry when he fell. He would sit quietly after scraping his knee, looking down at the blood with distant interest, until a caretaker hurried over, more unnerved than worried. He did not scream during thunderstorms. He watched lightning through the window with both hands pressed flat against the glass, blue eyes reflecting white flashes. When other toddlers fought over toys, Naruto sometimes handed his away without expression, then stared after the child who took it as if trying to understand why possession mattered. Once, another child slapped him. Naruto tilted his head. The other child began crying first. Not because Naruto hit back. He didn't. That was the problem. He simply looked at the child who hurt him, waiting for something inside himself to answer. Nothing did. The caretaker pulled the other child away and told Naruto to stop frightening people. Naruto looked down at his hands, frightening. That was one of the first words he learned that seemed to belong to him. Not nice, not sweet, not poor thing, frightening. Hiruzen heard the reports. He read them in neat handwriting from orphanage workers, Anbu observers, medical staff, and civilian caretakers who were careful to sound professional. Subject displays unusually muted emotional response. Subject fails to react appropriately to pain stimulus. Subject smiles inconsistently. Subject does not seek comfort after distress. Subject watches other children for extended periods. Subject occasionally lowers room temperature during sleep. Hiruzen hated the word subject. Every time he saw it, he crossed it out and wrote Naruto. It did not change what people saw. At 4, Naruto learned that laughter made adults relax, not real laughter. He did not understand real laughter yet. But sound was easier than feeling. He watched the other children. He watched how they opened their mouths when something was funny. He watched how their shoulders moved, how their eyes closed, how adults softened when noise filled the space. So Naruto practiced. At first it was terrible, too sharp, too sudden, a bright little bark of sound in the wrong moments. He laughed when someone dropped a bowl and flinched when everyone turned to stare. He laughed when a caretaker scolded him because he thought raised voices needed something to make them stop. He laughed once during a memorial silence because he saw another child smile nervously and thought smiling was what people wanted. The slap he received afterward taught him timing mattered. By 5, he was better. By 6, he was loud. The village slowly learned a different Naruto. Not the still child in the corner, not the quiet boy who stared through people. This Naruto ran across rooftops he was too young to climb. He painted fences. He tied strings across pathways. He shouted greetings at people who wished he wouldn't. He wore orange because no one could ignore orange. He grinned because a grin was easier to understand than emptiness. He declared he would become Hokage because Hokage was the one person everyone had to see. And if everyone saw him, maybe someone would eventually explain what was missing. The first prank that made people chase him through the street filled Naruto with something almost warm. Not happiness exactly, but movement, attention, a shape where feeling might someday fit. He laughed as he ran, and this time the sound came closer to real. Behind him, shopkeepers shouted. Civilians cursed. A chunin slipped on a painted board and landed in a bucket with a crash that made 3 children burst into giggles. Naruto heard them. His grin widened. There, that. Something about that sound tugged inside him. Not the cold ember under his seal. Not the fox's distant anger. Him. For the rest of the day, he replayed the moment in his mind. Children laughing because of something he did, not crying. Not staring, not whispering, laughing. That night, Naruto sat alone in his small apartment and tried to make the feeling happen again. He pressed both hands over his stomach. "Come on," he muttered. Nothing happened. The room stayed silent. The old clock on the wall ticked. A cup of instant ramen sat half-eaten on the table, noodles turning soft in broth. Naruto frowned. He had learned frowning from watching Iruka-sensei during class. It made people think you were thinking. Sometimes Naruto frowned even when he was only waiting. "Stupid feeling," he said, the apartment window fogged at the edges. Naruto did not notice. Inside the seal, Kurama did. The 9 tails lay behind bars in a darkness broken only by shallow water and distant light. He had spent years hating the cage, hating the 4th, hating the village, hating the child whose life had been built around his prison. Hatred was simple. Hatred was clean. Then there was the other thing. Kurama could feel it somewhere beneath the seal's structure, woven through a layer even he could not easily reach. It did not speak. It did not scheme. It did not beg. That made it more irritating. A prisoner with no voice was still a prisoner. A hunger with no mouth was still hunger. It slept most of the time if sleep was the right word. But when the boy felt too little, it stirred. When the boy reached for warmth and found none, it shivered awake. Kurama bared his teeth in the darkness. "Don't get comfortable," he growled to the unseen cold. "This cage is mine." There was no answer, only a faint drift of frost across the surface of the water. Years passed in uneven pieces. Naruto entered the academy. He failed tests. He passed others by accident. He performed so badly at the clone technique that some teachers wrote him off before he ever had a chance to grow. His chakra was too wild, too heavy, too layered with things no instructor wanted to examine closely. The transformation technique came easier. That made sense to Naruto. Transformation was performance. Performance was survival. He could become someone else for a moment, and people would react correctly because they already knew what that someone else was supposed to be. Naruto liked that. He liked it more than he admitted. Iruka Umino was the first teacher who noticed the difference between a bad student and a lonely one. At first, Naruto treated him like every other adult, loudly, messily, with too many jokes thrown like smoke bombs. Iruka yelled, Naruto grinned. Iruka assigned detention. Naruto laughed. Iruka took him to clean paint from the Hokage monument and handed him a brush without looking at him like a curse wearing a child's body. That was new. "You missed a spot," Iruka said. Naruto squinted at the stone face. "No, I didn't." "Yes, you did." "Where?" "There. That's not a spot. That's artistic shading. It's blue paint on the first Hokage's nose." "Exactly. Artistic." Iruka stared at him. Naruto grinned harder, waiting for the usual disgust, the usual muttered insult, the usual order to go away. Instead, Iruka's mouth twitched. It was tiny, almost nothing. But Naruto saw it. His chest did something strange, not cold, not empty, something else. He looked away quickly. Iruka noticed that too. After that, detention became different, still punishment, still boring, still full of scrubbing, sweeping, and Iruka lecturing him about responsibility. But sometimes Iruka bought ramen afterward. Sometimes he asked if Naruto had eaten. Sometimes, when Naruto's grin became too fixed, Iruka stopped yelling. That confused Naruto most of all, because anger made sense. Anger was simple. It came with volume and shape. Concern was quiet. Concern required Naruto to guess what it wanted. One evening, after a failed clone exercise left the entire class laughing, Naruto stayed behind later than usual. Iruka found him in the training yard, standing in front of 3 pathetic clouds of smoke where clones should have been. The moon had risen. Naruto's hands were clenched. His grin was still on his face, but it looked painted there. "Class is over," Iruka said gently. "I know. You should go home." "I know." Naruto lifted his hands again. Clone technique, smoke burst. A pale, melted shape flopped onto the ground. Naruto stared at it, then he laughed. Too loud, too sharp. The laugh echoed across the empty yard and broke apart before anyone else could join it. Iruka stepped forward. "Naruto?" "I'm fine," Naruto said immediately. "I didn't ask. I'm always fine." Iruka's expression changed. Naruto hated that change. It was the one adults got when they were about to speak softly. Soft voices were dangerous. Soft voices made things inside him shift. Iruka crouched beside the failed clone. "You're forcing too much chakra into it," he said. Naruto blinked. No pity, no lecture. Just an answer. "What? Your control is messy. You're trying to make the clone by overpowering the technique." Naruto's grin loosened. "That's bad for this technique." "Yes." "Oh," Iruka looked at him carefully. "Bad at one thing doesn't mean bad at everything." Naruto swallowed. He did not know why his throat felt tight. He had not been hit. He had not been yelled at. Nothing had happened that should hurt, so why did it? The grass around his sandals whitened. Iruka's eyes dropped. A ring of frost spread outward from Naruto's feet, thin, delicate. Gone almost as soon as it appeared, Naruto stepped back, panic flashing across his face so quickly that Iruka almost missed it. "I didn't do that." Iruka stood slowly. "Naruto?" "I didn't." His voice cracked. Real fear, not performed, not copied, real. Iruka heard it and made his decision in the same breath. "I know," he said. Naruto froze. Iruka kept his voice steady. "I know you didn't mean to." The boy stared at him with wide eyes. For a second, he looked younger than 6. Younger than the pranks, the shouting, the orange jacket, the impossible dream of becoming Hokage, he looked like a child waiting to be sent away. Uruka took one careful step closer. "Come on," he said. "Let's get dinner." Naruto's mouth opened, closed, the frost was gone. "Ramen?" he asked very quietly. Uruka smiled. "Ramen." From the roof of the academy building, an Anbu observer watched them leave. By morning, Hiruzen had the report. He read it twice, then a third time, unconscious frost manifestation during emotional stress. No hostile intent detected. Yumino Uruka de-escalated successfully. Subject recovered. Hiruzen crossed out subject so hard the brush tore the paper. Naruto recovered. He sat back in his chair, pipe untouched on the desk beside him. There were moments when the old Hokage wondered if he had mistaken caution for protection. The law kept Naruto's status secret from children, but adults still whispered. The apartment kept him housed, but not held. Anbu kept him watched, but not loved. And inside the boy, something cold was growing, not evil. Hiruzen did not believe that. Evil had direction. It made choices. It reached outward. This cold did not reach, it waited. That frightened him more. A knock came at the door. "Enter," Hiruzen said. A masked Anbu appeared in a swirl of leaves and knelt. "Hokage-sama, what is it?" The Yamanaka child approached Uzumaki Naruto after class today. Hiruzen paused. "Inoichi's daughter?" "Yes." "Hostile?" "No, sir." "Curious?" Hiruzen almost smiled despite himself. Curiosity was not kindness, but it was better than fear. "Continue observation only," he said. "No interference unless necessary." The Anbu bowed and vanished. Hiruzen turned toward the window. Below, Konoha continued pretending it knew what to do with its own wounds. Naruto was 7 when Ino Yamanaka first really spoke to him, not shouted, not laughed at, not complained because one of his pranks splashed paint on her sandals. Spoke. He was sitting on the academy steps after class, poking at a bruise on his elbow and trying to decide whether it hurt. He knew it should. He had seen other children cry over worse and less. But pain, for him, often arrived like a message sent to the wrong address. His body knew, his face forgot. "Doesn't that hurt?" Naruto looked up. Ino stood 3 steps above him, hands on her hips, blonde hair tied back, eyes narrowed with the confidence of someone who had been taught to enter rooms like she belonged in them. Naruto grinned automatically. "What this? Nah, I'm super tough." "That's stupid," Ino said. His grin faltered. Most children called him stupid, like throwing a rock. Ino said it like she was correcting bad posture. "What's stupid?" "Pretending it doesn't hurt when it obviously does." Naruto looked down at his elbow. "It obviously does. There's a bruise. So bruises hurt." "Oh," Ino stared at him. Naruto stared back. The silence stretched long enough that another child might have walked away. Ino did not. Instead, she came down 2 steps, sat beside him without asking, and opened her lunch box. Naruto leaned away a little, not because he wanted to. Because people did not sit next to him unless a teacher made them. Ino took out a small wrapped sweet and held it out. Naruto looked at it like it might explode. "What's that for?" "You look weird." His face went blank. Ino clicked her tongue. "Not bad weird, just sad weird." "I'm not sad." "Then what are you?" Naruto had no answer. The question slipped straight past every joke he knew. "What are you?" He looked at the sweet in her hand. "I dunno," he said. Ino's expression softened, but only a little. She was still a child. She did not have adult pity yet. She had something cleaner and more dangerous. Honesty? "Well," she said, pushing the sweet into his hand, "figure it out after eating." Naruto held it carefully. "Why?" "Because eating first is better." That sounded true enough. He unwrapped it and took a bite. Sweetness filled his mouth. His eyes widened. Ino smiled, not nervous, not forced, not afraid. Something inside Naruto moved toward that smile like a plant turning toward sunlight. For the rest of the week, he found reasons to sit on the academy steps. Sometimes Ino joined him, sometimes she didn't. When she did, she talked enough for both of them. She complained about Sakura being pretty and annoying and also her best friend, which Naruto thought sounded complicated. She complained about clan lessons. She complained about how Shikamaru never tried and still got answers right. She complained about Choji eating too slowly because it made her hungry watching him enjoy food properly. Naruto listened. He was good at listening when he remembered not to perform. Ino noticed that too. "You're different when you're quiet," she said one afternoon. Naruto stiffened. "Different bad?" "Different real," he frowned. "That doesn't make sense." "Yeah, it does." "No, it doesn't. It does if you're smart." "I'm smart." "You failed the written quiz." That quiz was evil. Ino laughed. Naruto froze. There it was again, that sound, lighter than the laughter people made when he fell. Warmer than the laughter after pranks. This one was not at him. It was with him. He tried to laugh too, but his voice caught in his throat. Ino tilted her head. "Are you okay?" Naruto pressed a hand to his chest. "I think something's wrong." "What? It feels?" He searched for words and found none that fit. "Hot." Ino's eyes widened. "You have a fever?" "No, not like that." She leaned closer and touched his forehead before he could move away. Her hand was warm. Naruto stopped breathing. No one touched him casually, not like that, not without fear. Not because they simply wanted to check if he was okay. Ino pulled her hand back. "You're not hot." Naruto stared at the place where her fingers had been. The air around them cooled. A tiny crystal formed on the step between them. Ino looked down. Naruto's heart slammed against his ribs. It was a flower again, smaller than the one Hiruzen had seen years before. 5 petals, clear and fragile. Ino blinked. Naruto waited for her to scream. She did not. Instead, she reached toward it. "Don't!" Naruto grabbed her wrist. The crystal cracked. A little puff of white vapor rose between them. Ino looked at his hand around her wrist. Naruto let go immediately. "Sorry." "What was that?" "I don't know. Can you do it again?" "No." Ino frowned. "Why are you mad?" "Because people get scared. I'm not people." "That doesn't make sense either." "It makes perfect sense." Naruto stared at her. Ino stared back. Then very carefully she said, "It was pretty." The words hit him harder than any insult. Pretty, not frightening, not wrong, pretty. Naruto looked away fast, but not before Ino saw his eyes shine. He did not cry, not yet. But something inside him came close enough to know the direction. That night, Naruto dreamed of snow. He stood in a place with no sky and no ground, only endless white mist curling around his ankles. Far away, behind black bars, something enormous growled. Closer than that, beneath the mist, a pale glow pulsed like a heartbeat. Naruto walked toward it. The glow trembled. It was not a person, not an animal. Not even a flame, though flame was the only word his sleeping mind could find. It was a feeling without a shape. Lonely, new, terrified. Naruto crouched and reached out. The glow leaned toward his hand. Behind him, the growl became a snarl. "Don't touch that." Naruto turned. 2 red eyes opened in the dark behind the bars. He should have screamed. He knew that later. Any normal child would have. Instead, he stared. The Ninetales stared back. For a long moment, neither moved. Then Naruto did what he had learned to do when the world became too large. He grinned. "Whoa," he said. "You're huge." Kurama's eyes narrowed. The dream shattered. Naruto woke in his apartment with frost on the window, and his blanket kicked halfway across the room. He lay there until morning, one hand pressed over his stomach. He did not understand the fox. He did not understand the glow. He did not understand why Ino's laugh made his chest hurt in a way he wanted to feel again. But for the first time, Naruto wondered if the empty place inside him was not empty after all. Maybe it was frozen. Maybe there was a difference. And maybe, if he could learn the difference, he could learn what everyone else seemed to be born knowing. At the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen stood before a wall of old sealing notes, medical reports, and Anbu observations. He had spent years collecting fragments. The first frost bloom. The muted reactions, the emotional stress triggers, the strange chakra resonance beneath Kurama's prison. None of it formed a complete answer, but the pattern was clear enough now. The Ninetales was not alone inside Naruto. Something had crossed during the sealing. Something that had no mind to interrogate, no intent to punish, no body to remove. Something tied not to hatred but to absence, to hunger for feeling. To a cold so deep it did not freeze the body first, it froze the heart. Hiruzen closed his eyes. He thought of Minato's confidence. cushion as fire. Naruto's too wide grin, then he thought of the report from that afternoon. Yamanaka Ino observed frost manifestation, no fear response, described construct as pretty. For the first time in days, Hiruzen allowed himself a tired smile. Perhaps, he murmured, that is where we begin. On his desk, a small cup of tea sat forgotten. A thin skin of ice formed across its surface. Hiruzen opened his eyes. He had not touched the cup. Across the village, in a small apartment filled with instant ramen cups and orange fabric, Naruto slept curled around his pillow. On the windowsill beside him, where moonlight fell in a narrow silver stripe, a single ice flower bloomed. This one lasted until dawn, and when the first sunlight touched it, it did not vanish all at once. It melted slowly, drop by drop, like something learning how to thaw. Chapter 2. The boy who performed sunshine. By the time Naruto Uzumaki learned how to laugh properly, he had already learned why people needed him to. That was the strange thing about loneliness. It did not always teach silence. Sometimes it taught volume. Naruto figured that out before most children figured out the difference between being brave and being reckless. In the beginning, when he was younger, he had been quiet because quiet was natural. He could sit for hours beside a window and watch clouds move over Konoha without feeling bored. He could stare at a cup of water until the surface trembled with frost, not because he meant to freeze it, but because something inside him answered stillness with cold. Quiet made adults nervous. Stillness made them whisper. So Naruto learned the opposite. If he shouted, people reacted faster. If he grinned, they looked relieved for half a second before remembering they disliked him. If he ran, they chased. If he painted, tripped, joked, and declared impossible dreams at the top of his lungs, the village stopped looking at him like something found in the ruins of a bad night and started looking at him like an annoying child. Annoying was better. Annoying meant alive. Annoying meant human. So Naruto became annoying on purpose. He built the performance piece by piece. The laugh came first. It had taken practice. At age 5, his laugh was still too sudden, too sharp, thrown into conversations like a kunai with no target. Adults flinched when he used it. Children stared. Naruto adjusted. By 6, he could laugh when he was supposed to. By 7, he could grin through hunger. By 8, he could turn almost any silence into noise before the silence had time to swallow him. By 9, most of the academy only knew the loud Naruto. The one who burst through the classroom door late with leaves in his hair and a story already halfway out of his mouth. The one who argued with teachers, challenged classmates, and swore he would become Hokage so many times that even people who hated him could recite it under their breath. The one who laughed when he failed. The one who laughed when others failed. The one who laughed when someone shoved him into a wall behind the academy and told him the village would be better if he had never been born. That laugh was almost perfect, almost. The boy who shoved him was a civilian student named Daichai, older by a year and stronger in the shoulders. 2 other boys stood behind him, trying to look brave because groups made cowards feel like heroes. Naruto hit the wall hard enough to knock air from his lungs. Pain flashed across his back, bright and brief. His body registered it. His face did not. Daichai's mouth twisted. See, creepy, he doesn't even cry. Naruto grinned. It came smoothly, too smoothly. Maybe you just hit like an old grandma. One of the boys snorted before he remembered he was supposed to be on Daichai's side. Daichai's face reddened. Naruto saw the anger build, saw the shoulder shift, saw the fist coming before it moved. For a strange, cold second, everything slowed. He could have stepped aside. He could have ducked. He could have grabbed Daichai's wrist and twisted until the boy screamed. Some part of Naruto knew that, not because anyone had taught him. It was simply there, hidden under his skin like a memory belonging to nobody. Instead, Naruto let the punch hit. Knuckles cracked against his cheek. His head snapped sideways. The cold part inside him opened one pale eye. The air around them dropped. Daichai stepped back. What the frost crawled along the wall behind Naruto, delicate and branching, spreading out from where his hand had touched stone. Naruto looked at it, so did the other boys. For one breath, no one spoke. Then Naruto laughed, loud, bright, fake. "Whoa, guess this wall's scared of you too," the boys ran. Naruto waited until they turned the corner before his grin disappeared. The frost on the wall melted too quickly, fading into damp streaks that looked harmless by the time anyone else arrived. Naruto touched his cheek. It hurt now. That always happened. Pain came late, like it needed permission. He pressed his fingers against the swelling and tried to decide what expression belonged to this moment. Anger, sadness, fear, he tried them in order. A scowl, a frown, wide eyes, none fit, so he put the grin back on and ran to class. Iruka Umino noticed the bruise immediately. That was one of the annoying things about Iruka-sensei. Other teachers noticed when Naruto disrupted something. Iruka noticed before that. He noticed the dirt on Naruto's jacket, the tightness around his grin, the way his eyes drifted toward exits when the room grew too quiet. He noticed when Naruto had eaten, and worse, when he had not. Naruto hated that. He also loved it in a way that made his chest feel strange and embarrassing. "Naruto," Iruka said, standing at the front of the classroom. Naruto froze halfway to his seat. Several students turned. Sakura Haruno looked over with open irritation. Sasuke Uchiha did not look over at all. Shikamaru Nara had his head on his desk, pretending this had nothing to do with him. Choji Akamichi was carefully hiding chips beneath the table. Ino Yamanaka looked at Naruto's cheek. Her eyes narrowed. Naruto grinned wider. "Yo, Iruka-sensei, you miss me already? You're late. Only because time is scared of my greatness and keeps running away. That doesn't even make sense. It will when I'm Hokage." A few students laughed. That helped. Laughter was like sunlight when Naruto could make it happen on purpose. Even small laughter. Even the kind that came with eye rolls. Iruka's gaze moved to the bruise again. Naruto felt his grin stiffen. "Sit down," Iruka said. Naruto did. The lesson was on basic chakra shaping. Naruto listened for 6 minutes. That was a personal record. Then the words began slipping around in his head. Chakra coils, Tenkan output, control, stability, mold, divide, balance, balance. Naruto hated that word. Balance was what teachers told him he lacked. Balance was what every failed clone proved. Balance was what everyone else seemed to have naturally, like feelings, families, and people waiting at home. He stared at his hands under the desk. His chakra never felt like one thing. It felt like too many things arguing in a room too small to hold them. There was his own chakra, bright and restless, always trying to move. There was the fox, huge and distant, a furnace buried behind locked doors. And beneath both there was the cold, not a voice, never a voice. Naruto had never heard it speak, not in dreams, not in anger, not in the lonely hours after midnight when he sometimes pressed both palms to his stomach and whispered questions no one answered. It only reacted. When he felt too little, it stirred. When he wanted too much and did not know what to call the wanting, the temperature dropped. When someone touched him gently, the cold sometimes trembled like it did not understand warmth but wanted to. Naruto. He snapped his head up. Iruka was staring at him, so was half the class. "What?" Iruka pointed at the chalkboard. "Answer the question." Naruto looked at the board. The symbols might as well have been ancient code. He grinned. "The answer is become Hokage and make someone else do math." The class laughed again. Iruka pinched the bridge of his nose. "Naruto?" "What?" "It's a leadership strategy. You're staying after class. See, you just want extra time with your favorite student. After class." Naruto threw both arms behind his head and leaned back like detention was a victory. Inside, something sank. After class, he cleaned chalkboards, then floors, then the training yard. Iruka was cruel that way. He never gave Naruto punishments that allowed escape through boredom. Cleaning required hands. Hands required attention. Attention made silence harder to avoid. Naruto scrubbed at a muddy footprint near the doorway with unnecessary violence. "I didn't start it," he said. Iruka, seated at a desk grading papers, did not look up. "Start what?" Naruto's brush slowed. He had not meant to say that. "Nothing." Iruka dipped his brush in ink. "The bruise on your cheek looks like nothing." Naruto laughed. "Oh, that? I fought 10 enemy ninja before breakfast." 10! 20. Before breakfast, I got hungry. Uruka looked up. Naruto kept grinning. Uruka's expression did not change. That was worse than yelling. Naruto looked down and scrubbed harder. Just some guys. Names, nobody, Naruto. It doesn't matter. It matters if they're hurting you. The brush stopped. The room went quiet. Naruto hated soft voices. He hated them because he did not know what to do with them. Yelling could be dodged. Insults could be laughed off. Pity could be turned into a joke. Soft concern had no handle. He squeezed the brush until his knuckles paled. They didn't hurt me. Uruka stood. Naruto's shoulders tightened, but Uruka did not come closer. He only said, "You don't have to prove that." Naruto stared at the floor. The words entered him slowly. "You don't have to prove that." He wanted to reject them. He wanted to laugh, to say of course he did, because everyone had to prove everything. Sasuke proved he was talented by breathing. Sakura proved she was smart by answering every question. Ino proved she belonged by walking like the world was already listening. Naruto proved he existed by making noise. If he stopped proving it, what was left? The floor around his knees whitened. Uruka inhaled sharply. Naruto saw the frost and scrambled backward. "I didn't mean, I know. You always say that, because it's true." Naruto stood too quickly, knocking the bucket over. Water spread across the floor. For a split second, the spilled water froze at the edges. Then it cracked. Naruto stared at it like it had betrayed him. Uruka moved carefully, not like Naruto was dangerous, but like the moment was fragile. "Naruto, look at me." "No, Naruto." I said no. His voice echoed. The room grew colder. Naruto's breath came out white. Uruka felt fear then. He would be ashamed of it later, but not because he felt it. Fear was natural. Any sane person would feel it when a 9-year-old child made a classroom drop into winter by panicking. What mattered was what came after fear. Uruka forced himself to breathe, forced his hands to stay open, forced himself to see the boy, not the village's nightmare. "Naruto?" He said, gentler this time, "You're safe." The cold stopped spreading. Naruto's eyes flicked up. Such a small movement, such a hungry one. Uruka stepped closer and crouched so they were almost eye level. "You're safe," he repeated. Naruto swallowed hard. His grin was gone. Without it, his face looked almost blank. Not because he felt nothing, Uruka realized, because he felt too many unfamiliar things and had no practice letting them show. "Why?" Naruto asked. Uruka blinked. "Why what? Why do you keep saying stuff like that?" The question was not angry. It was honest. That made it hurt more. Uruka thought of his own parents, of the 9 tails, of the night that took them, of the boy in front of him who carried the beast that had destroyed his childhood and somehow still looked like the loneliest person in the village, because someone should have. "Because I know what it is to be angry at the wrong thing. Because if I fail you, then I become exactly what I hated." He said none of that, not yet. Instead, he said, "Because you're my student." Naruto frowned. "That's it. That's enough." It was not enough, not really. But it was a beginning, and Naruto had so few beginnings that he held this one carefully. The next day, Ino cornered him behind the academy. Naruto had been trying to escape before Sakura noticed him, because Sakura was in one of her moods where she shouted at him for breathing near Sasuke. He ducked around the back path and nearly crashed into Ino. She stood with her arms crossed. Naruto stopped. "You're blocking my dramatic exit. You're avoiding me." "I'm avoiding everyone. You're not special." Ino's eyes narrowed. "What happened to your face? Gravity attacked me." "Gravity has fists now. It's evolving." "Naruto." There it was again, that tone, not Uruka's soft concern. Ino's version had more bite to it, like she was annoyed at him for making her worry. Naruto looked away. "Some guys." "Who?" "Nobody." "People named Nobody sure punch you a lot." He huffed. "Why do you care?" The question came out too sharp. He regretted it immediately. Ino's face changed. For half a second, Naruto thought she would walk away. Instead, she stepped closer and poked his forehead. Hard. "Oh, there, you felt that." "Of course I felt that." "So stop acting like you don't feel things." Naruto opened his mouth. Nothing came out. Ino seemed surprised by her own words too. She looked away, suddenly less certain. "It's annoying." "What is?" "When you laugh like nothing matters." Naruto's fingers twitched. That laugh was supposed to work. It made teachers frustrated instead of afraid. It made classmates roll their eyes instead of whisper. It made the world simpler, but Ino looked at it like she could see the strings holding it up. "I laugh because stuff is funny," he said. "No, you don't." "Yes, I do." "No, you don't." "Yes, I—" "You laugh when you're scared." The words hit the space between them and stayed there. Naruto stopped breathing. Ino's eyes widened, maybe because she understood she had touched something deeper than she meant to. For a moment, the back path was silent except for distant academy chatter and birds moving in the trees. Naruto wanted to deny it. He wanted to shout. He wanted to grin and declare that Naruto Uzumaki was never scared of anything, believe it. Instead, his voice came out small. "How do you know?" Ino lowered her arms. "My dad says people's minds have patterns." Naruto immediately leaned back. "Are you reading my mind?" "No, I can't do that yet, not properly." "Yet, it's a clan thing." "That is not comforting," Ino almost smiled. "I mean, I notice things." Naruto looked at her with suspicion. She continued, softer now. "You get louder when people are about to leave." That was unfair. That was so unfair Naruto actually felt heat rise in his face. "I do not." "You do." "I don't. You did it just now," he pointed at her. "That doesn't count." "Why?" "Because you tricked me." Ino smiled then, not big, not smug, just warm enough to crack the ice forming in Naruto's chest. He looked away. "I don't like when you do that," he muttered. "Do what?" "See stuff." Ino was quiet for a moment. Then she sat on the low wall beside the path and patted the space next to her. Naruto stared. "What? Sit." "Why?" "Because I said so." "That's not a good reason." "It works for my mom." Naruto considered arguing, mostly because arguing felt safer than obeying. But Ino's expression had shifted from sharp to patient, and patience was still new enough that he did not know how to refuse it. He sat. For a while, neither spoke. The silence did not feel empty. That confused him. Ino kicked her heels lightly against the wall. "Sakura thinks Sasuke is cool because he's quiet." Naruto made a face. "Sasuke is quiet because he thinks he's better than everyone. He kind of is better than everyone. Traitor." "I'm just saying, I'll beat him one day." "I know." Naruto looked at her sharply. No laughter, no teasing. She said it like a fact. His throat tightened again. "You do," Ino shrugged. "You don't stop. People like that eventually get somewhere." Naruto stared at the dirt beneath his sandals. Nobody had ever described him like that. Loud, yes. Annoying, yes. Dead last, plenty. But not someone who would get somewhere. He curled his fingers into his palms. "Ino." "What? What does happy feel like?" She turned to him. This time she did not answer quickly. Naruto hated that he had asked. Hated the way the question sat there, small and naked. Hated that he could name jutsu better than he could name the things other children seemed to carry naturally. Ino tilted her head. "Why are you asking me?" "Because you act like you know everything." "I do know a lot." So, she frowned, thinking hard. "Happy is like when your chest gets full but not in a bad way." Naruto waited. Ino looked irritated by how difficult the question was. "Like when you eat something really good but not in your stomach, or when someone saves your seat, or when your dad says you did something right and doesn't make it sound like a lesson." Naruto listened carefully. "Full," he repeated. "Yeah, my chest does weird stuff sometimes. That might be happy, it hurts. That might still be happy. That's dumb. Feelings are dumb." Naruto looked at her. Ino looked back. Then both of them laughed. Naruto's laugh started uncertain, but by the end it was almost real. Almost. That was enough. Academy life moved forward. Naruto failed the clone technique again and again and again. He could transform into Uruka so well that half the class screamed the first time he used it for a prank. He could hurl a shuriken decently when he remembered not to show off. He could run longer than nearly anyone else, mostly because nobody had ever taught him when to stop. But clones remained his enemy. The basic bunshin required separation, precision, gentle shaping. Naruto's chakra hated all three. When he pushed too much, the clone collapsed. When he tried to soften it, nothing happened. When he got frustrated, the training yard sometimes glittered with frost no one could explain. Teachers began watching him with a new kind of caution, not the old village fear, a shinobi caution. That was worse in some ways. Villagers feared stories. Shinobi feared possibilities. Mizuki noticed before most. Unlike Uruka, Mizuki's smile never reached the right place. Naruto did not have words for that yet, but he understood masks. His own was orange and loud. Mizuki's was pale and kind and slippery around the edges. One afternoon, after another failed clone session, Mizuki approached him while Uruka was busy with other students. "Naruto," Mizuki said gently, "don't be discouraged." Naruto brightened automatically. "I'm not. That clone was just so awesome it melted from jealousy." Mizuki chuckled. The sound made Naruto's skin prickle. "You have unusual chakra," Mizuki continued. "Some students need different methods." Naruto tilted his head. "Different how? There are scrolls for that. Advanced ones, the kind most teachers won't show a student like you." "A student like you?" The words were wrapped in sympathy. Naruto still felt the hook. "What's that supposed to mean?" Mizuki's smile softened. "Only that some people are afraid of what they don't understand." Naruto looked away. That was true, too true. Mizuki placed a hand on his shoulder. Naruto went very still. The touch was not warm like Ino's forehead check, not steady like Uruka's hand guiding his stance. It felt placed, measured, a tool pretending to be comfort. "You want to become Hokage, don't you?" Mizuki asked. "Yeah, then you'll need power they can't ignore." Behind Naruto's ribs, the cold stirred. Power they can't ignore. That sounded like something the empty place understood. Then Uruka's voice cut across the yard. "Mizuki-sensei, I can handle Naruto's training." Mizuki's hand lifted. Naruto felt like he could breathe again. "Of course," Mizuki said lightly, just encouraging him. Uruka's gaze stayed hard until Mizuki walked away. Naruto frowned. "What's your problem?" He was being nice. Uruka looked down at him. "Be careful with people who only encourage you when no one else is listening." Naruto rolled his eyes. "That's weird advice." "Remember it anyway." He did. Not because he understood, because Uruka looked more serious than usual when he said it. Winter came early that year, not true winter. Fire country winters were mild compared to the snow countries far beyond Konoha's borders. But mornings turned sharp. Roof tiles grew slick with dew. Breath showed faintly before sunrise. Naruto liked those mornings. The village was quieter when cold. People hurried indoors and forgot to glare. He trained alone before class in a clearing behind the academy, where old posts leaned crookedly and grass grew thin from generations of students kicking it up. "Clone technique," smoke burst. A limp copy of Naruto appeared, slumped to one side with its tongue out. Naruto stared at it. The clone stared back with the defeated expression of someone who had already given up on life. Naruto kicked it. It vanished. Stupid technique. He tried again, and again. By the 10th attempt, sweat ran down his forehead despite the cold air. By the 15th, his hands shook. By the 20th, the cold inside him shifted. Naruto did not notice at first. He was too busy glaring at the space where a clone should have been. "Come on," he muttered. "Just work." The grass around him whitened. Work. Frost climbed the training posts. Work. This time, when he molded chakra, something answered, not the fox. He knew the fox's chakra by now, even if he did not understand it. Kurama felt like heat behind a locked door, heavy and furious. This was different. A thread of cold moved through his chakra, fine as a needle. Naruto's hands formed the sign. Smoke erupted. For half a second he thought he had done it. A figure stood before him. Not a normal clone. It was shaped like Naruto, but pale, translucent, edged in ice that caught the morning light. Its eyes were blank mirrors. Frost curled from its shoulders like mist. Naruto's heart leapt. Then the clone cracked down the middle. It shattered. A pulse of cold burst outward, knocking Naruto onto his back. The training posts froze solid. Birds exploded from nearby trees. Naruto lay in the grass, staring at the sky. For some reason, he started laughing. Not because it was funny, because he had almost made something, because for 1 second the impossible inside him had listened. Because if he did not laugh, he thought he might do something else, and he did not know what that something else would be. A shadow fell over him. Naruto stopped laughing. Kakashi Hatake stood on a tree branch above the clearing, one visible eye curved in what might have been boredom. Naruto stared up at him. Naruto said. Kakashi looked at the frozen posts, then at Naruto, then back at the posts. Interesting. Naruto scrambled upright. I can explain, can you? No, thought so. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Are you gonna report me? I probably should. That's not an answer. Kakashi hopped down lightly. Naruto took a step back before he could stop himself. Kakashi noticed. His eyes softened, almost invisibly. I'm not here to punish you. Then why are you here? I was passing by. That sounds fake. It often does. Naruto frowned. You're weird. So I've been told. Kakashi crouched near one of the frozen posts and touched it with 2 fingers. The ice smoked faintly under his glove. His expression did not change, but his chakra shifted, careful, alert, not afraid exactly. Naruto hugged his arms to his chest. Kakashi looked over his shoulder. Did it hurt? Naruto blinked. The ice! The shattering? No, Kakashi tapped the post once. A piece broke off and hit the ground. Naruto flinched, not from the sound, from the feeling. A sharp sting flashed across his palm. He looked down. A red mark appeared across his skin like a cold burn. Kakashi saw it. So it does hurt. Naruto clenched his fist. Only a little. Useful things usually do. Naruto did not know what to say to that. Kakashi stood. Don't practice that alone too often. You don't even know what it is. Neither do you. That was unfair because it was true. Naruto scowled. Kakashi turned to leave, then paused. One more thing. What? You don't need to laugh every time you're scared. Naruto's stomach dropped for 1 second. He saw Ino on the wall behind the academy saying the same thing in different words. You laugh when you're scared. Naruto's scowl vanished. Kakashi did not wait for an answer. He disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Naruto stood in the frozen clearing long after the bell rang. He was late again. This time he did not make a joke when he entered class. Everyone noticed. Sakura looked suspicious. Shikamaru opened one eye. Uruka paused mid-sentence. Ino turned fully in her seat. Naruto walked to his desk quietly and sat down. The silence followed him. It was uncomfortable. He almost filled it, almost. Then Ino caught his eye. She did not smile. She only gave him a small nod, like quiet was allowed. Naruto looked down at his desk. For once, he let the silence stay. Graduation approached like a storm wearing a calendar. The academy changed in those final weeks. Students who had spent years complaining about lessons suddenly trained seriously. Clan children received extra instruction at home. Civilian students stayed after class, desperate not to fall behind. Even Shikamaru looked slightly more awake, though he insisted it was troublesome every time someone mentioned it. Sasuke remained Sasuke, perfect throws, perfect fire jutsu, perfect silence. Naruto told everyone he would beat him. No one believed it. That was fine. Belief was something Naruto could build later like everything else. Ino trained harder too. Naruto saw the pressure on her more clearly now. Her confidence never vanished, but sometimes it became too polished, like a kunai sharpened past comfort. Her father was clan head. Her techniques required precision Naruto could barely imagine. Her friendship with Sakura had thinned into rivalry around Sasuke, and though Ino pretended not to care, Naruto noticed how often her eyes followed Sakura after arguments. One evening, he found her alone in the Yamanaka flower shop, arranging stems with more force than flowers deserved. "You're killing those," Naruto said from the doorway. Ino jumped. "Don't sneak up on people!" I walked in through the front door. "Loudly existing doesn't count as announcing yourself." Naruto grinned. "Loudly existing is my specialty." Ino rolled her eyes, but her shoulders loosened. The shop smelled strange to Naruto. Not bad, too many soft things at once. Flowers, soil, water, sunlight trapped in petals. He stepped inside carefully. Ino looked at his hands. "Don't touch anything." "I wasn't going to. You were thinking about it." "I think about many things. Name 3. Ramen, Hokage, and more ramen." "Exactly. Don't touch anything." Naruto leaned against the counter. For a while he watched her work. She trimmed stems, sorted colors, tied ribbons. Her hands were fast and sure, different from academy kunai drills. This was not combat, but it was skill. You're good at that, he said. Ino paused. Obviously. No, I mean… Naruto frowned, trying to find the right words. You make them look like they belong together. Ino's expression changed just a little. Flowers already belong together. Not like that. She looked down at the arrangement. For once, she did not deflect. My mom says every flower leans toward something. Sunlight, water, space. If you fight that, the arrangement looks wrong. Naruto thought about that. What if a flower doesn't know what it leans toward? Ino's hand stilled. Then she looked at him. Then someone has to be patient enough to turn it slowly until it finds out. The words stayed with him. That night, alone in his apartment, Naruto stood before the mirror and practiced smiling. He tried the big grin, the prank grin, the Hawkage grin, the I'm fine grin. Then slowly he let them fall away. The face underneath looked unfamiliar, not empty exactly, tired. Young, a little scared, Naruto lifted one hand and touched the mirror. The glass fogged around his fingers. What do you lean toward? He whispered. No answer came. But for the first time, the silence did not feel like proof that nothing was there. It felt like something listening. Graduation day arrived gray and humid. Naruto failed. The clone technique betrayed him exactly as he knew it would. His clone collapsed on the floor, pale and miserable. A few students snickered. Someone whispered dead last. Sakura looked away. Sasuke did not react. Uruka's face tightened with pain he tried to hide. Mizuki smiled softly. Naruto stared at the failed clone. All the noise inside him went quiet, not peaceful quiet, the bad kind. The kind from before he learned to perform sunshine. Uruka knelt in front of him after the exam. Naruto grinned. It was perfect. That was how Uruka knew it was fake. Guess the clone was too handsome to live, Naruto said. Naruto, I'm sorry. Don't be, I'll just become Hokage next year. More dramatic that way. He turned before Uruka could say anything else. The hallway outside seemed longer than usual. Students passed him wearing new forehead protectors. Metal flashed on blue cloth. Proof. Belonging. A place in the village that no one could pretend was accidental. Naruto kept walking. Someone called his name. He did not turn outside. Rain began to fall. Not hard. Just enough to darken the ground and blur the village edges. Naruto climbed the roof of an old storage building and sat with his knees drawn up, watching water gather along the tiles. He waited for tears. Nothing came. His chest felt hollow and tight, like a room with all the doors locked. Guess I'm not sad, he muttered. The words sounded stupid even to him. Below, footsteps approached. Naruto did not look down. Uruka-sensei sent you? Ino climbed onto the roof with much less grace than a future Kunoichi would prefer to admit. No. Then why are you here? Because you looked like you were about to do something dumb. I always look like that. More than usual. Naruto stared out over the village. Rain clung to his hair. Ino sat beside him, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. For a while, neither spoke. Naruto wanted to fill the silence. He had jokes ready, a whole army of them. He could say the exam was rigged. He could say Uruka cried because he couldn't handle Naruto's future greatness. He could say forehead protectors were ugly anyway. Instead, he asked, "Do you think I'm wrong?" Ino frowned. "About what? Wanting them to see me." The question was quiet enough that Rain almost swallowed it. Ino looked at him for a long time. "No," she said. Naruto closed his eyes. Something in him cracked, not ice, something warmer. "But," Ino continued, "I think you keep trying to make everyone see you at once. That's stupid." He opened one eye. "You're bad at comforting people." "I'm great at it. Listen." She poked his arm. "Everyone is too many people. Start smaller." "With who?" She looked away, suddenly annoyed at the rain, the roof, and possibly the entire concept of honesty. "With the people already looking." Naruto turned to her. Ino kept staring straight ahead, but her cheeks were pink. Naruto's throat tightened. This time he recognized it, not completely, but enough, full, chest full, hurting but not bad, maybe happy, maybe almost. Before he could answer, Mizuki found him. The Chunin stood below in the alley, face tilted up, rain sliding down his pale hair. "Naruto," he called. "There you are. I've been looking for you." Ino stiffened. Naruto wiped his face quickly, though he had not been crying. "What do you want?" Mizuki smiled. "I know how you can pass. The words landed like a hook dropped into deep water. Ino's eyes narrowed immediately. Naruto leaned forward despite himself. "What?" "There's a special test," Mizuki said. "Iruka couldn't tell you because of rules, but if you learn a technique from the Scroll of Seals and show it before morning, they'll have to graduate you." Ino stood. "That sounds fake." Mizuki's smile did not change. "It's an old academy tradition." "I've never heard of it." "You're not the one who failed, Ino." Naruto flinched. Ino's hands curled. Mizuki looked back at Naruto. "You want to become Hokage, don't you? This is your chance to prove everyone wrong." "Power they can't ignore." Naruto heard those words again, though Mizuki did not say them this time. Behind his seal, the cold stirred. So did something hotter. Kurama's distant presence shifted like a beast, raising its head. Naruto looked at Ino. She was watching him with alarm, not judgment. That mattered. It should have been enough. But Naruto was 12 years old, lonely, humiliated, and starving for a symbol every other graduate had received. Sometimes a trap works because it looks like kindness from far away. Naruto jumped down from the roof. "Naruto?" Ino snapped. He forced a grin. "Relax. I'm going to become a ninja before breakfast." Mizuki's smile widened. Ino looked at Naruto's grin and saw the fear under it. This time she did not let it pass. "I'm telling Iruka-sensei." Naruto's grin faltered. "Don't!" "I am." "Ino!" "No, you're doing the scared laugh thing again, except worse." Mizuki's eyes cooled. Naruto looked between them. For 1 second, the whole future balanced on a roof edge. Then Naruto ran, not away from Ino, not exactly, toward the one door Mizuki had opened, toward proof, toward danger wearing the shape of a second chance. The night broke open after that. The Scroll of Seals was easier to steal than it should have been, which Naruto only realized later. At the time, he was too busy running through rain with his heart slamming against his ribs and the massive scroll bouncing against his back. He found a clearing and unrolled it with shaking hands. "So many words," he muttered. "Evil scroll." The first technique was the multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto stared. Clones, of course. His greatest enemy had come back wearing forbidden ink. But this one was different. Not illusion clones, real chakra bodies, solid, hungry, demanding more chakra than most genin could safely spend. Naruto began to read. And for the first time, the problem was not balance, it was abundance. That Naruto had, chakra poured through him, his own bright force. Kurama's distant pressure. The cold thread coiling carefully beneath it all. Naruto formed the sign. Shadow clone jutsu, the clearing exploded. Dozens of Narutos appeared in clouds of smoke, not perfect. Some were pale around the edges. Some breathed white mist. One had frost along its sleeves, but they stood. Naruto stared, then he laughed. This time it was real. For 3 seconds he was happy without needing anyone to explain it. Then Iruka found him. Then Mizuki's betrayal came. Then truth struck harder than any fist. Monster, container, Ninetales. The words tore through the clearing, spoken by a smiling teacher with a giant shuriken on his back and poison in his voice. Naruto stood frozen, not by ice, by meaning. The village had hated him because of the fox. The whispers had a shape. The looks had a name. The thing in his dreams behind the bars was not just a nightmare. It was real. Mizuki kept talking, crueler with every word. Naruto heard only pieces. Killed Iruka's parents. Everyone knows. They lied to you. You are the fox. Something hot and enormous roared behind the seal. Kurama's hatred surged upward, answering the accusation like blood in water. At the same time, the cold ember opened wide. Naruto's emotions did not vanish, they scattered. Rage, fear, grief, shame, loneliness, too many colors at once, all freezing before he could name them. Frost spread across the clearing. Mizuki stepped back. Even Iruka, wounded and standing between Naruto and the shuriken, glanced down. The rain turned to sleet around Naruto's shoulders. His eyes looked too bright. Mizuki smiled nervously. "See, look at him. That's not a child, Iruka. He's Naruto Uzumaki." Iruka's voice cracked through the cold. Naruto looked up. Iruka stood with blood running down his back, arms spread, body shielding him from the man who had told the truth like a weapon. "He's not the fox," Uruka said, every word shaking but firm. "He's my student. He's loud, reckless, stubborn, and terrible at basic clones." Naruto's breath caught. Uruka turned his head enough to meet his eyes. "And he works harder than anyone." The cold stopped, not vanished, stopped, like the world was holding its breath. Mizuki attacked. Naruto moved. Not with perfect calm, not with cold grace, with everything. Shadow clone jutsu, the forest filled with him. Dozens became hundreds. Every branch, every patch of mud, every shadow under the trees erupted with orange jackets and furious blue eyes. Mizuki's face went pale. Naruto stood at the front, fists clenched. "You hurt Uruka-sensei," he said. His voice was not loud, that made it worse. "Now I'm going to return the favor." The beating was fast, ridiculous, and very Naruto. By the end, Mizuki lay unconscious under a pile of bruises and broken pride. The clones vanished one by one. Naruto swayed. Uruka caught him before he fell. For a second, Naruto stiffened. Then he leaned into the hold, only a little. Uruka pretended not to notice, because some things were easier to accept when no one named them too quickly. Dawn found them sitting beneath a tree. The rain had stopped. Naruto stared at the ground, exhausted beyond words. Uruka removed his own forehead protector. Naruto blinked. "Uruka-sensei?" Uruka tied it around Naruto's head. The metal plate felt cool against his skin, heavy, real. "Congratulations." Uruka said softly, "You graduate." Naruto touched the protector with both hands. His face twisted for a moment. He looked like he might laugh, then like he might scream. Then, finally, tears gathered in his eyes. They fell awkwardly, like they were learning the way down. Naruto cried, not loudly, not dramatically, just enough. Uruka smiled and placed a hand on his head. Far behind them, hidden among the trees, Ino Yamanaka lowered the hand sign she had been holding since she arrived too late to stop the fight. She had run for Uruka. She had followed anyway. She had seen the clones, the ice, the truth. The way Naruto cried when someone finally chose him out loud. Ino pressed one hand against her chest. Her father's lessons had always said minds were delicate places. Now she understood something else. So were hearts, especially the ones that had never been allowed to thaw properly. At the academy graduation ceremony later that morning, Naruto arrived late, bruised, exhausted, and wearing Uruka's forehead protector like it was the crown of a future king. Everyone stared. Naruto grinned. This time the grin was messy, real at the edges. "Miss me?" Sakura groaned. Shikamaru muttered something about troublesome miracles. Choji smiled around a bag of chips. Sasuke looked at Naruto for 1 second longer than usual. Ino crossed her arms from across the room. Naruto caught her eye. For once, he did not perform. He gave her a small, tired smile. Ino smiled back. At the front of the room, a censor nin assigned to assist with team placements reviewed each graduate's chakra signature as part of final records. When Naruto stepped forward, still glowing with pride and exhaustion, the censor placed 2 fingers near his wrist. Then he flinched. It was tiny, almost invisible. But Hiruzen, watching from the doorway, saw it. So did Uruka. So did Kakashi Hatake from his place by the window. The censor recovered quickly and wrote something down with a hand that moved slightly too fast. Naruto did not notice. He was too busy adjusting his forehead protector for the 5th time. But Hiruzen's expression darkened. Kakashi's visible eye narrowed, and Uruka felt the temperature in the room dip just enough to raise goosebumps along his arms, something cold under cheerful chakra, something awake now, not evil, not yet dangerous in the way the village feared, but growing, learning, feeling. Naruto Uzumaki stood in the sunlight pouring through the academy windows, orange jacket bright enough to hurt the eyes, grin loud enough to challenge the whole village. He looked like sunshine. But beneath the sunshine, winter had opened its hands, and for the first time it had begun to reach back. Chapter 3. 2 teams, 1 winter. Naruto Uzumaki wore his forehead protector for 3 days straight. He wore it to bed. He wore it while brushing his teeth. He wore it while eating ramen, though the metal plate dipped forward twice and nearly landed in his bowl. He wore it while walking through the village with his hands behind his head, grinning at every person who looked his way, daring them to say he did not belong. Most people still looked away. But they looked away from a ninja now. That mattered. Not enough to fix everything. Not enough to erase years of whispers, closed doors, and the shape of adults stepping between him and their children in the street, but enough to make Naruto walk taller. Enough that when he passed the academy gates, he stopped for a moment and touched the metal plate again, just to make sure it had not vanished. A real forehead protector. A real rank. A real place. He was no longer the boy outside the window. He was inside now. At least, that was what he told himself. Are you going to keep touching it until it falls off? Naruto turned. Ino Yamanaka stood near the academy steps with her own forehead protector tied neatly around her waist. Her blonde hair was pulled back, her posture straight, and her expression balanced perfectly between pride and pretending she was not proud. Naruto grinned. Jealous? Of what? Forehead sweat? This is the sweat of future greatness. That sounds disgusting. You'll understand when I'm Hokage. If you become Hokage, I'm moving villages. Liar. You'll brag that you knew me before I was famous. Ino rolled her eyes, but she smiled. Naruto caught it. He was getting better at catching real smiles. Not all of them, not always. People were still complicated in ways that made advanced chakra theory look simple, but Ino was easier than most. Not easy. Never easy. She changed moods like a kunai changed direction when thrown by someone skilled. But Naruto knew the difference between her polite smile, her victory smile, her annoyed smile, and the small one that arrived before she said something honest. This was the small one. It made the cold under his seal settle, not disappear, settle. Like snow falling quietly instead of becoming a storm. You nervous? She asked. Naruto barked a laugh. Me, Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage, nervous? Yes, he opened his mouth, then closed it. Ino's smile widened a little. He hated how good she was at that. Maybe, he muttered, about teams. No. Instructors? No, Sasuke, Naruto pointed at her. Absolutely not. So, Sasuke, I'm going to crush him. You say that a lot. Because destiny needs reminders. Ino leaned against the railing. You know, you might end up on his team. Naruto froze. The idea had occurred to him. Many times. Loudly, usually followed by denial. That would be the worst thing ever. You also might end up with Sakura. Naruto's eyes widened. That would be amazing. And Sasuke. Naruto's face twisted. That would be the worst amazing thing ever. Ino laughed. It was quick, bright, and unguarded. Naruto's chest warmed. He knew the feeling better now. Happy was still strange. It still hurt sometimes. But he had stopped assuming pain meant bad. Ino had been right in her annoying way. Feelings were dumb. Some of the best ones arrived wearing the same shape as bruises. The bell rang. Students began filing inside, louder than usual. Nobody wanted to admit they cared about team placements, so everyone cared in the most obvious ways possible. Sakura walked past with her head held high, eyes already scanning for Sasuke. Naruto straightened. Morning, Sakura-chan. Sakura glanced at him. Don't start today, Naruto. I was just greeting my future teammate. Please don't curse me like that. Ino clicked her tongue. Forehead, try not to sound too excited. Sakura stopped. Ino pig, billboard brow. Naruto watched the two girls glare at each other with the fascination of someone observing a dangerous natural disaster. Sasuke passed them without slowing. Both Sakura and Ino turned. Naruto groaned. Seriously? Sakura immediately brightened. Good morning, Sasuke-kun. Ino opened her mouth, paused, then glanced at Naruto. He noticed she still liked Sasuke, or liked the idea of liking him. Naruto was not sure which, and he suspected Ino was not either. But she did not push past Sakura this time. She only said quieter, Morning, Sasuke. Sasuke gave the smallest nod imaginable. Naruto folded his arms. Wow, what a warm and emotional response. Truly, we are blessed. Sasuke looked at him. For a second, their eyes met. Naruto expected dismissal. Instead, Sasuke's gaze flicked to the forehead protector tied around Naruto's head. You passed, Sasuke said. Naruto blinked. Obviously, Sasuke looked away. Don't slow me down. Naruto's entire body lit up with outrage. "Slow you down! I'm gonna blast past you so fast your hair will get jealous," Sakura groaned. Ino laughed under her breath. And from the doorway, Uruka Umino watched Naruto argue like any other graduate and allowed himself one quiet breath of relief. Normal moments were fragile things. He had learned to appreciate them. Inside the classroom, the team assignments began. Uruka stood at the front with a clipboard. Every name he read turned someone's future into a shape. Team 8. Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame. Hinata lowered her eyes, Kiba cheered loudly enough for 3 people, and Shino said nothing in a way that somehow made silence feel judgmental. Team 10. Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akamichi. Ino sat up straighter. Choji smiled. Shikamaru sighed like he had personally been betrayed by employment. Naruto turned in his seat and gave Ino a thumbs up. She gave him one back, then quickly pretended she had been adjusting her sleeve when Sakura looked over. Naruto grinned. Then Uruka took a breath. Team 7. Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto shot upright. "Yes!" Sakura Haruno. Naruto's heart exploded into fireworks. "Yes!" Sakura went pale. "No!" And Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto froze. Sakura exploded into joy. Sasuke closed his eyes like the universe had tested his patience and lost. Naruto slowly turned toward Ino. She was biting her lip, not in jealousy. In an attempt not to laugh, he pointed at her with both hands. "Don't!" She lost the battle and laughed anyway. Naruto sank into his chair. Worst amazing thing ever. After assignments, the new genin waited for their Jonin instructors, and waited, and waited. Team 10 instructor arrived first. Asuma Sarutobi entered with a calm stride, cigarette unlit between his lips, and the relaxed confidence of a man who knew exactly how much trouble 3 12-year-olds could be and had already accepted his fate. "Team 10, he called. Ino stood. Choji followed. Shikamaru took longer, mostly out of protest against movement as a concept. As she passed Naruto, Ino leaned down and whispered, "Try not to freeze your teacher." Naruto whispered back, "Try not to mind control yours." "It's called a mind-body switch." "Sounds like mind control." "You sound jealous." "I am. That would be so useful for getting ramen discounts." Ino smiled despite herself and followed her team out. Naruto watched her leave. The classroom felt a little colder after that. He told himself that was stupid. He still noticed. Team 8 left next, then other teams. Soon only Team 7 remained. Sakura sat at her desk, trying to look graceful while clearly fighting the urge to talk to Sasuke every 6 seconds. Sasuke stared out the window. Naruto balanced a pencil under his nose, failed, caught it, and tried again. An hour passed, then another. By the time the door slid open, Naruto had built a small trap with chalk erasers, thread, and righteous vengeance. A silver-haired man stepped inside and immediately received an eraser to the head. It bounced off his hair, dust puffed across his mask. Sakura gasped. "Naruto?" Sasuke's mouth twitched. The Jonin looked at the eraser on the floor, then at Naruto, then at the trap. His visible eye curved. "My first impression of you," he said slowly. "I dislike you." Naruto grinned. "That's what all my future fans say at first." The man gave him a long look. Naruto's grin wobbled. Not because of the words, because of the eye. Kakashi Hatake looked lazy. Everything about him was designed to suggest he had wandered in by accident and might leave if the room became too much effort. But his visible eye missed nothing. It moved over Sakura's posture, Sasuke's stillness, Naruto's smile. Then, for half a second, it dipped to Naruto's hands. The air around Naruto's fingers was faintly colder than the rest of the room. Kakashi saw. Of course he saw. He had seen the frozen training posts weeks ago. Naruto shoved his hands into his pockets. Kakashi said nothing. "Meet me on the roof," he said. Then he vanished. Naruto stared at the empty doorway. "I hate cool adults." On the roof, Kakashi asked them to introduce themselves. "Likes, dislikes, dreams for the future, hobbies," he said. Naruto squinted. "You first." Kakashi tilted his head. "Me? Yeah, that's how fairness works." Kakashi looked at the sky as if consulting invisible paperwork. I'm Kakashi Hatake. Things I like and things I dislike. I don't feel like telling you. My dreams for the future, never really thought about it. As for hobbies, I have many. Naruto pointed at him. That told us nothing. Good, your turn. Sakura went first, mostly saying Sasuke's name in different emotional tones. Naruto watched with growing despair. Sasuke spoke after, voice low and sharp, declaring not a dream but an ambition. To restore his clan and kill a certain man. The roof went quiet. Naruto looked at Sasuke. He knew loneliness. He knew wanting the village to see him. He knew hunger for proof. But Sasuke's loneliness had teeth pointed inward. For once, Naruto did not know what joke to make. Then Kakashi's eye turned to him. Naruto? Naruto sat up straighter. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I like ramen, especially Ikaraku ramen. I dislike the 3 minutes it takes instant ramen to cook. My hobby is comparing ramen, and my dream— He stopped. Everyone knew the next words. He could say them easily. He had said them 1,000 times. I'm going to become Hokage. He opened his mouth. For some reason, Hiruzen's tired eyes flashed through his mind. Iruka's hand tying the forehead protector. Ino on the roof, saying start smaller. Kakashi in the frozen clearing, saying he did not need to laugh every time he was scared. Naruto's grin softened at the edges. My dream is to become Hokage, he said. So everyone in the village has to acknowledge me. Kakashi watched him. Naruto swallowed, and he looked away. So nobody gets left outside like they don't belong. Sakura blinked. Sasuke's eyes shifted toward him. Kakashi's visible eye changed, only a little, but Naruto saw it. Interesting, Kakashi said. Naruto groaned. Adults keep saying that like it means something? The bell test came the next morning. Kakashi told them not to eat breakfast. Naruto ate anyway. He was many things, but foolish enough to face a Jonin hungry was not one of them. The training ground was damp with morning dew. 3 wooden posts stood in the clearing. 2 bells hung from Kakashi's belt, bright and insulting. Your task is simple, Kakashi said. Take the bells from me before noon. Whoever doesn't get one goes back to the academy. Sakura paled. Naruto's stomach dropped. Back, no, absolutely not. He had just gotten inside. He would not be thrown outside again. Kakashi's eye turned toward him as if he could hear the thought. Begin, Naruto charged. Not because he thought it would work, because the panic moved faster than planning. I'll take you down right now. Kakashi sighed, pulled out a small orange book, and defeated Naruto without looking like he had started fighting. Within seconds, Naruto hung upside down from a rope trap, swinging slightly. I hate you, Naruto said. Good energy, Kakashi replied, reading. Sakura hid. Sasuke waited. Naruto swung. The rope creaked. Blood rushed to his head. Humiliation burned through him. Then, beneath the burn, cold stirred. Naruto closed his eyes. No, not now. He breathed the way Iruka had taught him after accidental frost. In through the nose, hold out slowly. Name things if he could: tree, rope, grass. Anger, fear, embarrassment, the cold eased, mostly. Kakashi glanced up from his book. Naruto glared at him. The Jonin's eye curved. Not bad. Let me down and say that. Tempting, but no. The test continued. Sasuke launched a real assault, fast and sharp, with fire jutsu that carved heat through the clearing. Kakashi handled him easily, but Naruto saw something important. Katen pushed back the cold. When Sasuke's fireball roared through the air, the frost creeping unconsciously near Naruto's fingers vanished. Naruto stared. Counter. The word settled in his head, not fear, information. Sakura fell to genjutsu and fainted dramatically. Naruto eventually freed himself, then fell into another trap involving lunch. By noon, none of them had bells. Kakashi tied Naruto to a post for trying to eat early, which Naruto considered deeply unfair because emergency ramen behavior should not count as cheating. Then came the real test. Teamwork. Kakashi's voice turned colder than Naruto expected. Those who break the rules are scum, Kakashi said, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than scum. The words entered Naruto differently than most lessons. He looked at Sasuke, then Sakura. Sasuke looked away first, annoyed. Sakura hesitated, then offered Naruto food despite Kakashi's order. Sasuke did too, with all the warmth of someone lending a weapon to a person he expected to misuse it. Naruto ate. The sky darkened. Kakashi appeared in a swirl of killing intent. For one terrifying second, Naruto's body responded on instinct. Cold burst from him, thin frost spiderwebbed across the post at his back. The rope stiffened. Kakashi stopped mid-sentence. Sakura stared, Sasuke's eyes narrowed, Naruto's mouth went dry, then Kakashi smiled with his eye. "You pass." Naruto sagged, the frost cracked and fell away. Sakura exhaled shakily. Sasuke stared at Naruto's wrists where the rope had frozen enough to leave pale marks on his skin. "What was that?" Sasuke asked. Naruto forced a grin. "My natural coolness," Sakura groaned. "That was terrible." It was accurate. Kakashi did not laugh later. After dismissing them, he stood alone in the clearing and touched the frozen post. The ice had formed around the rope, not through Naruto's skin. Protective, reflexive, but not controlled, Kakashi looked toward the village. "Sensei," he murmured, thinking of Minato, "your son is complicated." Team 7 first official weeks as genin were not glorious. They chased cats. They pulled weeds. They carried groceries. They painted fences Naruto had absolutely no connection to vandalizing, no matter what certain shopkeepers claimed. Naruto complained loudly through all of it. Sakura complained more quietly. Sasuke acted as if D-rank missions were personal insults. Kakashi arrived late to every assignment and somehow made them all feel like children, which was deeply unfair because they were children and did not need reminding. Team 10 crossed their path often. Suma's team handled delivery routes, herbs sorting for the hospital, and once, an emergency mission involving a runaway goat that defeated Shikamaru's will to live for an entire afternoon. "Trade missions?" Naruto asked Ino when they met near the market. "No." Ino said immediately. "Our cat scratched Sasuke." "Still no." Sakura yelled at it for 10 minutes. "Tempting, but no." Choji munched chips beside her. "The goat ate Shikamaru's mission report." Shikamaru, lying on a nearby bench, raised one hand weakly. "Best part of the day." Naruto grinned. Ino looked him over. "You're tired." "I'm a ninja now. Ninjas are always tired." "No, you're fake tired." Naruto blinked. "There are types." "Yes, you made that up." "I did not." "She does that," Shikamaru muttered. Ino kicked the bench. Naruto laughed, then caught himself. It was real enough. Ino noticed. She smiled. Across the street, Sakura watched them for half a second longer than she meant to. She had always found Naruto annoying. That part had not changed. But Team 7 forced people to see each other in inconvenient detail. Naruto was still loud, still ridiculous, still hopelessly fixated on proving himself. But Sakura had begun noticing the gaps, the way his grin appeared too quickly after civilians insulted him, the way he went quiet when people mentioned parents, the way cold sometimes clung to him when he thought nobody was watching. She did not know what to do with that, so mostly she did nothing. But she noticed. Sasuke noticed too, though he admitted nothing. During training, Naruto improved faster than he should have, not in everything. His chakra control remained terrible. Tree-walking training became a comedy of craters, shouting, and Naruto leaving frozen footprints halfway up trunks before falling, but in combat movement he adapted. A thrown kunai came near him once, and his body leaned away before his eyes tracked it. Sakura saw it. Kakashi saw it. Sasuke definitely saw it. Naruto fought like someone who had watched violence from a distance in a dream and was now remembering which parts belonged to him. And sometimes, when pressured, his hands moved strangely, wide arcs, open palms, as if holding weapons that were not there. Fans, though Naruto had never trained with them. Kakashi tested it one afternoon by tossing him 2 flat practice paddles from the weapons shed. Naruto caught them awkwardly. "What are these?" "Improvisation tools. They look like sad fans. Then make them happy." Naruto scowled, but when Kakashi attacked, his body responded. The paddles snapped open in his grip. He moved with them badly at first, then better, using their edges to redirect strikes, widen his guard, and shape air between himself and Kakashi's wooden kunai. Sakura stared. Sasuke's expression sharpened. Naruto looked down at his own hands after the exchange ended. That was weird. Kakashi crouched in front of him. Did someone teach you that? No. Did it feel familiar? Naruto hesitated. The honest answer sat in his mouth like ice. Yes. Kakashi nodded once. No judgment, no fear, just another piece added to whatever puzzle he was building behind that bored expression. Again, he said. Naruto groaned. You're enjoying this? A little. Their first C-rank mission arrived because Naruto complained loudly enough to shake paperwork loose from fate. Tazuna, the bridge builder, smelled like alcohol and desperation. He insulted their height, age, and general usefulness within the first minute. Naruto immediately hated him, which meant, naturally, that he wanted to prove him wrong. The mission sounded simple: escort to the land of waves. Protect from bandits. Return with pride and probably no ramen, which Naruto considered a major flaw in the mission structure. Team 7 left the village under a bright sky. Naruto walked ahead of the group, pointing at trees, birds, rocks, and anything else that proved he was outside Konoha as a real ninja. Sakura tried to maintain dignity. Sasuke stayed quiet. Kakashi read his book while walking, which Naruto declared impossible and deeply suspicious. For a while, the road felt almost peaceful. Then Naruto saw the puddle. It sat in the middle of the path, dark and still. The day was dry, no rain had fallen. Naruto was not the only one who noticed. Sasuke's eyes flicked toward it. Kakashi kept reading. Naruto's fingers twitched. The cold inside him did not surge, it focused. That scared him more. The puddle exploded. Two masked ninja rose from it in a blur of chains and killing intent. Everything happened at once. Kakashi was caught, shredded apart. No substitution. Naruto understood half a second too late. The demon brothers turned toward Tazuna. Sasuke moved first, pinning their chain with shuriken and kunai. Sakura guarded the client, frightened but steady. Naruto froze, not because he could not move, because the killing intent hit him like a wave. His serenity aura, the one he did not yet know how to name, answered on instinct. The air around him softened, not warm, soft. The demon brothers slowed for a fraction of a second, aggression blunted by invisible cold. Sasuke noticed the opening and struck. Kakashi appeared, finishing the fight before Naruto could take a proper breath. Silence fell. Naruto stared at his hands. He had not done enough. Worse, he had done something without understanding it. Sasuke glanced at him. You froze! The words cut. Naruto snapped his head up. I did not. You did. I was analyzing. You were standing still. At least I didn't spend all morning brooding. Sasuke stepped closer. Kakashi's voice interrupted, light and dangerous. Enough! Naruto looked away, jaw tight. Kakashi examined the enemy ninja, then turned to Tazuna. The truth came out slowly. This was not a simple C-rank. There was a crime lord, a country under pressure, a bridge that meant freedom. Assassins, not bandits. Naruto expected Kakashi to turn them back. Part of him wanted that. A small part, a part he immediately hated. Instead, after hearing Tazuna's story, Naruto stabbed his own hand with a kunai to release poison and made a vow not to back down again. It was dramatic. It was foolish. It was very Naruto. Blood welled in his palm, then the wound began closing, too fast. The skin knit under a shimmer of cold mist. Everyone saw. Sakura gasped. Tazuna took a step back. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Kakashi caught Naruto's wrist. Naruto stared at the healing cut. That's new. Kakashi's grip tightened slightly. Does it hurt? Naruto considered lying. Then he saw Kakashi's eye. No, he said. It feels cold. Kakashi released him slowly. Don't rely on it. Why not? Because anything that fixes you without asking what it costs is something you should question. Naruto did not understand, not then, but the words stayed. They reached wave through mist. The land of waves felt different from Fire Country the moment they arrived. The air was damp and heavy. Houses leaned tiredly along the shore. People moved with their heads down, as if hope had become expensive and they were saving what little they had left. Naruto hated it. He hated the quiet most. Not peaceful quiet, broken quiet, the kind he knew. Tazuna's daughter, Tsunami, welcomed them with weary kindness. Her son, Inari, watched Naruto with eyes too old for his face. When Naruto declared he would protect them and help finish the bridge, Inari snapped. Heroes die. Hope is stupid. No one can beat Gato. The words filled the room with bitterness. Naruto laughed automatically. Wow, kid, you're cheerful, Inari glared. What do you know? You act like everything's funny because you've never lost anything? The room went still. Sakura winced. Sasuke looked away. Kakashi watched Naruto carefully. Naruto's grin stayed for 1 second, 2, then it faded. The room temperature dropped, not enough to freeze anything, enough for everyone to feel it. Naruto looked at Inari. I don't know what I lost, he said quietly. People just keep telling me I should have been grateful I survived it. No one spoke. Naruto looked down at his bowl. His appetite was gone. That night he sat outside on the porch while mist curled over the water. Ino was not there. That bothered him more than he expected. Back in Konoha, if he felt too loud inside, he could usually find her at the flower shop near the academy or walking with Team 10 while pretending she had not been looking for him too. Here, there was only fog. And Team 7. Sakura stepped onto the porch after a while. Naruto glanced up, surprised. Couldn't sleep, she asked. He shrugged. Ninjas don't sleep. That's stupid. I know, I'm workshopping it. She sat at the opposite end of the porch, leaving space between them. Naruto appreciated that. For a while they listened to the water. What you said to Inari, Sakura began. Naruto tensed. She continued carefully. Did you mean it? He stared into the mist. I don't know. How can you not know? Do you remember being a baby? No. Then how do you know what you lost before that? Sakura had no answer. Naruto hugged one knee to his chest. People look at me like I did something, but nobody tells me what, and when I find out pieces, they're all sharp. Sakura looked at him, really looked. For once, she did not see the class clown first. She saw a boy wearing orange-like armor. I'm sorry, she said. Naruto blinked. What for? I don't know. She looked embarrassed. For not noticing, I guess. Naruto's chest did the full hurting thing again. He hated how often people could injure him by being kind. It's fine, he said quickly. Sakura gave him a look. He sighed. It's not fine. But I don't know what else to say when people say stuff like that. That's fair. Naruto smiled a little. Sakura smiled back, small, awkward. A beginning training in wave was brutal. Tree walking nearly destroyed Naruto's pride. Sasuke improved fast because Sasuke improved fast at everything, which Naruto considered personally offensive. Sakura mastered the exercise first because her control was excellent and because life enjoyed being unfair in creative ways. Naruto improved through stubbornness and frost. His first successful steps up the tree left pale footprints in the bark. Kakashi studied them but said nothing. Naruto trained until his legs shook, then trained more. At night he collapsed near the water and dreamed of mirrors, not normal mirrors, ice mirrors, shapes rising around him. A masked figure watching from within them, not an enemy, not exactly, a question. The attack came on the bridge. Mist swallowed the world. Workers shouted and fell back. Kakashi stiffened. Then came the sword. It spun through the fog like a slab of iron moonlight. Down, Team 7 dropped. The massive blade embedded in a tree. A man stood on it a moment later, tall, bandaged, and carrying killing intent like weather. Zabuza Mamachi, demon of the hidden mist. Naruto had heard of dangerous ninja. This was the first time danger looked back. Zabuza's presence pressed against Naruto's skin. Heavy, bloody, certain. The cold under Naruto's seal rose in response, not panicked this time, but calm. Too calm. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing the Sharingan. Sasuke went rigid. Sakura guarded Tazuna. Naruto's breath turned white. The battle erupted. Kakashi and Zabuza moved at speeds that made academy sparring look like children waving sticks. Water clones burst from the mist. Steel rang. Chakra surged. Naruto tried to follow, tried to help, tried not to be useless. Then Zabuza trapped Kakashi in the water prison. The world narrowed. Kakashi caught Zabuza's clone turning toward them, Sakura afraid, Tazuna exposed, Sasuke calculating and tense. Naruto's heart slammed once. Then the cold steadied him too much. his fear numbed at the edges, his thoughts sharpened. He and Sasuke moved together because there was no time to hate it. The plan formed in pieces: shuriken, transformation, timing, trust, though neither would call it that. Naruto became the second thrown weapon. Sasuke launched him. Zabuza saw through part of it. Not enough. Naruto broke from the transformation, kunai in hand, forcing Zabuza to release the prison. Kakashi escaped. For one bright second, victory felt possible. Then Zabuza's killing intent crashed down harder. Naruto hit the bridge and rolled. The cold inside him surged. His hand slapped wet stone. Ice spread, not far, not strong, but enough to catch the foot of a water clone lunging towards Sakura. The clone's ankle froze. Sakura moved back just in time. The clone shattered itself free, but the break sent a cold burn backlash through its watery form. Zabuza's real eyebrow twitched. Kakashi saw, Sasuke saw. Naruto saw the ice and felt the sting across his own palm, soul-bound constructs. He did not know the rule yet. His body did. The battle ended with Kakashi's coppered water dragon tearing through Zabuza's momentum, and then with needles flying from the mist. A masked hunter nin appeared. Calm, polite, deadly, he struck Zabuza down and claimed the body. Naruto stared. Something was wrong. He could not explain it. The masked hunter's chakra felt controlled, yes. Cold, yes, but not dead, not empty, kind. That made no sense. After the hunter vanished with Zabuza, Naruto stood on the bridge, rain and mist clinging to his jacket. His palm still hurt from the shattered ice. Sasuke walked past him. "That ice," Sasuke said. Naruto braced for accusation. Sasuke did not look at him. "Use it better next time." Naruto stared, then scowled. "I saved Sakura-chan, you know." I said use it better. "I'll use it on your face. Try." Sakura stepped between them before they could start fighting on a bridge surrounded by unconscious workers. Kakashi collapsed shortly after from sharing an exhaustion, which, Naruto thought, was a very dramatic way to avoid answering questions. The days after Zabuza's first defeat were filled with recovery and dread. Kakashi was bedridden. Team 7 trained. Tazuna worked on the bridge. Inari watched them with suspicion that slowly cracked under Naruto's relentless refusal to let despair win an argument. Naruto met Haku in the forest without knowing who he was. The boy with the gentle face and soft voice found him after Naruto exhausted himself training and fell asleep near the trees. When Naruto woke, Haku was picking herbs. "You'll catch cold sleeping here," Haku said. Naruto sat up fast. "I don't catch cold. Cold catches me and gives up." Haku smiled. It was a sad smile. Naruto did not know why he recognized that. They talked about precious people, about strength, about becoming truly strong only when protecting someone important. The words settled deep in Naruto's chest. Precious people. He thought of Iruka, of Ino, of Kakashi, annoyingly, of Sakura apologizing on the porch, even Sasuke, though Naruto would deny that under torture. He thought of Hiruzen's tired kindness and the old man's hand on his head when the village became too loud. "Do you have someone like that?" Haku asked. Naruto looked away. "Maybe," he said. Haku's gaze softened. "Then protect them." Naruto studied him. "You talk like you're sad all the time." Haku blinked, then laughed gently. "And you talk like you are trying not to be." Naruto went still. Haku stood, basket in hand. "I hope you find warmth, Naruto." Naruto frowned. "I didn't tell you my name." Haku smiled. Then he vanished into the trees. By the time Naruto realized what that meant, it was too late. The final battle on the bridge came under a white morning sky. Gato's men waited beyond the mist. Zabuza stood alive. The masked hunter stood beside him. Naruto arrived late, because of course he did, crashing onto the bridge with all the grace of a thrown barrel. "Sorry I'm late." Sakura shouted his name in relief and irritation. Sasuke clicked his tongue. Kakashi's eye sharpened. The masked hunter turned. Naruto knew before the mask came off. "Haku." The boy from the forest, the kind voice, the sad smile, the enemy. Naruto's stomach dropped. "No," he said. Haku raised one hand. "I am sorry." Ice mirrors rose from the bridge one after another, forming a crystal prison around Naruto and Sasuke. They were beautiful. That was the worst part. Clear, flawless, and terrible, each mirror holding Haku's reflection like a ghost waiting to move. Naruto stared. The cold under his seal went utterly still, not asleep, listening. Haku stepped into the mirror. His reflection appeared in all of them at once. Sasuke shifted into a fighting stance. "Naruto," he said sharply, but Naruto could barely hear him. For the first time in his life, someone else's ice answered the cold inside him, not as a copy, not as a teacher, as a mirror. Haku looked at him from every direction. "You have winter inside you too," Haku said softly. Naruto's breath turned white. The mirrors gleamed. And somewhere deep beneath the seal, the ember trembled like a feeling about to learn its own name. Chapter 4. Mirror of a kindred frost. The ice mirrors rose around Naruto like a question he had spent his whole life avoiding. They were beautiful. That was the first thing his mind noticed, even before fear, even before danger. Tall sheets of crystal stood in a perfect circle across the unfinished bridge, each one smooth enough to hold Haku's reflection with impossible clarity. The morning mist curled around their edges. Cold light moved through them. The whole world beyond the mirrors blurred until there was only white, silver, and the sharp sound of Sasuke's breathing beside him. Naruto should have been shouting. He was good at shouting. Shouting was easy. Shouting made silence run away. But inside Haku's ice, silence did not run, it listened. Sasuke shifted at Naruto's side, kunai raised, eyes cutting from mirror to mirror. "Get ready!" Naruto heard him like a voice from underwater. In every mirror, Haku watched them. His mask hid his face again, but Naruto remembered the boy in the forest. The gentle smile, the soft voice, the words about precious people. "You become truly strong when you protect someone important." Naruto's fingers curled. "You knew," he said. His voice sounded strange in the ice chamber. Haku's reflection tilted its head. "I knew we would meet again," Haku replied. "I hoped we would not meet like this. You lied to me. I did not tell you everything." "That's the same thing." Sasuke's eyes narrowed. "Naruto, focus." Naruto snapped toward him. "I am focusing." "No, you're talking." "Talking is focusing with words." A blur flashed. Sasuke shoved Naruto down before the needles hit his throat. Metal sparked against stone behind them. Naruto hit the bridge hard, rolled, and came up with his heart slamming against his ribs. Haku had moved. No, not moved. Vanished from one mirror and appeared in another faster than Naruto's eyes could properly follow. Sasuke clicked his tongue. "He's using the reflections to travel. I noticed." "Then stop arguing and watch." Haku struck again. Needles flew from 3 directions. Sasuke moved first, blocking 2, twisting away from a third. Naruto threw himself sideways and felt one needle slice across his sleeve. Cold air brushed the cut before pain arrived. The mirrors did not just surround them, they controlled the battle. Every angle belonged to Haku. Every reflection was a door. Every second inside the cage made Naruto feel like he was trapped inside someone else's loneliness. Because that was what it was, not just ice. Loneliness given shape. Naruto could feel it. He did not know how. He did not have words for chakra resonance or emotional imprint. He only knew that Haku's mirrors were not empty. They carried devotion, sorrow, discipline, and something terribly calm. The calm hurt most. It reminded him of his own worst moments. The times he smiled because his face did not know how to cry. The times cold answered before he did. The times silence looked safer than wanting. Haku attacked again. This time Naruto tried to answer. He slammed his palm onto the wet bridge and pulled. "Come on," he growled. Frost shot outward from his hand, rough and jagged, nothing like Haku's perfect mirrors. It crawled up one crystal wall in uneven spikes. For a heartbeat, Haku paused. The mirror resisted. Naruto pushed more chakra into the ice. Too much. The frost thickened, then cracked. Pain snapped across Naruto's palm like someone had pressed burning snow into his skin. He hissed and jerked back. The ice he had made shattered. The backlash ran through his arm. Sasuke noticed. "Your ice hurts you when it breaks." Naruto clenched his hand. Great time to ask. It matters. I know it matters. Needles came again. They dodged, barely. Sasuke's movements sharpened with every exchange. His eyes tracked faster. His body adjusted. Even trapped, even pressured, he was learning. Naruto hated that he also depended on it. Haku's voice came from all around them. Your ice is different from mine. Naruto spun, trying to find the real one. Yeah, mine has personality. It carries you in it. Naruto froze. Sasuke glanced at him. What does that mean? Haku's reflection lifted one hand. When your ice breaks, you feel it because you place part of yourself inside it. That is dangerous. Naruto's throat tightened. Haku sounded sad, not mocking, not pleased, sad. Why are you telling me that? Naruto demanded. Because you should know what you are doing before you lose too much of yourself. The words landed too close to Kakashi's warning. Anything that fixes you without asking what it costs is something you should question. Naruto bared his teeth. Stop acting like you care. Haku was silent for a moment. Then he said, I do care. That made Naruto angrier than any insult could have. No, you don't. You're attacking us. I am protecting my precious person. By hurting mine, Haku's reflection stilled. Sasuke's eyes flicked toward Naruto. Naruto realized what he had said only after the words were out. Mine. Team 7, Kakashi, Sakura. Even Sasuke, standing beside him, annoying and sharp and impossible to impress. His precious people, not all of them. Not fully. Not in simple ways, but enough. The realization warmed his chest and scared him at the same time. Haku moved, this time faster. Sasuke pushed Naruto aside again, but not before several needles struck Naruto's shoulder and thigh. His body jerked. Blood dotted orange fabric. The cold under his seal surged upward, eager to close wounds, eager to numb pain, eager to make everything simpler. Naruto gritted his teeth. No, he wanted to feel this. Pain meant this was real. He could not protect people by becoming absent from the moment they needed him. He yanked one needle out of his shoulder and glared at the mirrors. Haku! The name echoed. For the first time, the masked hunter flinched. Naruto pointed the bloody needle toward the reflections. You told me people get strong by protecting someone important. Fine, I get that. But if the person you're protecting makes you throw away yourself, then what are you protecting? Sasuke stared at him. Naruto barely noticed. Haku did not answer. Outside the mirrors, the battle between Kakashi and Zabuza raged in flashes of water, steel and killing intent. Sakura guarded Tazuna, fear and determination locked together across her face. Workers had fled. Mist swallowed the bridge edges. Inside, Haku's mirrors brightened. I chose this, Haku said quietly. Naruto's anger cracked, because he believed him. That was the worst part. Haku was not being controlled like a puppet. He was not trapped by a genjutsu. He was not waiting for someone to save him from his own loyalty. He had chosen, maybe because no one else had ever chosen him first. Naruto understood that too well. Sasuke stepped forward. Naruto, enough. If talking worked, he would have stopped. Naruto looked at him. Sasuke's face was tense but not cruel, focused, practical. Worried, though he would rather swallow glass than admit it, Naruto nodded, right. Haku attacked. Sasuke met him. For several impossible seconds, Sasuke's body moved almost fast enough. He tracked the flashes, deflected needles, predicted angles. His eyes widened and sharpened, black pupils straining toward something more. Naruto saw it happening. Sasuke was changing. Growing in the middle of danger because pressure had always turned him into a blade. Naruto threw clones into the mirrors. They burst into smoke under Haku's needles. He formed more. Again. Again. Each clone gave Haku another target, and each destroyed clone sent a faint echo of pain through Naruto's chakra. Not as sharp as the ice backlash, but enough to build. Enough to make his head ring. Sasuke snapped. Stop wasting chakra! I have a lot. That doesn't mean waste it. Stop making sense during fights? Naruto formed another sign. This time he shaped the cold with it. A clone appeared at his side, but its edges glittered with frost. Its eyes were Naruto's eyes, but paler. Its breath came out white, an ice-threaded shadow clone. Naruto blinked. Huh! Sasuke stared. Did you mean to do that? No, the clone grinned. I look awesome. Haku's needles tore through it, the clone shattered into smoke and ice. A cold burn backlash snapped outward, one mirror cracked, a single hairline fracture, tiny but real. Haku's reflections turned toward it. Sasuke saw it too. There, he said, Naruto's eyes lit up. We can break them at a cost. Everything has a cost. That's not strategy, it's a lifestyle. Haku attacked before they could argue further. This time he aimed at Naruto. Sasuke moved, not because it was tactical, not because it helped his revenge. Because his body chose before pride could object. He threw himself between Naruto and the needles. The world slowed. Naruto saw each needle enter, shoulder, leg, side, chest. Sasuke's body jerked once, then again, then collapsed backward into Naruto. For 1 second, Naruto felt nothing, not cold. Not heat, nothing. Then Sasuke's weight hit him. Naruto caught him awkwardly and fell to his knees. Sasuke's eyes were half-lidded. Blood ran from the corner of his mouth. Naruto's hands shook. Sasuke, get up. No answer, stop messing around. Sasuke breathed shallowly. Naruto's chest opened, not gently, not like thawing, like something had ripped it apart from the inside. This was not the delayed pain of a bruise. Not the confusing warmth of kindness, not the small fullness of happiness. This was grief before death had even finished deciding. It was terror with a name. Someone precious was hurt because of him. Sasuke, Naruto whispered. Sasuke's fingers twitched. You, his voice was faint. You're annoying. Naruto let out a broken sound that was almost a laugh and almost a sob. Don't talk like that. Move faster next time. Shut up. Sasuke's eyes closed. Naruto stared. The cold under his seal exploded, but this time it was not empty. It carried everything: fear, rage, loss. Love he did not know he had accepted until it stood bleeding in his arms. The ice mirrors trembled. Behind the seal, Kurama rose like a storm. The fox's chakra slammed against the bars, hot and furious, answering Naruto's pain with a predator's hunger. Use me. The thought was not words, it was pressure, power. Red chakra seeped through the seal. At the same moment, the cold ember surged upward, desperate to preserve, to numb, to freeze the pain before it destroyed the boy carrying it. Two forces reached for Naruto, fire and winter, hatred and emptiness, both offering escape. Naruto bowed his head over Sasuke. No, the word was small. Then louder. No, he laid Sasuke carefully on the bridge and stood. Red chakra flickered around him, white frost curled through it. The two energies clashed across his skin, neither fully claiming him. The mirrors groaned. Haku watched from every reflection, unreadable behind the mask. Naruto lifted his face. His eyes were still blue. That mattered. They were furious, wet and bright, but they were his. You hurt him, Naruto said. Haku's voice trembled for the first time. I did what I had to do. No, Naruto's hands opened. Frost gathered around his fingers, wild and uneven. You did what you thought you had to do. The air snapped cold. Naruto moved. He was not faster than Haku, not really, but the space inside the mirrors no longer belonged only to Haku. Naruto's chakra threaded into the frost underfoot, not perfect constructs, not graceful Hayatan, just instinct, grief, and stubborn refusal given shape. Ice burst from the bridge in jagged arcs. Haku flashed between mirrors, but each movement now left a trail Naruto could feel. There. Naruto threw clones, not at Haku, but at the mirrors. They struck together. Some shattered immediately, some froze their own fists into the crystal. Each destruction burned Naruto's chakra. Each backlash made his arms scream. He kept going. Haku tried to avoid killing blows now. Naruto noticed. That made him angrier. Don't hold back after you did that. I do not want to kill you, Haku said. Then stop. I cannot. Naruto roared and slammed both hands onto the bridge. For the first time, the cold inside him obeyed a feeling without swallowing it. Not emptiness, not numbness, grief. The ice that erupted was ugly, massive, alive with cracks. It surged upward beneath 3 mirrors at once, lifting them from their bases. Haku's reflections flickered. Sasuke had cracked 1 mirror. Naruto broke 4, the ice prison destabilized. Haku appeared in the open for a fraction of a second. Naruto lunged, his fist connected with Haku's mask. The mask cracked. Haku hit the bridge and slid back. The mirrors shattered behind him in a cascade of glittering fragments. Pain tore through Naruto's body as the constructs broke, but he barely felt it through the storm in his chest. He stood over Haku, fist raised. Haku looked up. The broken mask fell away. The boy from the forest stared back at him. Sad, gentle, ready, Naruto froze. His fist shook. Haku did not defend himself. "Do it," Haku said softly. "If I cannot be useful to Zabuza-san, then I have no purpose." Naruto's face twisted. "That's stupid." Haku smiled faintly. "Perhaps. No, not perhaps. It is stupid." Naruto grabbed him by the front of his clothes and held him half upright. "You're a person." Haku's eyes widened. Naruto's voice cracked. "You're a person, not a tool. Why does everyone keep acting like people are things you use until they break?" Haku stared at him. For one fragile moment, something shifted. Then Kakashi's lightning screamed through the mist. Both boys turned. Kakashi lunged toward Zabuza, Chidori blazing in his hand. Zabuza, trapped by Kakashi's dogs, could not move. Haku did. Naruto felt it happen before he saw it. Haku's body blurred away from him. "No!" Haku crossed the bridge like a falling snowflake. He placed himself between Kakashi and Zabuza. Lightning struck flesh. The sound was small, too small. Haku's body jerked once. Kakashi's eyes widened in horror. Zabuza went still. Naruto could not breathe. For the second time that morning, someone fell because love had been faster than survival. Haku collapsed against Zabuza. Kakashi pulled his hand back, shaken. The bridge went silent except for distant waves. Naruto walked forward, slowly. The ice under his feet melted with each step. Not because it was warm, because he had forgotten how to hold it. Haku lay on the bridge, eyes half closed, face peaceful in a way that made Naruto want to scream. Zabuza stood above him. For one moment, Naruto waited for grief, for rage, for anything. Zabuza only looked down and said, "So he was useful after all." The words entered Naruto like a blade. His body moved before thought. He grabbed Zabuza by the front of his bandaged shirt. Kakashi could have stopped him. He did not. Naruto shook the demon of the mist with all the strength his exhausted body had left. "Useful?" he shouted. "That's all you can say." Zabuza's eyes narrowed. "Let go, brat. No, he gave everything for you. He protected you. He talked about you like you were the only reason the world had any shape, and that's all you can say." His voice broke. He was a person. The words echoed across the bridge. Sakura stood frozen, one hand over her mouth. Sasuke, barely conscious but alive, watched from where he lay. Kakashi's gaze lowered. Zabuza stared at Naruto. Naruto's tears came hot this time, messy, uncontrolled. He hated them and did not stop them. "He was kind," Naruto said, voice shaking. "He was sad and he was kind, and he thought dying for you was the same as being loved. Say something else." Zabuza did not move. For a heartbeat, Naruto thought nothing would happen. Then something changed in the missing nin's eyes. Not softness, not exactly. Something breaking under rust. Gato arrived with his mob before the moment could settle. He came laughing, surrounded by hired men, standing above everyone on the half-built bridge like a rat wearing a merchant's coat. He mocked Zabuza, mocked Haku, kicked Haku's body. Naruto's world went white. Not cold white, empty white. For one terrible second, the ember inside him offered silence. No pain, no grief, no helpless rage, just freeze it all. Freeze the bridge, freeze the men, freeze the world until nothing ugly could move again. Naruto almost accepted. Then he saw Haku's face, peaceful. Human, not a tool, not fuel, not something to be used for power. Naruto clenched his fists until his nails dug into his palms. "No," he whispered. The cold pulled back. Zabuza moved instead, broken arms, no sword in hand, surrounded, still terrifying. Kakashi offered him a kunai. Zabuza took it in his teeth. What followed was not a battle so much as a ghost story happening in daylight. The demon of the hidden mist charged through Gato's men, tearing a path with nothing but rage, grief, and the last shape of loyalty he had left. He was wounded again and again. Blades struck him. Blood darkened the bridge. He did not stop. Gato died screaming. The mob broke when the people of Wave arrived, led by Inari, carrying tools and courage they had almost forgotten they owned. For once, the village saved itself. Naruto barely saw it. He was looking at Haku. By the time the fighting ended, Zabuza had fallen beside him. The mist began to clear, snow started falling. No one moved for several seconds. Sakura looked up. Snow in the land of waves, snow should not have fallen like that. Naruto stood in the center of the bridge, tears drying cold on his face, and realized the snow was his. Not a weapon, not an attack, just grief, finally given somewhere to go. Soft flakes drifted down over the bridge, over broken wood and scattered weapons, over Haku and Zabuza lying side by side. Zabuza's voice came rough and faint. Brat, Naruto turned. The missing nin's eyes were barely open. Did he? Zabuza coughed. Did he really say that? Naruto knelt near him. Said what? That I was. Zabuza's mouth twisted, as if the word itself hurt. Precious. Naruto swallowed. Yeah. Zabuza closed his eyes. Snow gathered on his bandages. He was a fool. Naruto's face tightened. Then Zabuza added, so quietly Naruto almost missed it. So was I. That was all, but it was enough to change the silence. Zabuza asked to be placed beside Haku. Kakashi honored it. Naruto helped carry Haku's body. He expected the cold inside him to numb the feeling. It did not. Haku was light, too light. Naruto hated that most. How could someone who had meant so much weigh so little? They buried them near the bridge, where mist touched the water, and the new road would one day carry people into a freer country. No one said much at first. Kakashi stood with his head bowed. Sakura cried quietly. Sasuke, bandaged and pale but stubbornly standing, stared at the grave with an expression Naruto could not read. Tazuna removed his hat. Inari clung to his mother's side. Naruto stepped forward. His hands shook. He did not know prayers. No one had taught him what to say over the dead. The village had a memorial stone, but Naruto had always felt like an intruder near it, surrounded by names tied to families who did not want him close. So he spoke to Haku like they were still in the forest. You told me people get strong protecting someone important, Naruto said. I think you were right, his voice wavered. But I think you were wrong too, because if someone is important, you're supposed to live with them too, not just die for them. The wind moved softly through the trees. Naruto wiped his face with his sleeve. I'm gonna remember you, not as a tool, not as an enemy, as Haku. The snow stopped for a moment. Sunlight broke through the clouds. A tiny ice flower formed at the base of the grave, not sharp, not perfect, small and uneven. Naruto stared at it. This time, when it began to melt, he did not panic. He watched every drop soak into the earth. The bridge was finished days later. Tazuna named it the Great Naruto Bridge, which made Naruto so proud he nearly fell into the water from sheer emotional overload. Sakura teased him. Sasuke called it embarrassing. Kakashi said nothing, but looked amused behind his mask. Naruto shouted from the bridge railing that all future bridges should be named after him, and for once, people laughed with him without cruelty. But beneath the laughter, something had changed. Team 7 had left Konohara's children with new forehead protectors. They returned different, not adults, not even close, but changed. Sakura looked at Naruto more often now, not with annoyance alone, but with uncertainty, like she was rearranging what she thought she knew. Sasuke trained harder. He said it was because of Haku's speed. Naruto believed him, mostly. But sometimes he caught Sasuke touching the places where the needles had struck, eyes distant, as if remembering the moment he chose to move before thinking. Kakashi watched all three of them with quiet concern. And Naruto learned that grief did not make him hollow. That was the strange part. He had always feared big feelings because he thought they might break him open and prove there was nothing inside. But Haku's death had broken him open, and there had been something there. Pain, anger, love, regret, a promise, terrible things, some of them, but real. On the road back to Konoha, Naruto walked beside Sasuke for almost an hour before speaking. You're not dead, Naruto said. Sasuke gave him a sideways look. Obviously, you looked dead. I wasn't. You were very convincing. I'll try to be less convincing next time. Naruto kicked a pebble down the road. The words he wanted to say felt too heavy for his tongue. Thank you, don't do that again. I was scared. You're one of mine now, even if you're annoying. Instead, he said, next time I'm saving you. Sasuke looked ahead. Eichen, Naruto scowled. That means yes. It means Eichen. It means you accept my future heroic rescue. It means stop talking. You're welcome. Sakura laughed softly behind them. Naruto looked back. She smiled. He grinned. This one was real, mostly. That night back in Konoha, Naruto stood outside the Yamanaka flower shop before going home. He had not planned to stop. His feet did it anyway. Ino was sweeping near the entrance, her forehead protector tied at her waist. She looked up when she saw him. For a second, her face lit with relief before she covered it with irritation. You're late, she said. Naruto blinked. For what? Coming back. He laughed softly. That's not a thing people are late for. It is if someone is waiting. The words landed. Naruto's chest filled so fast he almost forgot how to breathe. Ino noticed the bandages. Her expression sharpened. What happened? Naruto opened his mouth. The usual answer waited. Nothing. I'm fine. Superheroic ninja stuff. But Haku's grave was still fresh in his mind, so was Iruka's voice. So was the snow falling from grief. Naruto looked down at his hands. A lot, he said. Ino's face softened. She leaned the broom against the doorway and stepped outside. Tell me, Naruto hesitated, then nodded. They sat on the curb outside the flower shop while evening settled over Konoha. Naruto told her about the bridge, the mist, Zabuza's sword, Haku's mirrors, Sasuke falling, and the snow. He did not tell it well. He jumped around, made bad jokes when things got too heavy, went silent in the middle of sentences, restarted from the wrong place. Ino listened anyway. When he described Haku's grave, his voice broke. He hated that. Then Ino reached over and took his hand. Naruto stopped talking. Her fingers were warm. The cold inside him trembled but did not surge. No frost formed, no window iced over, no flower bloomed, just warmth against his palm. Naruto stared at their hands. Ino looked away, cheeks pink. Don't make it weird. I'm not. You are. I'm not even moving. You're thinking weird. You can't prove that. I'm Yamanaka. I'll prove it eventually. Naruto laughed, quietly, tiredly, honestly. Inside the seal, Kurama opened one red eye. The fox had felt the boy's grief in wave. Felt the red chakra rise and be refused. Felt the cold thing reach for numbness and be denied. That interested him. It also irritated him. The cold ember rested deeper in the seal now, not weaker, but changed. Before, it had been a spark desperate not to vanish. Now it carried an imprint of something it had never known before, grief, real grief, not hollow imitation, not stolen devotion. A boy's grief for another boy who had died believing love meant usefulness. Kurama huffed. Troublesome brat. He muttered, but he did not bare his teeth. In the Hawkage Tower, Hiruzen read Kakashi's report twice. Then a third time, Hyoten manifestation confirmed under combat stress. Constructs appear chakra-threaded to Naruto himself. Destruction creates backlash. Emotional trigger. Protection, grief, perceived loss of teammate. Subject resisted both Ninetales' chakra escalation and frost-numbing response after Uchiha injury. Subject cried. Hiruzen paused at that line. Kakashi had written it plainly without decoration. Subject cried. Hiruzen reached for his brush, stopped, then crossed out subject. Naruto cried. He sat back. For years, the village had feared what would happen if Naruto felt rage. No one had thought enough about what might happen if he learned grief, or love, or the terrible strength of choosing not to become empty after pain. Hiruzen looked out over the village. Somewhere below, Naruto was probably shouting about ramen, arguing with Sasuke, bothering Sakura, or sitting beside Ino while pretending he did not need anyone. The old Hawkage allowed himself a small smile. The boy was still dangerous. That had not changed. But perhaps danger was not the only thing growing inside him. Perhaps warmth was growing too, and warmth, Hiruzen knew, could be just as powerful as any sealed beast. In his apartment that night, Naruto placed a small white flower on the windowsill. Ino had given it to him before he left the shop. For Haku, she had said. Naruto did not know if flowers reached the dead. He hoped they did. He sat on the floor beneath the window and looked at the moon. I felt it, he whispered. No one answered. That was okay. He pressed one hand over his seal. I didn't freeze it. I felt it. The room stayed warm. For the first time in his life, Naruto fell asleep without frost on the glass. And somewhere deep inside him, the last feeling of a hollow god stopped shivering long enough to dream. Chapter 5. Fault lines in ice. The first time someone called Naruto Uzumaki the Frost of Konoha, he was upside down in a tree, arguing with a squirrel. That was not how legends were supposed to begin. Legends were supposed to start on battlefields, under storm clouds, with blood on steel and enemies whispering a name in fear. Naruto's started because he had been trying to improve his tree walking, slipped on his own patch of frost, flipped over a branch, and ended up hanging by one ankle while a squirrel stared at him from 3 feet away with clear judgment in its tiny black eyes. "Don't look at me like that." Naruto snapped. The squirrel twitched its tail. "This is advanced training," the squirrel chittered. Naruto narrowed his eyes. "You want to say that to my face, Naruto?" Kakashi's voice drifted from below. Naruto twisted, still hanging. "Kakashi-sensei, tell this squirrel I'm training." Kakashi looked up from his orange book. The squirrel appears unconvinced. It's biased. Squirrels often are. Sakura stood beside Kakashi with one hand over her face. "How are you even stuck like that?" "Talent." Sasuke leaned against another tree, arms crossed. "Dead last talent." Naruto pointed at him, which made him swing slightly. "I'm not dead last anymore. You are currently hanging from a tree," strategically. Kakashi closed his book. That was when Naruto knew something serious was about to happen. The silver-haired Jonin rarely closed his book unless there was danger, food, or paperwork. Since nobody had brought food and Kakashi avoided paperwork like it was a forbidden jutsu, Naruto braced himself. "Chunin exams are coming," Kakashi said. Naruto stopped swinging. Sakura straightened. Sasuke's eyes sharpened. Naruto forgot he was upside down. "The Chunin exams?" "Yes, the real ones. No, the fake ones. Much safer. Everyone gets a snack." Naruto's face lit up. "There are snacks," Sakura sighed. "He's joking." "Oh," Naruto glared down. That was cruel. Kakashi's visible eye curved. "You three are being recommended." For a moment, even the forest seemed to pause. Recommended. Naruto felt the word hit him harder than any punch. Not tolerated, not barely passed, not dragged along because the team needed 3 members. Recommended. He stared at Kakashi. "Us," Kakashi tilted his head. "Unless there's another Team 7 hiding nearby." Sasuke's mouth tightened with something like satisfaction. Sakura looked nervous, but beneath the nerves there was pride. Naruto's grin came slowly, real at the edges. Then too wide, because he still did not know what to do when happiness became large. "Of course you recommended us," he shouted. "Because I'm amazing." "You were arguing with a squirrel." "A powerful squirrel," Kakashi looked at Sakura. "You'll need to decide for yourselves." "These exams are dangerous. People get hurt. Some die." The word "die" cut through Naruto's excitement. For half a second, the bridge and wave returned. Haku's body, Zabuza's last breath, snow falling from a sky that should not have known winter. His grin faded. Kakashi watched him carefully. Naruto closed his eyes. Inhale, tree, grass, squirrel, fear, memory. He opened his eyes. "I'm taking it," Naruto said. Sasuke pushed off the tree. "Obviously." Sakura hesitated. Naruto looked at her, not loudly, not with a joke, just looked. Sakura's hands tightened into fists. "I'm taking it too," she said. Kakashi nodded. "Then train, but remember something." He looked at each of them in turn. Strength shown in an exam is still strength, but strength bought by forgetting why you wanted it is a trap. Naruto frowned. "Is that one of those adult lessons that makes more sense after trauma?" "Yes, I hate those. You'll get used to them." "I hate that too." Training changed after that, not officially. They still ran drills, sparred, practiced chakra control, and completed missions that were technically below their ability but apparently important for discipline, which Naruto suspected was a word adults used when they wanted children to suffer productively. But there was a new pressure under everything. Chunin, it was more than a rank, it meant leadership, trust, recognition, a step closer to Hokage. For Sasuke, it meant measuring himself against stronger opponents. For Sakura, it meant proving she belonged on a team with two boys who seemed built out of impossible chakra and emotional damage. For Naruto, it meant standing in front of the village with no room for anyone to call him a mistake. He trained until his muscles shook, then trained more. The ice came easier now. That was good and bad. Small constructs formed around his fingers when he focused. Needles, crescents, rough shields, nothing as perfect as Haku's mirrors, nothing as massive as the grief-born ice from Wave. But controlled, mostly. He learned quickly that his ice was not ordinary. If he made a kunai of frost and threw it, then an enemy shattered it, a sting snapped back through his palm. If he formed a wall and it broke, his arms ached like the bones remembered cracking. Kakashi called it chakra threading. Naruto called it unfair. It means your constructs remain connected to you, Kakashi explained one afternoon while Naruto sat on the ground, shaking his numb hands after Sasuke burned through 3 ice shields in a row. Sasuke stood across the clearing, smoke still curling from his lips after a fireball jutsu. Naruto glared at him. You enjoyed that. Sasuke did not deny it. Kakashi continued, the advantage is that your ice responds faster and can carry your intent more precisely. The disadvantage is obvious. It hurts. Yes. Can I make it not hurt? Maybe eventually. Or you can learn not to build more than you can afford to lose. Naruto looked down at his hands. That sounded like another adult lesson. He hated how many of those were becoming useful. Sakura knelt beside him with a small medical kit. Hold still. I'm fine. You're bleeding through your glove. Naruto looked he was. Oh, Sakura gave him a flat look. How do you miss your own bleeding? It's small bleeding. That is not a category. It is now. Sakura wrapped his hand with practiced care. Since Wave, she had begun studying basic field medicine. She said it was practical. Naruto suspected Haku and Sasuke's injuries had scared her more deeply than she admitted. He did not tease her about it. Some fears deserved privacy. Across the clearing, Sasuke watched the bandaging with unreadable eyes. Naruto noticed, You jealous, Sasuke? No, you want Sakura-chan to hold your hand too? Sakura tightened the bandage, Naruto yelped. Betrayal, Sasuke smirked faintly. The moment was small, ridiculous, warm. Naruto held on to it. The Chunin exams brought the world to Konoha. Foreign headbands filled the streets. Sand, mist, rain, grass, sound. Some ninja walked openly with pride. Others moved like knives hidden in sleeves. The village changed under the weight of so many strangers, every alley carrying unfamiliar chakra and every rooftop suddenly worth watching. Naruto loved it for about 10 minutes. Then he realized most of the visiting genin were terrifying. One boy from the sand carried a giant fan and smiled like he already knew who he could cut in half. A girl with 4 buns in her hair moved with calm precision that made Sakura mutter about weapon specialists. Then there was Gaara. Naruto saw him first near the academy courtyard. Red hair, pale skin, a gourd on his back. No eyebrows, which Naruto noticed immediately and then wisely chose not to mention, because every instinct in his body screamed that the boy was not someone you mocked casually. Gaara stood beside the sand siblings, silent and still. Stillness usually made Naruto uncomfortable because it reminded him of himself before he learned noise. Gaara's stillness was different. It was not empty. It was pressure, like a storm sealed into the shape of a boy. Naruto's skin prickled. The cold under his seal stirred. Across the courtyard, Gaara's head turned. Their eyes met, blue and pale green for one breath. The noise of the academy faded. Naruto felt something from Gaara, not chakra exactly. Loneliness sharpened into murder. A hollowness that had not waited to be filled. A child-shaped wound that had decided the world should bleed for making it. Gaara's sand shifted in his gourd. Naruto's breath turned white. Sakura glanced at him. Naruto? Sasuke followed his gaze. Gaara stared a second longer, then he turned away. Naruto let out a breath he had not realized he was holding. Sakura frowned. "Who was that?" Sasuke's eyes narrowed with interest. Naruto swallowed. "I don't know," he said, "but he's cold." Sakura blinked. "He's from the desert." "That's not what I mean." The first exam was a written test. Naruto considered this a personal attack. The room was packed with genin from every village, the air heavy with nerves, arrogance, sweat, and hidden weapons. Proctors stood along the walls like executioners waiting for paperwork. Ibiki Morino entered and immediately made the entire room feel like a trap. Naruto sat between Hinata and some ninja he did not know, staring at the test paper as if it had insulted his ancestors. Question 1 was impossible. Question 2 was worse. By question 3, Naruto began wondering whether he could become Hokage without literacy. The answer was probably no. He gripped his pencil around him. Genin began cheating, not badly, professionally. Sasuke copied with subtle Sharingan movement. Sakura actually knew the answers, which Naruto considered witchcraft. Kiba used Akamaru. Shino used insects. Ino's chakra shifted as she prepared her clan technique from elsewhere in the room. Naruto stared at his paper. He could cheat, maybe. He could make a tiny ice lens, reflect someone's answers, copy them. He could use frost on the desk to create a mirror-like surface. His fingers twitched. A thin sheen of ice formed near the edge of his paper. Then he stopped. Not because cheating was wrong. Everyone was obviously cheating. The test itself wanted them to. He stopped because his control was still imperfect, and if his ice shattered under stress, the backlash might make him cry out. That would get him caught. Worse, the room might notice the frost of Konoha. The name had begun circulating after Wave. Naruto had heard it twice from visiting Genin and once from a Konoha Chunin who thought Naruto was out of earshot. He pretended not to care. He cared. Of course he cared. A name meant people saw him. But this name was dangerous. It did not see all of him. Only the ice. Only the strange part. Only the part that made people whisper again. Naruto pulled his hand back from the frost. The ice melted silently. He wrote nothing. By the final question, his paper was almost blank. Ibiki explained the rule. Take the 10th question and risk permanent failure if wrong. Leave now and preserve your chance for next year. Fear swept the room. Students quit one by one. Hands rose, chairs scraped, dreams folded under pressure. Naruto sat trembling. Not from fear of the question, from fear of being sent back to the beginning, back outside. Back to being the boy who almost belonged and lost it. Ibiki's gaze landed on him. Naruto Uzumaki. Your decision. The room turned. Sakura's face tightened with worry. Sasuke watched him. Ino, across the room, leaned forward slightly. Naruto's hand shook. The cold stirred beneath his seal, offering calm, not courage, calm, a clean blankness where fear could not hurt him. He almost took it. Then he thought of Haku. If the person you're protecting makes you throw away yourself, then what are you protecting? He thought of Uruka saying he worked harder than anyone, of Ino saying start smaller, of Kakashi saying not to forget why he wanted strength. Naruto slammed both hands on the desk. I'm not quitting, the room jolted. Naruto stood, pointing at Ibiki like the man had personally offended him. I don't care if I'm stuck a genin forever. I'll still become Hokage somehow, so bring on your stupid question. Silence. Then Ibiki smiled. Naruto passed without answering a single question. He decided this made him a genius. Sakura disagreed violently. The second exam began with Anko Mitarashi and a promise that the Forest of Death deserved its name. Naruto immediately liked her. Sakura immediately did not. Sasuke looked intrigued. The Forest of Death loomed beyond the gates, vast and dark, trees reaching high enough to swallow sunlight. The air inside smelled of damp earth, old leaves, and predators that did not care about exam rules. Each team received a scroll, heaven or earth. Team 7 needed the matching scroll and had 5 days to reach the tower. Simple, which meant terrible. The moment the gates opened, the forest ate them. Team 7 moved carefully at first. Kakashi was not there. That absence felt larger than Naruto expected. No lazy voice, no orange book, no adult eye noticing the danger before it arrived, just them. Sasuke took point without asking. Sakura tracked their direction. Naruto complained softly until both of them threatened to leave him behind. Then came the first ambush. Rain Genin, fast, coordinated, not strong enough. Sasuke and Sakura responded well. Naruto responded loudly. His shadow clones flooded the area, pushing the enemy out of hiding. When one rain ninja lunged for Sakura's blind side, Naruto's hand snapped out. An ice chain burst from his palm. It wrapped the attacker's wrist and yanked him off balance. The rain ninja panicked and shattered the chain with a kunai. The backlash snapped through Naruto's arm. He grunted. But the cold burn ran through the attacker too, making him drop the kunai with a cry. Sasuke finished him. Sakura stared at Naruto's arm. "You okay?" "Totally. You're pale." "I'm always pale when being awesome." Sasuke looked at the fallen rain ninja's frostbitten fingers. "Useful?" Naruto frowned. "Me or the ice?" Sasuke did not answer. That bothered Naruto more than it should have. By the second day, the forest began wearing them down. Food was limited. Sleep came in pieces. Every sound could be an enemy. Naruto's Serenity Aura emerged during their first night watch without warning. Sakura, who had been shaking after nearly stepping on a giant centipede, suddenly relaxed. Sasuke's shoulders loosened. Even Naruto felt his own fear blur at the edges. It was comfortable. Too comfortable. Sakura noticed first. "Naruto," she whispered. "Are you doing something?" He blinked. No, the air around them was too still. The insects had quieted. Sasuke looked at him sharply. "Stop." Naruto stiffened. "I said I'm not, then figure out how." The bluntness hurt, but Sasuke was right. Naruto closed his eyes. He pictured the cold as breath. In, out, not gone, held. The forest sounds returned slowly. Sakura exhaled. "What was that?" Naruto hugged his knees. "I don't know." Sasuke's voice was quieter when he said, "It made me not care." Naruto looked up. Sasuke stared into the trees. His face was unreadable, but his hand had drifted toward the back of his neck, near the place where memory lived. Naruto understood suddenly. Not caring sounded peaceful. But to Sasuke, not caring meant losing the one thing that kept him moving. To Sakura, it meant lowering her guard. To Naruto, it meant the old emptiness wearing kindness as a mask. "I'll be careful," Naruto said. Sasuke did not respond, but he did not move away either. Then Orochimaru came. He arrived wearing another face, a grass ninja, wrong in the eyes. Naruto felt it before he understood it. The forest went cold, but not because of him. This was not Haku's sorrow, not Gaara's hollow violence. This was old hunger, patient and amused. A snake watching birds learn the sky. Sasuke froze under the killing intent. Sakura trembled. Naruto's body nearly shut down. The Serenity Aura tried to answer. Orochimaru's presence swallowed it whole. Then Kurama stirred. The fox did not like this thing. For once, Naruto and the beast agreed. Red chakra sparked, white frost rose. Orochimaru smiled wider. How interesting. The battle was not truly a battle. It was survival wearing the shape of one. Naruto attacked because someone had to move. Shadow clones erupted across branches. Ice spikes shot from bark. Orochimaru tore through them with lazy cruelty, but each broken construct sent backlash into Naruto and cold burn into anything that touched them directly. Naruto screamed once, then kept going. Sakura shouted his name. Sasuke finally moved. Fear became fire. He fought brilliantly and desperately until Orochimaru marked him with the cursed seal. Naruto saw the bite, saw Sasuke's body lock, saw pain take him. The cold inside Naruto surged. This time the temptation was not numbness, it was preservation. Freeze Sasuke. Stop the spreading mark. Seal the wound in ice. Keep him, keep him, keep him. Naruto lunged toward Sasuke, but Orochimaru's tail-like movement knocked him aside. His body struck a tree hard enough to crack bark. The world flashed black. When he woke, Orochimaru was gone. Sasuke was unconscious. Sakura was crying silently while trying to guard both boys with a kunai in shaking hands. Naruto pushed himself up. Every part of him hurt. Good, pain meant he was still there. "Sakura-chan," he rasped. She turned, her face crumpled with relief and anger. "Don't move!" Is Sasuke alive? Naruto crawled closer anyway. Sasuke's skin burned with fever around the curse mark. Naruto reached out, cold gathered in his palm. Sakura grabbed his wrist. No, Naruto looked at her. She was terrified, not of him, for him. "You don't know what it'll do," Sakura said. Naruto's hand shook. She was right. He hated that. He lowered his hand. "Then what do we do?" Sakura swallowed and tightened her grip on her kunai. "We protect him." So they did. Sakura fought the sound genin when they came. Naruto, barely able to stand, made clones until his vision blurred. Some collapsed immediately. Some crawled. Some simply stood between Sakura and danger because even a weak wall was still a wall. When Dasu's sound attack shattered 2 ice-threaded clones, Naruto nearly blacked out from the backlash. Then Ino arrived. Team 10 dropped into the clearing with the force of a decision made against better judgment. Shikamaru complained even while moving into position. Choji stood in front of Sakura. And Ino saw Naruto bleeding against a tree. Her expression changed. The polished confidence cracked, revealing something sharp and frightened underneath. "Naruto," he tried to grin. "Hey, Ino, great timing. You look terrible. I was going for heroic. You missed." Her voice shook, only a little, but Naruto heard it. The fight became chaos. Shikamaru's shadow caught one enemy. Choji's expansion technique slammed another back. Ino prepared her mind-body switch, breath steady despite the danger. Naruto saw her hesitate, not from fear of the enemy, from fear of failing while everyone watched. He recognized that too well. "Ino," he shouted. She glanced at him. "You make people belong together, remember?" For half a second, confusion crossed her face. Then she understood. Flowers, the shop, every flower leans toward something. Her eyes hardened. She formed the sign. Mind-body switch jutsu, her technique struck. Not perfectly, not long, but enough for Shikamaru to shift the field. Enough for Sakura to breathe. Enough for Lee to arrive like a green-clad storm and turn the battle again. By the time the dust settled, everyone was exhausted, injured, and alive. Ino knelt beside Naruto while Sakura tended Sasuke. "You remembered that?" she asked quietly. Naruto leaned his head back against the tree. "I remember lots of stuff. You forget homework." "That's different. Homework is evil." Ino laughed softly, then looked at his bandaged hands. Her smile faded. "You keep paying for that ice." Naruto followed her gaze. His fingers were red and pale in uneven patches. "Everything has a cost," he said. Ino's eyes sharpened. "That sounds like something adults say before letting kids get hurt." Naruto blinked, then smiled faintly. "You're really good at being scary when you're worried." "I'm not worried. Sure, I'm annoyed." Same face. She punched his shoulder lightly. He pretended it hurt more than it did. That made her smile. When Team 7 finally reached the tower, Naruto was too tired to celebrate properly. He did anyway. The preliminaries were announced almost immediately, because apparently surviving the forest of death was not enough for adults who designed exams. No, now exhausted children had to fight each other in front of Jonin, examiners, village leaders, and foreign guests. Naruto decided adults were insane. The arena beneath the tower smelled of dust, metal, and old blood. A large screen displayed names for each match. One by one, Genin fought. Sasuke faced Yoroi despite the curse mark. Naruto watched with his arms crossed, pretending not to worry so obviously. Sasuke won, of course he did. But when the curse mark flared, Naruto's frost crept along the railing beneath his hands. Kakashi noticed and placed one hand lightly on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto breathed. The frost stopped. Kakashi took Sasuke away afterward to seal the mark. Naruto watched them go. The cold inside him whispered without words. You could have kept him still. You could have frozen the pain. You could have stopped the change. Naruto clenched his hands. No, he did not own Sasuke. Protecting someone was not the same as keeping them trapped where they could not leave. The matches continued. Sakura fought Ino. Naruto had expected shouting. Rivalry. Maybe hair-pulling. He had not expected how much it would hurt to watch. They entered the ring carrying years of friendship turned into competition, both trying to prove something neither could fully explain. Sakura fought smarter than Naruto had ever seen her fight. Ino fought with precision and pride, but underneath, Naruto saw the same pressure from the forest. The fear of being overlooked, of being second, of being the girl who was confident until it mattered. When Ino cut her hair and used it as a trap for her mind-body switch, Naruto stood so fast the railing rattled. "That's awesome," he whispered. Ino's technique landed for a moment, Sakura's body stilled. Then Sakura forced her out through sheer will. The fight ended with both girls punching each other unconscious. A draw, Naruto shouted anyway. That was amazing. Ino, being carried toward the medic area, opened one eye just enough to glare weakly. He grinned. She smiled back before passing out. Later, after she woke, Naruto found her sitting against the wall with a bandage on her forehead and a scowl on her face. "You tied," he said. "I noticed. You were awesome." I tied. Sakura was awesome too. Ino's scowl deepened. Naruto sat beside her. For once, he thought before speaking. "Back in Wave," he said slowly. "Haku was stronger than me." Ino looked at him. "I still changed something. That's different." "Yeah, you didn't almost die on a bridge, Naruto." "I'm saying winning isn't always the only proof." Ino stared at the arena floor. Her voice came quieter. "I wanted to beat her, I know. I wanted someone to look at me and not compare me to her." Naruto's chest ached. He understood too much. "I'm looking," he said. Ino turned. Naruto's ears went red. "I mean, not in a weird way. I just mean I see you. You're Ino, not Sakura's rival. Not just Yamanaka clan. Not just—" He waved his hands helplessly. "Whatever people say," Ino's expression softened in a way that made him panic. "So don't make that face," he added quickly. "What face?" "The face that makes my brain stupid." Her cheeks turned pink. "You're impossible." "I'm future Hokage. It's part of the job." She leaned her shoulder lightly against his. Naruto went very still. This time no frost formed. Above them, the match screen flickered again. More fights, more blood, more proof. Kiba won his match. Shino won with unsettling calm. Hinata faced Neji. That fight changed the room. Naruto had known Hinata as quiet, shy, kind in small ways, like leaving ointment where he could find it after training, though she always vanished before he could thank her. Neji was cold in a different way, not empty, controlled. Cruel because he believed cruelty was truth. "Fate," he said. "People do not change," he said. "Failures remain failures." Naruto's hands tightened on the railing. Hinata stood after every hit, again, blood on her lips, legs shaking, eyes refusing to lower. Something in Naruto burned. Not foxfire, not ice, respect. When Neji nearly killed her, Naruto's chakra surged so hard frost and red sparks flashed together along the railing. "Stop the match," he shouted. Jonin moved. Hinata fell. Naruto jumped down before anyone could stop him and knelt near her as medics approached. Hinata's eyes fluttered. "En Naruto-kun," his anger softened instantly. "You were incredible," he said. Her eyes widened, then closed as the medics lifted her. Naruto stood slowly across the arena. Neji watched him. Naruto pointed at him. "I'm beating you." Neji's expression remained cold. "You cannot defeat fate." Naruto's smile was sharp. "Good. I've been looking for something stupid to punch." The room murmured, the frost of Konoha. He heard it again, this time from a sand genin near the wall. Naruto turned. Gaara was watching him, not Neji, not the injured Hinata, him. The gourd on Gaara's back shifted softly. Naruto felt the cold under his seal become very still, as if hiding or listening. The final match of the preliminaries approached. Naruto was exhausted from watching everyone else nearly die. He almost missed his own name when it appeared on the screen. Uzumaki Naruto. The room seemed to inhale. Then the second name appeared, Gaara. For 1 second, no one spoke. Then whispers moved through the chamber like wind through dead leaves. Sakura stiffened near the medic area. Kakashi, returned from sealing Sasuke's curse mark, stood straighter. Ino's hand tightened around the railing. Shikamaru muttered, "That's bad." Choji stopped eating. Kenkuro's face went tense. Temari looked away. Gaara stepped forward, slow, silent, his pale eyes fixed on Naruto with something that was not excitement, not anger, recognition. Naruto walked down into the arena. His legs felt heavy. The closer he came to Gaara, the more he felt it. A vast pressure inside the boy, not Kurama, different beast, different prison, but the loneliness around it was familiar. A child made into a container, a village that feared him. A heart left alone too long with something monstrous. Naruto stopped across from him. For once, he did not grin. Gaara tilted his head. "You are like me," the sand boy said. His voice was quiet, flat, deadly. Naruto's breath misted in the air. "No," he said. Gaara's eyes narrowed. Naruto lifted his hands, frost gathering at his fingertips. "I could have been." Above them, the match screen flickered. The arena lights hummed. Everyone watched. The examiner raised one arm, and deep inside Naruto's seal, Kurama opened both eyes. The ember stirred. The sand shifted. The snow began to fall. Chapter 6. The sand and the snow. The arena felt colder before the match even began, not because of Naruto. At least, not only because of him. The underground chamber beneath the tower was full of shinobi, proctors, jonin, clan heirs, foreign genin, medics, and exam officials. All of them had seen strange things already. The Chunin exams were built to reveal strange things. Hidden techniques, bloodline limits, clan secrets, killing intent too large for young bodies, ambition sharpened into violence. But this was different. Naruto Uzumaki stood on one side of the arena with frost gathering around his fingers. Gaara of the Sand stood on the other side with sand whispering from the mouth of his gourd. Neither boy moved. No one breathed easily. They were both 12. That made it worse. Two children should not have filled the room like natural disasters waiting for permission. The examiner raised his hand, then paused. He felt it too, a pressure under the air. The kind of pressure that made experienced shinobi adjust their stance without thinking. On the upper level, Kakashi Hatake watched with his visible eye narrowed. Beside him, Might Guy had gone unusually still, all his usual brightness drawn tight behind concern. Asuma leaned forward, cigarette forgotten between his fingers. Kurenai's gaze shifted from Naruto to Gaara and back again, reading the tension like genjutsu threads. Ino stood gripping the railing. Her knuckles were white. Shikamaru glanced at her hands, then at Naruto below. "This is troublesome," he muttered. Choji did not eat. That scared Ino more than anything else. Below, Naruto stared at Gaara and felt the world narrow, not because Gaara was powerful, not because he was dangerous. Because he was familiar. That was the worst part. Naruto had met cruelty. He had met fear. He had met loneliness in mirrors, in quiet apartments, in Haku's sad smile, in Sasuke's sharp silences, in Hinata standing after every hit because falling would have proved Neji right. But Gaara was something else. Gaara felt like what might have happened if Naruto had never learned how to laugh, not the fake laugh, not the mask, the real one, the one Ino pulled from him by being stubborn enough to stay. The one Uruka protected by saying his name like it belonged to a person. The one Haku's death had broken open and grief had made honest. Gaara had no such sound inside him. Naruto could feel it. A boy-shaped silence filled with sand and murder. Gaara tilted his head. "You are not afraid enough," he said. Naruto's jaw tightened. "I'm plenty afraid." Gaara's eyes narrowed. Naruto lifted his fists. "I just don't think being afraid means I have to run." Something like interest moved across Gaara's face. The examiner looked once toward the Jonin. Kakashi did not signal to stop, neither did Baki, standing with the sand team above, so the examiner's hand came down. "Begin." Gaara's sand moved first. It did not rush like water or strike like a thrown weapon. It unfolded. A wave of gold-brown grains poured from the gourd and spread across the floor with soft, hungry patience. The sound made Naruto's skin prickle. Naruto jumped back. The sand followed. He formed a cross with his fingers. Shadow clone jutsu, smoke burst across the arena. A dozen Narutos scattered in different directions. The sand struck 3 of them instantly. They vanished. No blood. No broken bodies, just smoke. But Naruto felt the pressure, not pain exactly, a reminder. If that had been him, the sand would not have cared that he was a child. More clones rushed Gaara from the sides. Sand rose automatically, blocking without Gaara turning his head. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Automatic defense, like a shell, like a wall built before trust ever had a chance to arrive. He sent 2 clones low. One leapt high. Gaara did not move. The sand crushed them all. Naruto slammed his palm to the ground. Ice shot outward, not a wall this time. A thin sheet, fast, slick, racing under the sand's advance. The arena floor flashed white as frost spread in a jagged circle between him and Gaara. The sand slowed. Only a little, enough. Naruto moved. He darted left, creating 3 more clones. Each dragged a thread of frost behind it, thin white lines crossing the floor in a rough pattern. Sasuke, watching from the upper level with a bandage near his curse-mark seal, leaned forward. He's laying a field. Sakura looked at him. What? Sasuke's eyes tracked the frost lines, not attacking, setting angles. Kakashi's eye curved slightly. Naruto was learning, not neatly, not elegantly. But Naruto did not need elegance. He needed enough understanding to survive the next 10 seconds, and then enough stubbornness to reach the 10 after that. Gaara's sand struck again. This time, when it crossed one of Naruto's frost lines, the ice snapped upward into jagged hooks. The sand tore through them, but slower. Naruto felt the backlash across his forearms. He gritted his teeth. Gaara's eyes sharpened. Your defense hurts you. Naruto grinned despite the pain. Yeah, your defense does everything for you. Sounds lonely. The arena went silent. Temari's face tightened. Kankuro whispered, Idiot! Gaara's sand stopped for one breath. The boy did not look like a monster. He looked like someone who had just been touched where he had no armor. Then his expression emptied. The sand exploded forward. Naruto barely dodged. A tendril caught his ankle. Pressure clamped down. Pain flashed. The sand began crawling upward, wrapping his leg. Naruto's breath caught. Cold surged down his body in response. His trapped leg encased itself in ice from the knee down, not to attack, but to create space between flesh and crushing sand. The sand tightened around the ice shell instead. Naruto screamed anyway, because the shell was threaded with his chakra, because every crack in it felt like cracks in him. Naruto! Sakura shouted. Ino nearly climbed over the railing before Shikamaru grabbed her sleeve. Don't, he said. Let go. You jumping down gets him distracted. I said let go. Shikamaru's grip tightened. Look at him. Ino looked. Naruto was not looking at them. He was looking at Gaara, not pleading, not furious, focused. The ice around his leg cracked. Naruto slammed both palms together. 2 ice-threaded clones burst from smoke beside Gaara, close enough to matter. Gaara's sand defense reacted automatically. It crushed both clones. They shattered in a burst of smoke and white frost. The cold burn backlash struck the sand itself, making it stiffen and clump. For the first time, Naruto's trapped leg came loose. He rolled away, breathing hard. His ankle throbbed. His arms burned. Gaara stared at the clumps in his sand. Then at Naruto. You can hurt Mother's sand. Naruto froze. Mother? The word slid through the arena like something that should have stayed buried. Gaara's expression twitched. The sand around him began moving faster. You are like me, he said again. You hurt because you exist. Naruto stood slowly. His leg shook. No, Gaara's eyes widened a fraction. Naruto wiped blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. I hurt because people hurt me. There's a difference. Gaara's face changed, not much, enough. Liar, the sand rose behind him like a living wall. Pain proves I'm alive. Killing proves I exist. That is the only truth. Naruto's breath came out white. He thought of the villagers' eyes, the closed doors, the orphanage workers calling him unsettling. The boy who punched him and cried first. He thought of Mizuki saying monster. He thought of Uruka bleeding in front of him. He thought of Haku dying because he believed being useful was the same as being loved. No, Naruto said. Gaara's sand stilled again. Naruto's voice lowered. That's just what happens when nobody teaches you anything else. For the first time, Gaara moved on his own. He stepped forward. The sand did not carry him. His foot touched the arena floor. A sound came from him, not a laugh, not a sob, something small and broken between them. Then the gourd cracked, not fully, just a line down its side. A heavier chakra seeped through the room, old, bitter, not human. Naruto staggered. Inside his seal, Kurama rose with a snarl. The fox knew that chakra, not personally, not as a friend. Tailed beasts did not need friendship to recognize kin. One tail. The word burned through Naruto's mind without language. Gaara gripped his head. "Stop," he whispered. The sand thrashed. Baki's posture snapped tense. Kakashi moved to the railing. The examiner lifted a hand. Match! A burst of sand slammed into the arena wall hard enough to crack stone. The chamber erupted. Jonin appeared around the arena edge. Baki signaled sharply to the sand siblings. The exam officials shouted orders. The match was stopped. Not finished, stopped. Naruto stood in the center of the frost-marked arena, chest heaving, as Gaara was pulled back by a whirl of sand and his siblings' urgent movement. Gaara's eyes stayed on Naruto until the tunnel swallowed him. Recognition remained there, not friendship, not even understanding, but recognition. Naruto knew with a certainty that settled cold in his stomach that the fight was not over, it had only been delayed. The official explanation was simple: medical instability, excessive chakra response. Public safety concern. Both candidates advanced under examiner discretion for field performance potential. Naruto thought that sounded like a fancy way of saying adults got scared. He was not wrong. A month passed before the final tournament, a month of training, a month of pressure, a month of dreams filled with sand and snow. Jiraiya found Naruto during that month, though "found" was a generous word for a man who introduced himself by being exactly where he should not have been, and then acted offended when called suspicious. Naruto did not like him at first. Then Jiraiya knocked him into water, complained about his control, mentioned the seal, and revealed enough power to make Naruto pay attention despite himself. Training with Jiraiya was different from training with Kakashi. Kakashi taught like a man, leaving clues and waiting to see whether his students tripped over them. Jiraiya taught like a storm with sandals. He was loud, shameless, annoying, brilliant, and somehow exactly the kind of adult Naruto found impossible to ignore. He also noticed the cold immediately. The first time Naruto formed an ice shield during sparring, Jiraiya's expression changed, not fear, recognition of danger. "Again," Jiraiya said. Naruto blinked. "That's it!" Again, Naruto made another. Jiraiya smashed it with a Todoil-enhanced strike. Naruto yelped as backlash ran through his arm. Jiraiya watched the burn mark form on Naruto's palm. "Your ice isn't just chakra nature," the Sannin said. Naruto scowled. "Everyone keeps saying stuff like that, because it's true. Can you say it in a useful way?" Jiraiya crouched in front of him. "The colder it gets, the quieter you get." Naruto looked away. Jiraiya's voice lost its usual joking edge. "That happen often?" "No, Naruto." The boy kicked at the dirt. "Sometimes." Jiraiya sighed. "Listen, kid. Power that makes it easier to not feel pain will always look like a gift when you're hurting." Naruto stilled. "But if it costs you the ability to love the people you're trying to protect, then it isn't victory." Naruto hated when adults said things that sounded like they belonged at the end of a story. He hated more when they were right. "So what do I do?" Jiraiya smiled. This one was softer than his usual grin. "You learn to carry the pain without letting it drive." That sounded impossible. Naruto said so. Jiraiya laughed and knocked him into the water again. Training continued. Summoning jutsu, chakra control. Better use of clones. Learning to let Kurama's chakra rise without drowning in it. Learning to form ice constructs with thinner threads so backlash did not cripple him every time one broke. Learning, most difficult of all, to stop using serenity as an accident. The aura was useful. Jiraiya admitted that Naruto could soften killing intent in a small radius, blur aggression, create half-seconds where enemies hesitated. But the longer he used it, the more he flattened too. Joy dulled. Fear dulled. Anger dulled. Love dulled. After one exercise, Naruto sat beside the river and realized he could remember Ino's smile without feeling anything. He panicked so badly the entire riverbank froze. Jiraiya sat beside him until it thawed. He did not joke. Naruto appreciated that more than he said. Ino visited when she could, not every day. She had her own training with Asuma, her own team, her own disappointment after the prelims, her own complicated friendship with Sakura healing one awkward conversation at a time. But sometimes she found Naruto at the training fields, exhausted and soaked, and brought food from her house because, in her words, instant ramen is not a complete personality. Naruto accepted the food because he was not stupid. One evening, she found him staring at his reflection in the river. "Training or brooding?" she asked. "Advanced training brooding. Sounds serious. It is. Very high level." She sat beside him and handed him a rice bowl. He took it. For a while they ate quietly. Ino looked at the thin frost along the river's edge. "Are you scared of fighting Gaara again?" Naruto swallowed. "Yes," she blinked. He gave a weak grin. "What? I'm growing as a person." Ino looked down at her hands. "Good." Naruto stared. "That's it. That's it. No speech. I can make one if you want." "No thanks." She nudged his shoulder. "You being scared means you're still you." Naruto held the rice bowl in both hands. He wanted to joke. He did not. Instead, he leaned very slightly back against her shoulder. Ino went still. Then slowly she let him. No frost formed. The final tournament arrived under clear skies. The stadium was packed. Civilians filled the stands beside shinobi. Lords and officials sat in shaded boxes. The third Hokage wore his robes and hat, looking older than Naruto remembered, but still steady. Beside him sat the Kazekage, face hidden beneath cloth and authority. Naruto stood in the competitor waiting area and felt the roar of the crowd through his bones. This was what he had wanted, people watching, people waiting to see what he would do, so why did it feel so heavy? Kakashi appeared late with Sasuke, because apparently lateness was contagious. Naruto shouted at them for ruining dramatic timing. Sasuke ignored him, but before leaving for his own match, Sasuke paused beside Naruto. "Don't lose before I fight you." Naruto blinked, then grinned. "Worried?" "No." "Sounds worried." "It sounds like I don't want excuses." Naruto's grin softened. "I won't lose." Sasuke walked away. Sakura nearby smiled faintly. The tournament began. Naruto faced Neji first, not Gaara. The revised bracket, arranged after the interrupted prelims, placed Gaara later. Naruto suspected politics. Shikamaru said that was because Naruto had finally developed basic reasoning skills. The fight with Neji was pain, pride, and stubbornness. Neji spoke of fate. Naruto answered with fists. The Hyuga genius struck his chakra points, shutting down Naruto's flow with terrifying precision. Naruto fell, rose, fell again. The arena watched the failure struggle against destiny, then Naruto reached deeper, not into the cold, not first, into Kurama. Red chakra surged, hot and furious, forcing his blocked pathways open. The ember recoiled from the fox's heat, starved back under the seal's pressure. Naruto felt the trade. 2 tenants, 1 house. He could not max both, so he chose the fox for this fight. Not because hatred was better, because Neji needed heat, not winter. Naruto broke the ground beneath him, came from below and punched fate in the chin. Neji fell. The stadium erupted. Naruto stood panting, bruised, grinning with blood on his lip. He looked toward Hinata. She was crying, smiling. That mattered more than the crowd. The day twisted after that. Sasuke fought Gaara. Chidori pierced sand. Gaara bled, and the world broke. The invasion began with falling feathers. Genjutsu drifted over the stadium like snow made of sleep. Civilians collapsed. Some shinobi resisted. Others slumped where they sat. Naruto felt the illusion brush his mind. For a terrible second, the cold ember moved to help. It began to quiet everything. Too much sleep, calm nothing. Naruto bit his tongue hard enough to draw blood. Pain snapped him awake. Sakura broke the genjutsu near him. Kakashi shouted orders. Explosions tore through the stadium walls. Sound and sand shinobi revealed themselves. The Kazekage took Hiruzen hostage. No, not the Kazekage. Orochimaru. The old hunger from the forest unmasked itself above the stadium, smiling with someone else's face. Naruto's stomach turned. Sasuke chased Gaara. Kakashi ordered Sakura, Naruto, and Shikamaru after them with Pakkon leading. The village fell into chaos behind them. Naruto wanted to stay, wanted to run toward Hiruzen, toward the old man who had watched him grow from a distance too heavy with guilt to be simple kindness. But Sasuke was moving toward Gaara, and Gaara was becoming something worse. Naruto ran. The forest outside Konoha became the battlefield that the arena could not hold. Sasuke fought until the curse mark and exhaustion dragged him down. Gaara transformed piece by piece. Sand became armor. Armor became limb. Limb became beast. The boy vanished beneath the One-Tail's rage and his own fractured need to prove existence through killing. Naruto arrived in time to see Sasuke pinned and Sakura trapped against a tree by sand. Something in him went still, not empty, focused. Gaara looked down at him with one human eye and one monstrous one. "Naruto Uzumaki," he rasped. "You came." Naruto stepped forward. "Let them go." "Why?" "Because they're mine." Sasuke's eyes opened slightly. Sakura stared through pain and fear. Gaara laughed. This time the sound was broken enough to hurt. "Mine," he repeated. "Precious people, bonds, lies people tell so weakness sounds noble." Naruto formed a hand sign. Shadow clones burst around him. "They're not lies." Gaara's sand crushed the first wave. Naruto made more. The fight became larger than anything Naruto had survived. Gaara's partial transformation tore through trees. Sand claws smashed the ground. Naruto's clones climbed, struck, vanished, returned. Ice constructs formed under his feet, launching him from angle to angle, each one breaking with stings he forced himself to ignore. He could not fight Gaara like Neji. He could not fight him like Haku. Gaara was not looking for proof. He was looking for permission to remain alone forever. Naruto summoned Gamabunta through desperation, and Kurama's chakra, shocking even himself when the giant toad appeared beneath him. The battle escalated into myth. Toad against sand beast. Claws, water, frost, and red chakra. Naruto's ice hissed whenever it touched Gaara's sand, freezing clumps just long enough for Gamabunta to strike. But Shukaku's power grew. Gaara forced sleep. The One-Tail emerged more fully. The forest shook. Naruto stood on Gamabunta's head, exhausted, arms shaking, frost burning along his skin. Inside him, Kurama snarled. "Use more." The fox's chakra pressed upward, hot and violent. The cold ember pressed from below, offering something different, a domain. The word was not spoken, but Naruto understood it in his bones. He could spread winter across the forest, quiet the sand, slow the beast, calm the killing intent. Maybe enough to win, maybe enough to stop Gaara without killing him. But he felt the price. The colder, the emptier. If he opened that winter fully, if he made his heart into the center of a perfect storm, would he still care why he had done it? Sakura screamed as the sand tightened. Sasuke struggled and failed to rise. Gaara's sleeping form hung in the beast's brow, peaceful in the worst way. Naruto looked at him and saw a child who had never been woken gently. He made his choice. Not Kurama alone, not the ember alone, him. Naruto slammed both hands together. Hayatan frost raced across his arms, the air dropped, Gamabunta cursed beneath him. Naruto's breath turned white, then silver. Zetai Riito, the forest changed. Winter did not explode, it arrived. A circular domain spread outward from Naruto in a sweeping pulse of white. Leaves froze in midfall. Sand slowed as frost threaded through each grain. The air grew so still that even Shukaku's roar seemed to drag through snow. Sakura felt her fear soften. Sasuke felt his rage dull at the edges and fought to hold on to himself. Gaara's killing intent flickered. Naruto felt everything begin to flatten. Pain faded, fear faded, love faded. No, he clenched his teeth until blood filled his mouth. No, he pictured Iruka, Ino, Sakura trapped against the tree. Sasuke standing between him and Haku's needles. Haku's grave, Hinata rising after every strike, Jiraiya laughing too loudly. Kakashi watching with one tired eye, he held them like flames in both hands. The domain cracked around the edges, not perfect, not flawless, human. That imperfection saved him. Naruto launched himself toward Gaara through the frozen sand. One clone boosted him, then another, then another. Each shattered beneath him, sending backlash through his legs, his spine, his hands. He kept moving. The one-tail tried to roar. Winter caught the sound. Naruto reached Gaara. He punched him awake, not with hatred, with everything. Gaara's eyes opened. The beast collapsed. Both boys fell. They hit the forest floor hard enough to carve earth. For a long time, neither moved. Naruto crawled first. Every inch hurt. His ice domain had vanished, leaving frost melting from leaves and branches around them. Gaara lay on his back, staring at the sky. "Why?" Gaara whispered. Naruto dragged himself closer. His body screamed. He ignored it. "Why do you keep getting up?" Naruto collapsed beside him, close enough to look him in the eye. "Because they'd be sad if I didn't." Gaara stared. The answer made no sense to him. That was the point. Naruto's voice shook. "I know what it's like, being hated for something inside you, being looked at like you're not a kid. Like you're a disaster waiting for a reason." Gaara's fingers twitched. "I thought if everyone saw me, it would stop hurting," Naruto continued. "I thought if I became strong enough, loud enough, important enough, then the empty part would go away." His eyes burned. "It didn't start going away because I got strong. It started because people stayed." Gaara looked toward Sakura, toward Sasuke, toward the distant smoke rising from Konoha. "Stayed," he repeated. "Yeah," Gaara closed his eyes. For the first time, the sand around him lowered without command. Back in Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi fought his student beneath a barrier of purple flame. The old Hokage knew he would not leave it alive. Orochimaru wore too many sins and smiled with too many stolen faces. The reanimated first and second Hokage moved like memories turned against the village they had built. Hiruzen fought with everything age had left him, and when everything was not enough, he chose the jutsu that had once taken Minato. The Reaper Death Seal rose again. Death entered Konoha for the second time in Naruto's life. But this time Naruto was old enough to feel the world change. Far outside the village, still lying in the broken forest beside Gaara, Naruto gasped. His hand flew to his stomach. The seal burned cold, then hot, then cold again. For one terrible heartbeat, he smelled smoke and blood and a newborn night he should not remember. Hiruzen's chakra vanished from the world. Naruto sat up too fast. Sakura, freed by the collapsing sand, looked toward the village. Naruto, he could not speak. The old man, the Hokage. The one who had watched, failed, tried, hidden too much, protected too little, but still looked at Naruto like a child and not a weapon. Gone. The grief hit differently from Haku. Haku had been a bridge in another land. Hiruzen was Konoha itself, not the village that hated him. The village that could have been better and sometimes, in small ways, tried. Naruto's frost spread uncontrolled across the ground. Gaara watched him. For the first time, there was no murder in his eyes, only recognition. "This is pain," Gaara said softly. Naruto's face twisted. "Yeah. What will you do with it?" The question shook him. Because the cold already had an answer. The ember inside him rose, stronger than ever, not speaking, never speaking, but offering winter, serenity, a domain wide enough to cover the village, a calm deep enough to stop panic, a cold sharp enough to burn invaders, freeze weapons, seal wounds, preserve the dying long enough for medics to reach them. Useful, so useful. And beneath that usefulness waited danger. If he gave too much, he would stop feeling the grief that made him want to save them. Naruto looked toward Konoha. Smoke rose into the sky. People were screaming, his people, even the ones who hated him, even the ones who had whispered, even the ones who had turned away. Iruka was there. Ino was there. Kakashi, Jiraiya, everyone. Naruto stood. His legs nearly failed. Sasuke pushed himself up with a grimace. Naruto looked at him. Sasuke saw the frost crawling up Naruto's neck like pale veins. "Don't lose yourself," Sasuke said. The words were rough, awkward, real. Naruto smiled faintly. "You worried." Sasuke looked away. "Move." Naruto turned toward the village. Gaara's sand shifted weakly behind him. "Naruto, Uzumaki," Gaara said. Naruto paused. Gaara's voice was quiet. "Does it hurt less?" Naruto looked back. "What?" When they stay, Naruto thought of Hiruzen. The answer was not simple, so he gave the true one, no. But it means the hurt has somewhere to go. Gaara stared at him. Naruto ran. By the time he reached Konoha, parts of the village were burning. The invasion was breaking, but not cleanly. Sound ninja fought in alleys. Sand summons damaged walls. Civilians hid under collapsed roofs. Shinobi carried wounded toward the hospital faster than medics could receive them. Naruto entered the village like winter chasing fire. His frost spread where he stepped, but this time he shaped it with desperate care. An ice wall rose between a group of academy children and a sound ninja's blade. The enemy shattered it with a wind-enhanced strike and screamed as cold burn raced up his arm. Naruto felt the break across his ribs. He kept moving. A burning beam fell toward two civilians. Naruto threw both hands out. Ice formed around the beam, not stopping the weight, but slowing the fall just long enough for clones to drag the civilians free. The construct broke. Pain tore through his shoulders. He kept moving. In the market district, panic had become a stampede. Civilians shoved, cried, stumbled. A sand puppet skittered over rooftops, blades flashing. Naruto's serenity aura expanded. "Stop," he whispered. The air softened, people slowed, not asleep, not empty, just enough for Shinobi to direct them, enough for a mother to find her child, enough for the stampede to become a crowd again. Naruto felt his own grief dim. Hiruzen's face blurred at the edges. Panic shot through him. He bit his tongue again. Blood and pain brought the grief back. Good, he needed it. He needed to hurt. At the Yamanaka flower shop, part of the roof had collapsed. Naruto's heart stopped. "Ino!" He ran faster. The front window was shattered. Flowers lay scattered across the floor, crushed under dust and glass. For one horrible moment, he saw no movement. Then Ino emerged from behind the counter, helping her mother carry an injured civilian. Her hair was loose, face streaked with dirt, forehead bleeding, alive. Naruto's chest nearly broke from relief. Ino saw him. "Naruto," her eyes widened at the frost crawling over his skin. He wanted to say something funny, he wanted to grin, he wanted to make her less afraid, but his mouth shook. "Hiruzen Jiji," he said. Ino's face changed. She understood before he finished. "Oh, Naruto," an explosion sounded nearby. Naruto flinched. Ino grabbed his hand. Warmth, immediate, human. The frost on his fingers cracked. "Come back after," she said. His eyes stung. "That sounds like an order." "It is, bossy, alive," she snapped. "Come back alive." Naruto squeezed her hand once, then let go before he forgot the burning village around them. "I will." He ran again. The battle did not end with one glorious strike. It ended in pieces. A clone carrying a child, an ice barrier protecting medics, a frost chain dragging a wounded Chunin away from a collapsing wall, a wave of cold forcing fire back from a street of wooden homes. 100 small choices made through pain. Naruto did not save everyone. That truth would visit him later. He saved enough that people noticed, not the frost of Konoha, not the fox brat, Naruto. When the last major enemy force retreated and the summons vanished in smoke, the village stood broken but alive. Naruto stood in the middle of a burned street, arms hanging at his sides. His chakra was nearly gone. His hands were blistered with cold burn. His throat tasted like blood. Around him, frost melted into ash. Uruka found him there. The Chunin's face was bruised. His vest was torn. He looked exhausted and terrified. "Naruto?" Naruto turned. He tried to smile, failed. Uruka crossed the distance and caught him as he fell. This time, Naruto did not stiffen. He clung. Not like a future Hokage, not like a weapon, like a 12-year-old boy whose village was burning and whose old man was dead. Uruka held him tightly. Naruto cried into his vest. Around them, survivors watched. Some looked away in shame, some stared in confusion, some wept for their own dead. No one called him monster, not there. Not while ice he had made melted off the doors he had protected. Not while children he had saved clung to their parents. Not while the boy who had carried winter through fire finally shook apart in someone's arms. Above the village, smoke covered the sun. The third Hokage was gone. The invasion was over. And deep inside Naruto's seal, the ember that had once been a single stolen feeling burned brighter than ever. It had tasted grief. It had tasted fear. It had tasted the terrible warmth of being needed. And now, for the first time, it understood something dangerous. Power could make people look. Pain could make power grow. But love gave winter a reason to stop. Naruto did not know that yet. He only knew that Konoha was burning, Hiruzen was dead, and he had not frozen, not fully, not forever. Iruka held him as the first ash-gray evening settled over the village, and somewhere in the ruined street, where fire had blackened the stone, a single ice flower bloomed, then melted, drop by drop, into the dirt of the home Naruto had chosen to protect. Chapter 7, The Warmth I Almost Lost. Konoha did not heal all at once. Villages were not bodies. They did not close around a wound simply because enough time passed. They healed unevenly in patched roofs, rebuilt walls, new guard rotations, quiet funerals, and children who stopped playing in certain streets because those streets still smelled like smoke after rain. The third Hokage's funeral came under a gray sky. Naruto stood among hundreds of villagers, wearing black that felt too heavy on his shoulders. His forehead protector was tied around his arm instead of his head. He did not know why. It just felt wrong to wear it proudly while the old man who had given the village so many years lay beneath a stone marker. Rain fell softly, not enough to hide tears, enough to make everyone look blurred at the edges. Iruka stood beside Naruto. Kakashi stood a short distance away, head bowed, one hand in his pocket and one eye lowered toward memories nobody else could see. Sakura stood with her parents. Sasuke stood alone, as usual, but not as far from Team 7 as he would have months ago. Ino was across the gathering with her clan. Naruto found her without meaning to. She looked back, neither smiled. There were some moments where smiles felt disrespectful, even fake ones. Hiruzen Sarutobi had not been perfect. Naruto knew that now, though knowing it made everything harder instead of easier. The old man had protected him and failed him, hidden truth and offered kindness, watched from a distance and stepped close when it mattered too late. As a child, Naruto had thought adults were either good or bad depending on whether they were kind to him. Now he was learning the terrible adult truth. People could love you badly, they could protect you incompletely, they could be wrong and still matter. That made grief complicated. Naruto hated complicated. When the ceremony ended, people began leaving in small groups. Some spoke quietly. Some did not speak at all. Naruto remained, rain slid down his face. Iruka touched his shoulder. "Naruto!" "I'm coming," Naruto said. He did not move. Iruka waited a moment, then stepped away to give him space. Naruto stared at the memorial stone. The cold inside him shifted, not surging. Not dangerous, just present. It had learned grief in wave. It had learned loss during the invasion. Now it sat with him, neither numbing nor warming, like a silent creature that did not know how to comfort, but had stopped trying to erase the pain. Naruto pressed his hand over his stomach. "I'm still mad at him," he whispered. The rain answered. "I'm still sad too." That felt unfair. A person should not be allowed to be both. Behind him, footsteps approached. Not Iruka. Naruto knew the sound by now. Ino stopped beside him, close enough that her sleeve brushed his. For a while she said nothing. Naruto appreciated that. Then she held out a small flower, white petals, simple. "For him," she said. Naruto looked at it. His throat tightened. "I don't know if I'm allowed to give him flowers if I'm angry." Ino's voice softened. "That might be when people need them most." Naruto took the flower carefully. His fingers trembled. No frost formed. Together they placed it near the stone. Naruto stared at the flower until the rain bent its petals. "He knew," Naruto said. Ino glanced at him. "About me, about the fox, about the other thing. He knew and didn't tell me." Ino's expression tightened. She did not defend Hiruzen. That mattered. Adults always tried to defend other adults as if children could not survive hearing the truth. Ino was not an adult. Not yet. She still had the sharp honesty that had made her call his smiles fake years ago. "That hurts," she said. Naruto laughed once, softly and without humor. Yeah, do you hate him? Naruto thought about it. The answer should have been easy. It was not. No, he said finally. That's the annoying part. Ino nodded. Then, very carefully, she took his hand. Naruto did not look at her. He held on anyway. The village moved forward because villages had to. A new Hokage had to be found. The hospital overflowed with repairs and recovery. Teams returned to missions too soon because money, politics, and security did not wait for grief to become convenient. Naruto expected everything to slow down after Hiruzen died. Instead, it sped up. Jiraiya dragged him out of the village under the excuse of finding the fifth Hokage. Naruto suspected there were at least 3 other reasons: training, keeping him away from certain political arguments, and making sure he did not sit alone in his apartment until the windows froze. The journey to find Tsunade was strange, loud, and exhausting. Jiraiya taught him the Rasengan. Or tried to. Naruto loved the idea immediately: a compact sphere of spinning chakra, no hand signs, pure control and power. Then he hated it, because control remained the cruelest word in the shinobi language. Again, Jiraiya said. Naruto's palm smoked with failed chakra rotation. Naruto glared at the water balloon in his hand. This balloon is mocking me. It's a balloon. It knows what it did. Again. Naruto tried again. The water balloon swelled, twisted, and then froze solid. Jiraiya stared, Naruto stared. The balloon cracked. Cold water and ice slush exploded over both of them. Jiraiya wiped his face. Naruto blinked, then grinned. I think that counts. It absolutely does not. It changed shape. It became a sad snowball. Advanced sad snowball. Jiraiya sighed like a man questioning his life choices. But beneath the joking, Naruto could feel the older ninja watching him closely. The Rasengan forced Naruto to work with motion instead of stillness, spiral instead of freeze, flow instead of preservation. Jiraiya had chosen it for power, yes, but also for balance. Naruto understood that eventually. He complained anyway. When they found Tsunade, she was nothing like Naruto expected. The granddaughter of the first Hokage was loud, sharp, beautiful in a dangerous way, and carrying grief like a bottle she refused to put down. She insulted his dream, mocked the title of Hokage, and looked at Naruto like a child who had not yet learned how cruel the world could be. Naruto hated her immediately. Then he understood her. That was worse. People who were just cruel were easy. People who were hurt and cruel because of it were complicated, again with complicated. Their argument lit a fire in him, not foxfire, not ice, his own stubborn human flame. He challenged her. He trained harder. He split balloons, then rubber balls, then nearly split his own patience in half. When his hand blistered from chakra pressure, the cold tried to heal it too quickly. Jiraiya stopped him. Let some things heal normal, he said. Naruto scowled. Why? Because your body needs to remember it's allowed time. That sounded stupid. Naruto remembered it anyway. Then Orochimaru returned. The fight against the snake Sannin and Kabuto was beyond anything Naruto should have survived. Tsunade froze under old trauma. Jiraiya fought poisoned. Shizune fell. Kabuto moved like a medic who had learned exactly how to hurt bodies because he understood how they worked. Naruto saw Tsunade shaking, saw the fear that made a legend helpless. And for once, he did not laugh at fear. He knew fear. He knew how it could trap a person inside a moment that had already ended. Kabuto struck him. Naruto caught the hand. His other palm formed the Rasengan with a clone's help. Spiral chakra roared into Kabuto's body. For a split second, cold tried to lace the sphere. Naruto refused it. This was not a technique to freeze. This was movement, life forward. Kabuto flew back. Naruto collapsed. Tsunade caught him. He remembered her necklace, her tears. Her saying he would become Hokage someday. He remembered warmth against his forehead before darkness took him. When they returned to Konoha with Tsunade as the fifth Hokage, the village felt different again, not healed, never that quickly, but steadier. Tsunade filled the Hokage office like a throne chair filled a quiet room. Loudly, dangerously, and impossible to ignore. She yelled at advisors, reorganized medical priorities, threatened paperwork into submission, and punched a wall so hard Naruto decided she was his favorite Hokage after himself. For a little while, things almost became normal. Team 7 took missions. Sakura began training under Tsunade, and something in her sharpened, not cruelly, purposefully. She no longer looked at Sasuke and Naruto like impossible standards standing beside her. She looked at herself like a project she had finally decided to respect. Naruto trained with Jiraiya when the Sannin was in the village. Kakashi drilled them when he was not. Sasuke trained alone more often. That last part grew slowly enough that Naruto almost missed the pattern. Almost. At first, Sasuke had always been distant. Distance was part of him, like dark hair and sharp eyes. But after the invasion, after the curse mark, after Itachi returned to Konoha and broke something inside him all over again, Sasuke's silence changed. It became heavier, angrier. Naruto did not know what Itachi had done in full. He only knew Sasuke came back from the encounter with eyes that looked through everything and saw only one road ahead. The hospital rooftop fight happened on a hot afternoon. Naruto had come to visit Sasuke with Sakura. He brought no flowers because flowers felt like Ino's territory, and he did not trust himself not to choose something stupid. Instead, he brought an extra cup of ramen, which Sakura said was inappropriate for a hospital and Naruto said was emotional support broth. Sasuke was not impressed. He stood near the rooftop edge, bandages still visible, pride wounded worse than his body. Naruto tried jokes first, they failed. He tried anger next, that worked too well. "You think you're the only one who hurts?" Naruto snapped. Sasuke's eyes flashed. "You don't know anything about me? I know you keep walking away before anyone can stay." Sasuke moved. Naruto moved too. They clashed with fists first, then speed, then chakra. Sakura shouted for them to stop. Neither did. Sasuke's Chidori screamed into his hand. Naruto formed the Rasengan, blue spiral. White frost curled around its edges before he forced it back. This was not training. This was not proof. This was two boys aiming loneliness at each other and calling it strength. They charged. Sakura ran between them. For one horrifying heartbeat, Naruto saw Haku again. A body moving into a killing strike because love moved faster than survival. His heart stopped. Kakashi appeared, catching both attacks and driving them into separate water towers. Metal exploded. Water erupted. Silence followed. Naruto stared at the hole his Rasengan had torn through the back of the tower. Sasuke stared too. His own Chidori had pierced the front of his tower cleanly, but Naruto's damage was massive, hidden until seen from behind. Something ugly passed across Sasuke's face. Not fear, not respect. Humiliation. Naruto understood too late. He had not reassured Sasuke by holding back. He had not reached him by showing strength. He had shown him another wall, another person moving ahead, another reason to chase power from someone willing to offer it without love. That night, Sasuke left. The village did not know immediately. Naruto felt it before anyone told him. He woke in his apartment with frost across the window and a pressure in his chest like a door had opened somewhere it should not have. He sat up. Sasuke. No answer. Of course not. Still, he knew. By morning, Sakura found him at the village gate. She looked as if she had not slept. "Naruto," she whispered. The promise she asked of him was simple, impossible. Bring Sasuke back. Naruto wanted to say yes immediately. The old Naruto would have shouted it, grinned, made the promise so loudly the whole village had to believe him. But after Wave, after Hiruzen, after Gaara, after the rooftop, promises felt heavier. He looked at Sakura's shaking hands. Her love for Sasuke was not perfect. It was young, painful, and tangled in dreams she was slowly outgrowing. But it was real enough to hurt. Naruto nodded. "I'll bring him back," Sakura cried. Naruto did not let himself think about what would happen if he failed. The retrieval team formed fast. Shikamaru led. Choji, Kiba, Neji, and Naruto followed. Team 10 without Ino felt wrong in a way Naruto did not say aloud. She had not been selected for the mission. Her technique was powerful, but the urgency, the enemy type, and the need for pursuit made Shikamaru choose differently. Naruto understood. He hated it anyway. Ino found him before they left. She was waiting near a side street leading to the gate, arms crossed, expression controlled so tightly it was obviously not controlled at all. "You were going to leave without saying anything," she said. Naruto stopped. The others continued a few steps before Shikamaru looked back, read the situation instantly, and sighed. "2 minutes," he said. Kiba opened his mouth. Shikamaru elbowed him. The team moved ahead. Naruto faced Ino. "I have to go. I know." "Sasuke, I know." Her voice cracked slightly. That stopped him more effectively than shouting would have. Ino looked angry, not at him, at fear, at the mission, at the fact that being a ninja meant watching people walk toward danger and pretending that was normal. Naruto tried to grin, failed. Ino stepped closer. "Don't do the fake smile." He let it fall. "I'm scared," he said. Her eyes softened. "Good, you keep saying that, because it keeps meaning you're still here." He looked down. Frost gathered faintly at his sandals. Ino noticed. She reached out and took both his hands. The frost stopped. "Listen to me," she said. "Bring him back if you can, but don't trade yourself for him." Naruto's head snapped up. "I won't. You say that like you know where the line is." He did not answer because he didn't. Ino squeezed his hands. "You are not a tool for saving people. You're a person too." The words hit old bruises. Haku, Sasuke, Gaara, Hiruzen, everyone, Naruto swallowed. "I'll come back," he said. Ino's eyes shone. "That's an order too." He tried a small smile. "Bossy." "Alive," he nodded. Then he ran. The chase became a series of sacrifices, not deaths, not all, but sacrifices still. Choji stayed behind first. He smiled with crumbs on his face and courage in his eyes, facing an enemy who mocked his body and underestimated his heart. Naruto wanted to stay. Shikamaru ordered him forward. That was leadership. It tasted terrible. Then Neji stayed. Then Kiba. Then Shikamaru. Each time the group became smaller. Each time Naruto's promise grew heavier. His cold wanted to help. It offered calm. It offered distance. It offered the ability to stop feeling the ache of leaving friends behind in danger. Naruto refused it every time, not cleanly, not easily. He stumbled. He shook. Frost burst from him once and froze a tree trunk solid after Neji turned back toward his opponent. But he kept moving with the hurt intact. By the time Naruto reached the Valley of the End, rain had begun to fall. 2 statues rose on either side of the waterfall. Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, hands forever forming a seal across the rushing water. Naruto found Sasuke standing on Madara's side. Of course he did. Sasuke turned. His expression was calm in the way a blade was calm after being sharpened. "You're late," Sasuke said. Naruto stepped onto the water. "You're leaving?" "I already left." "No." Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Naruto's voice shook, but he did not hide it. "You're standing right there, so no, you haven't." For a moment, rain filled the silence between them. Then Sasuke laughed. It was not happy. It was not even cruel exactly. It was broken. "You still don't understand." "Then explain it." "I need power." "You have power." "Not enough." "For what?" "Revenge." Sasuke's face twisted. "For him." Itachi's shadow filled the space without being there. Naruto stepped closer. "You think Orochimaru is going to give you power for free?" "No." "Then why?" "Because I can pay the price." The words chilled Naruto more than the rain. He thought of Jiraiya's warning. Power that costs you your ability to love the people you're protecting isn't victory. He thought of Ino's hands. "Don't trade yourself for him." Naruto lifted his fists. "Then I'll stop you." Sasuke's eyes hardened. "Try." They fought, not like the rooftop. No teacher interrupted. No Sakura ran between them. No team stood close enough to pull them apart. Just rain, stone, water, and the impossible weight of everything neither boy knew how to say. Naruto fought with clones first. Sasuke tore through them. Naruto used ice chains. Sasuke burned them with fire, learning the counter faster than Naruto liked. Naruto formed shields. Sasuke shattered them with Chidori-enhanced strikes, each break sending pain through Naruto's body. The backlash slowed him. Sasuke noticed. "You can't win if your own defense hurts you." Naruto spat blood into the rain. "Good thing I'm stupid." He charged again. Sasuke's Sharingan tracked him. Punch, dodge, kick, block, ice, fire, water exploding beneath their feet. Naruto landed a hit. Sasuke returned too, their chakra rose, the curse mark spread across Sasuke's skin. Kurama's chakra surged around Naruto in red, hot anger. The cold ember recoiled at first, then pressed forward too, reacting to Naruto's desperation. Two tenants, one house. For once, Naruto tried to pull from both. Red chakra wrapped his body. White frost formed claws over it. The result hurt immediately. His skin burned and froze at once. But it worked. For a few moments, Naruto moved like a storm in winter. Sasuke's eyes widened. Naruto grabbed him and drove him through the water. "Come back," Sasuke kicked him off. "There is nothing for me there." "That's a lie." "What do I have?" Sasuke shouted. The question cracked through the rain. Naruto froze. Sasuke stood on the water, curse mark twisting across his face, eyes wild. "My clan is dead. My brother lives. Every day I stay, I get weaker. Every bond makes me slower. Every person who reaches for me becomes another thing he can use against me." Naruto's chest hurt. "Sasuke, you think staying means healing because people stayed for you." The words struck hard. Sasuke's voice lowered. "But my people didn't stay, they died." Naruto had no answer. He had wanted to argue Sasuke back into the village. But grief was not a door you could kick open from outside. Sasuke lifted his hand. Lightning screamed, "I won't become weak because you're afraid to be alone again." Naruto flinched. There it was, the truth beneath the fight, ugly, sharp, partly wrong, partly right. Naruto did not only want to save Sasuke for Sakura, or for Team 7. He wanted to save him because Sasuke leaving meant bonds could break even when Naruto fought with everything he had. It meant staying was not guaranteed. It meant love was not a jutsu you could cast hard enough to keep someone from walking away. The cold inside him surged. For the first time, it did not offer numbness. It offered control. Freeze the valley. Stop Sasuke's feet, bind him in ice. Preserve the bond by force. Naruto saw it in a flash. Sasuke sealed in crystal, alive, safe, unable to leave. A victory that looked like protection if he did not look too closely. His hands shook. For one terrible second, he wanted it. Then Haku's voice came from memory. "If I cannot be useful, I have no purpose." Naruto's stomach turned. No. Sasuke was not a tool, not a prize, not proof that Naruto could save everyone. He was a person making a terrible choice. Naruto could fight him, could drag him back if he won. But he could not turn saving into ownership. The ice domain forming under his feet cracked. Sasuke saw the hesitation. He moved. Chidori met Rasengan, lightning and spiral chakra exploded between the statues. Naruto poured everything into the strike, not the perfect ice, not the binding prison, just him, his anger, his fear, his love, his refusal. Sasuke's hand drove forward. Naruto's Rasengan tore through his sleeve and struck his headband. The metal protector flew into the air, scratched across the leaf symbol. For one moment they were close enough to hear each other breathe. Sasuke's eyes changed, not softened, but shaken. Naruto reached for him. "Sasuke." Sasuke struck him down. The world went black around the edges. Naruto fell onto wet stone. Rain hit his face. He could not move. Sasuke stood above him. For a long moment he did nothing. Naruto forced one eye open. Sasuke looked down, curse mark receding slowly, expression unreadable and young in a way he probably hated. "Why?" Naruto whispered. Sasuke's hand twitched. He did not answer, then he turned and walked away. Naruto tried to rise. His body failed. The cold ember reached for him desperately now, trying to close wounds, preserve life, keep the heart beating. Kurama's chakra rumbled beneath it, angry and distant. Naruto did not care, his eyes fixed on Sasuke's back until the rain swallowed him. "Sasuke," he rasped. No answer. The Valley of the End roared around him. For the first time since becoming a ninja, Naruto understood that trying with everything could still fail. That hurt worse than any wound. Kakashi found him later. Naruto woke briefly against his teacher's back, carried through rain. "Sasuke," he whispered. Kakashi did not answer fast enough. Naruto closed his eyes. That was answer enough. The hospital smelled like medicine, clean sheets, and failure. Naruto woke to pain everywhere. Tsunade had healed the worst of it. His body would recover. His chakra pathways were strained but intact. The frost backlash had left pale marks along his arms that would fade slowly. None of that mattered. Sasuke was gone. The retrieval team survived barely. Choji, Neji, Kiba, Shikamaru, alive, wounded, changed. Naruto should have felt relief. He did. But relief and failure sat inside him together, refusing to cancel each other out. Sakura visited first. Her eyes were red. Naruto tried to apologize. She shook her head before he could finish. "You kept your promise," she said. Naruto stared at her. "No, I didn't. You tried." "That's not the same." "I know." The honesty hurt. Sakura's hands folded in her lap, but I asked too much. Naruto wanted to deny it. He could not. Sakura looked toward the window. "I'm going to train under Tsunade-sama. Next time, I won't just wait for someone else to bring him back." Naruto looked at her. There was grief in her voice, but also steel. He nodded. "Next time, we drag him back together." Sakura smiled through tears. "Yeah." Ino came after sunset. She entered without knocking, carrying flowers and anger. Naruto blinked. "Are those for me, or are you going to hit me with them? Both are options." He tried to smile. It broke halfway. Ino's anger vanished. She set the flowers down and crossed the room. Naruto looked away. "I failed." Ino sat beside the bed. "You came back." "That wasn't the mission." "It was my mission." His throat closed. "Ino, you promised." "I promised Sakura too, and you tried." "That's not enough." His voice cracked across the room. The window frosted instantly. Ino did not flinch. Naruto's breathing turned ragged. "I had him. I was right there. I could have." His hands clenched in the blanket. "I could have frozen him." Ino went very still. Naruto stared at his hands. "I almost did. Not attack, not like normal. I could have trapped him, kept him there. He would have lived. He would have been back." His voice dropped. "And for a second, I wanted to." The room was silent. Naruto waited for horror, for fear, for Ino to finally see the wrongness everyone else had seen first. Instead, she took his hand. "You didn't," she said. Naruto's eyes burned. "I wanted to, but you didn't." "What if next time I do?" Ino's fingers tightened. "Then next time someone reminds you." The frost on the window cracked. Naruto looked at her. She looked scared. That mattered too. She was scared and staying anyway. "I don't know how to keep people," Naruto whispered. Ino's face softened with a sadness too old for them both. "Maybe you don't keep them." He looked away. "Maybe you just love them while they're here and fight like crazy when they're in trouble." "That sounds terrible." "It is. Feelings are stupid." "I told you that years ago." Naruto laughed. It came out broken. Then the laugh turned into a sob. He covered his face with his free hand. Ino moved closer and wrapped her arms around him carefully, mindful of bandages. Naruto froze for 1 second, then folded into the hug. He cried like he had not allowed himself to cry in the valley, not loudly, not prettily, but fully. Ino held him through it. The cold inside him stirred, confused by the warmth, but did not rise. This grief had somewhere to go. Days passed. Then weeks. Sasuke's absence became part of Team 7 shape, a missing chair, a silence during training, a name nobody said casually. Naruto visited the Valley of the End once before leaving, not alone. Kakashi brought him. They stood beneath the statues, listening to the waterfall. Naruto found his scratched forehead protector near the water's edge. Sasuke had left it behind. Naruto picked it up. The slash across the leaf symbol caught the light. Kakashi stood beside him. "I couldn't stop my friend either," Kakashi said. Naruto looked up. Kakashi's visible eye remained on the water. "I spent a long time mistaking regret for loyalty." Naruto said nothing. Kakashi continued, "Don't do that." The words were quiet, heavy, a gift from one failure to another. Naruto gripped the forehead protector. "I'm going to bring him back, I know. But not like," Naruto swallowed, "not like he's something I own." Kakashi looked at him then, his eyes softened. "Good." When Jiraiya offered to take Naruto away for training, Naruto said yes. Not because he wanted to leave. Because staying still felt like freezing. He needed movement. He needed strength. He needed to understand the fox, the ember, the ice, the cost, and the line between saving someone and trapping them. He needed to become someone who could reach Sasuke without losing himself in the attempt. The night before he left, Naruto went to the Yamanaka flower shop. Ino was closing up. She did not look surprised to see him. "You're leaving," she said. "Yeah. For how long?" Jiraiya says maybe a couple years. Her mouth tightened. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. "All right, you better. I'll train, obviously. I'll come back stronger. I know," he blinked. "You do?" Ino gave him the look she used when he asked questions with obvious answers. "You don't stop. People like that eventually get somewhere." He remembered the academy steps, the sweet in his hand, her saying almost the same thing when he was just a boy with a bruise and no idea what happy felt like. Naruto's chest filled, still painful, still warm. "I'm going to feel it," he said. Ino tilted her head. "Feel what?" "All of it, missing people, being mad, failing, whatever comes." He looked down at his hands. "I can't let the cold take it just because it hurts." Ino stepped closer. "That sounds like growth." "Gross." "Very." They laughed softly. Then Ino reached into a basket near the counter and pulled out a small pressed flower sealed between two slips of paper. "For your notebook," she said. "I don't have a notebook." "Then get one, bossy." "Alive," she said again. Naruto smiled. This time it did not break. At the village gate the next morning, Sakura came to see him off. So did Uruka. Kakashi stood farther back, pretending he had just happened to be nearby. Tsunade gave him orders disguised as threats. Jiraiya complained about being rushed while clearly being the one rushing. Ino stood with Team 10. Choji waved. Shikamaru lifted a lazy hand. Ino said nothing at first. Naruto stepped toward her. "I'll bring him back," he said. She nodded. "And I'll come back." Her eyes shone, but she smiled. "Good." Naruto hesitated. Then, before his courage could escape, he hugged her. Ino stiffened in surprise, then hugged him back. It lasted only a few seconds, long enough. When Naruto pulled away, his ears were red. Ino's cheeks were too, neither mentioned it. Jiraiya cleared his throat loudly. "Touching. Moving now." Naruto turned toward the road. Konoha stood behind him, scarred but alive. Sasuke was somewhere ahead, walking deeper into darkness. The cold inside Naruto rested beneath his seal, no longer an enemy, not yet fully a friend. Kurama watched from behind bars with unreadable red eyes. The ember held grief, warmth, fear, and the memory of hands that had stayed. Naruto took one step, then another. He did not leave the village because he had stopped hurting. He left because he chose to carry the hurt with him, not frozen, not forgotten, alive. And as the road opened beneath the morning sun, Naruto Uzumaki reached up, touched the scratched forehead protector tied at his side, and made a promise he did not shout. Next time, he would be strong enough to reach Sasuke, and human enough to let him choose the light. Chapter 8, Sovereign's Temptation. For the first 6 months away from Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki hated silence. Not disliked, hated. Silence had always been dangerous, but outside the village it became worse. In Konoha, silence at least had walls around it. His apartment, the academy rooftop, the training fields, the Yamanaka flower shop after closing, those places held memories now. Some hurt. Some warmed. All of them reminded him that silence could be shared. On the road with Jiraiya, silence stretched too wide. Forests did not care if he laughed. Mountains did not answer when he shouted. Empty roads did not glare, whisper, cheer, or call him annoying. At first, Naruto filled every quiet hour with noise. He complained about walking, complained about food, complained about Jiraiya's writing schedule, research habits, training methods, sleeping schedule, and general old man energy. Jiraiya tolerated it for exactly 9 days. On the 10th, he threw Naruto into a river. Naruto came up sputtering. "What was that for?" "Training." "You didn't teach anything. You learned I can throw you into rivers when you talk too much." "That's not training." "It trained my patience." Naruto splashed water at him. Jiraiya dodged without looking. That made Naruto angrier, which, annoyingly, was usually when Jiraiya taught best. The Sannin trained Naruto in pieces, control first, not perfect control. Jiraiya was realistic, not insane. Naruto's chakra was never going to behave like Sakura's. It was too large, too layered, too full of competing forces. Trying to make it delicate in the same way would have been like asking a storm to fold paper cranes. So Jiraiya taught him rough control, battle control, the kind that did not ask chakra to become small, only useful. Rasengan became the center of that training. Spiral, compression, movement. Every time Naruto tried to lace it with frost, Jiraiya smacked his wrist. No, it gets stronger, it gets colder. That is also stronger. It becomes easier for you to detach from what you're doing, Naruto scowled. You keep saying stuff like that because you keep needing to hear it. Naruto hated that answer. He especially hated that it worked. The cold inside him had grown since the Valley of the End. It no longer moved only when he panicked. It answered grief, fear, protection, and even focus. It helped him shape ice shields faster, helped close wounds, helped quiet enemy aggression when fights spiraled too close to killing. It also waited at the edge of every painful feeling with the patience of falling snow. Missing Sasuke, freeze it. Missing home, freeze it. Missing Ino so sharply that her last smile before he left became impossible to think about, freeze that too. The first time Naruto let it happen on purpose, he did not notice immediately. That was the dangerous part. It happened after a failed summoning exercise. Jiraiya had pushed him hard all morning, demanding better balance between his own chakra and Kurama's. Naruto had collapsed in the dirt, exhausted, angry, and homesick enough that even yelling felt too tiring. He thought of Konoha, Uruka's ramen lectures, Sakura's new determined eyes, Kakashi's lazy wave from the gate, Ino's arms around him before he left. The ache rose. The cold answered. The ache vanished. Naruto sat up. For 5 peaceful minutes he felt nothing at all. No pain, no fear, no longing, no guilt. Just clean, pale quiet. It was wonderful. Then Jiraiya slapped him. Hard, Naruto hit the ground and rolled, more shocked than hurt. What the hell, pervy sage? Jiraiya stood over him, face more serious than Naruto had ever seen it. Say her name. Naruto froze. What? Say her name. Naruto's throat moved. His mind reached for the answer and found the word, Ino. But for one horrible second, the word had no warmth attached, just sound, 2 syllables. A person-shaped fact. Naruto's stomach turned. Ino, he whispered. The cold cracked. Everything came back at once. Longing slammed into him so hard he nearly threw up. His eyes burned. Jiraiya crouched in front of him. That, the Sannin said, is why I slapped you. Naruto shook. I forgot what it felt like. Not forgot, let go. I didn't mean to. I know. Jiraiya's voice softened. That makes it more dangerous. After that, training changed. Naruto learned to recognize the warning signs. The too clean calm. The way colors seemed less important. The way people's names stayed in his mind but lost their weight. The way his hands stopped trembling not because he was brave, but because fear had been buried under frost. Jiraiya made him write letters after every hard training session, not long ones. Sometimes only 3 lines, to Uruka, to Sakura. Sometimes to Kakashi, though those letters usually became arguments with someone who was not present. Most often to Ino. Naruto complained the first time. Then kept doing it even when Jiraiya stopped reminding him. He bought a notebook because Ino had ordered him to. He pressed the flower she gave him between its first pages. When the ache became too much, he opened the notebook and read his own words until feeling returned. Some nights, Kurama watched him from behind the bars of the seal. The mindscape had changed over the years, still dark, still flooded, still divided by enormous bars, but not as empty as before. Naruto's presence left marks now, scratches on stone from old anger, small patches of frost where the ember had stirred. A few floating lights that Naruto did not understand but suspected came from memories that refused to drown. Kurama lay with his chin on his paws, red eyes narrowed. "You are weak," the fox said one night. Naruto sat cross-legged in the shallow water. "Good evening to you too, you cling to scraps. They're called bonds. They are handles." Naruto frowned. "Handles! Things enemies can grab." The water rippled. Naruto looked down. Sasuke's face flashed in the reflection, then Haku, then Hiruzen. Then Ino at the gate. Naruto's hands tightened. Kurama watched him. The Uchiha understood that much. Naruto's head snapped up. "Don't!" He cut the handle before it could be used. He ran away. He chose power. He chose wrong. Kurama's teeth showed, did he? Naruto stood. Yes. The fox's gaze shifted past him, toward the deeper part of the seal, where frost gathered in pale veins through the darkness. Then why does the cold agree with him? Naruto went still. Kurama's voice lowered. That thing is not alive like I am. It does not hate. It does not scheme. It does not even want in the way beasts want. The frost pulsed faintly. But it understands one path very well. Naruto swallowed. What path? Kurama's eyes burned, cut away warmth. Become untouchable. Make others worship power because they cannot reach the person inside it. The water grew colder around Naruto's ankles. That isn't me, Naruto said. No, Kurama agreed. The agreement frightened him more than mockery would have. Not yet. 2.5 years changed Naruto slowly. He grew taller, his face sharpened, his voice settled. His orange became darker, trimmed with black, still bright enough to offend stealth and tradition equally. He learned to enter towns without announcing himself to every bird, dog, and suspicious shopkeeper within range. Mostly. He learned better taijutsu, better clone feints, better Rasengan variations, and better ways to use ice without tearing his own chakra apart. His constructs became thinner, cleaner, and faster. Not perfect like Haku's had been. Naruto did not want perfect. Perfect ice scared him. But his ice could now form chains, stepping platforms, curved shields, false mirrors, and clone-anchored traps. His ice-threaded clones were dangerous but costly. When they shattered, the backlash still hurt, but he had learned how to spread the strain across multiple small links instead of one large wound. His regeneration improved too. That worried Jiraiya. Cuts closed quickly, bruises faded overnight. Broken ribs that should have taken weeks healed in days. But every time the healing came from the ember's self-preservation instinct, Naruto felt the same temptation. Why hurt? Why wait? Why not let cold repair what the world damaged? Jiraiya forced him to rest anyway. Naruto complained anyway. They became, in that way, almost family, not father and son. Not exactly teacher and student either, something messier, louder. Full of arguments, bad jokes, roadside meals, real lessons disguised as nonsense, and quiet moments where Jiraiya looked at Naruto like he was seeing both a prophecy and a boy and was terrified of confusing the two. When they finally returned to Konoha, Naruto stopped outside the gate. The village had changed, rebuilt walls, new roofs, fresh paint over old scars. The Hokage monument still watched over everything. Tsunade's face had not yet been carved, but Naruto said it should include her fist so enemies knew what they were dealing with. Jiraiya snorted. Naruto did not move. The gate guard stared, one smiled. Naruto grinned. Miss me, it came out loud, bright, almost like before, but not the same. This grin had weight behind it now. The guard laughed. Welcome home. Home, Naruto felt the word land. The cold inside him stirred, then settled. No frost. Good. He walked into Konoha. Everything came at once. Smells, voices, sun on rooftops, ramen broth. Flower petals near the Yamanaka shop. Training dust from the fields. Hospital disinfectant, old grief, new life. He found Sakura first. Or rather, Sakura found him. She stepped into the street ahead of him, taller now, stronger in posture, with gloves on her hands and Tsunade's influence in her eyes. Naruto beamed. Sakura-chan, she smiled, then punched him into the ground. Jiraiya winced. Naruto lay in a small crater, staring at the sky. Welcome home. Sakura said sweetly. Naruto raised one thumb. Your love is violent. You earned it, he laughed. This time, nobody flinched. Kakashi arrived late to the reunion because the world had rules. He looked Naruto over with one visible eye. You're taller. You're later. Good. You've grown observant. You haven't grown punctual. Some traditions must be preserved. Naruto grinned. Then Kakashi's eye dipped briefly to Naruto's hands. Naruto noticed. His fingers were warm, no frost. Kakashi's eye softened. Welcome back, Naruto. The words were simple. Naruto held them carefully. He saved the flower shop for last. That was not cowardice. He told himself that several times. He stopped outside the Yamanaka storefront as evening light turned the windows gold. The sign was freshly painted. Flowers stood in careful arrangements near the entrance. A bell chimed softly as customers came and went. Naruto stood frozen in the street, not literally, thankfully. Then the door opened. Ino stepped out carrying a basket of flowers. She had grown, of course she had. Everyone had. But knowing something and seeing it were different battles. Her hair was longer, tied back neatly. Her face had lost some of its childhood roundness. Her eyes were the same, though, sharp, bright, and capable of seeing too much. She saw him. The basket slipped slightly in her hands. Naruto's mouth went dry. He had imagined this moment 100 times. In most versions, he said something cool. In a few, he said something meaningful. In one particularly ambitious version, he swept in like a hero from Jiraiya's more dramatic stories and made her blush immediately. What came out was, "Your hair is longer." Ino stared. Then she laughed. Naruto's face burned. "That was not my best opening." "No," she said, smiling. "It was very you." Something in his chest unclenched. She set the basket down and stepped closer. "You came back." Order was order. Her eyes softened, alive. Mostly, she punched his shoulder, not secure a level. "Still painful." "Oh, that's for mostly." Naruto rubbed his arm. "Everyone got stronger and more violent. You were gone a long time. I wrote. You did. Good letters, terrible spelling. I meant emotionally." Ino looked at him then, really looked, and the joking faded. "They helped." The answer hit him harder than praise. He glanced away, ears red. She reached into her apron pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper, worn from being opened many times. Naruto recognized his own messy handwriting. His throat tightened. "You kept them." "Some." "How many is some?" "Enough." That was very Ino, sharp and soft at the same time. They walked after the shop closed. Not far, just through familiar streets that felt new because they were older now. Naruto told her about training, about Jiraiya's river-throwing habit, about toads, Rasengan disasters, and the time he accidentally froze an entire bath and had to work 3 days washing dishes to pay for it. Ino laughed until she had to lean against a wall. Then she told him about Konoha, about Sakura's training, about Shikamaru becoming Chunin and pretending responsibility was a disease, about Choji growing stronger, about missions, about how the village spoke of Naruto differently after the invasion, though not always comfortably. The frost of Konoha, hero. Jinchuriki, whispered by those who still remembered too much and learned too little. Naruto listened. He did not like all of it, but he did not freeze. At the old academy steps, they stopped. The place where she had once given him a sweet because he looked sad weird. Naruto sat. Ino sat beside him. For a while they watched the village lights. Naruto's hands rested between his knees. Ino looked at them. Do they still hurt? He knew what she meant, the ice, the backlash, the cost, sometimes. And the other thing, he looked at her. Most people did not ask about the ember directly. Even Jiraiya spoke around it unless training demanded precision. Kakashi watched. Sakura worried. Tsunade studied medical effects and frowned. Ino asked because she had seen it before the name existed. Naruto looked up at the stars. It got stronger. Her face tightened. So did I, he added quickly. That wasn't the question, he sighed. Sometimes it makes things easier. Feeling, not feeling, Ino was quiet. Naruto forced himself to continue. It's not like a voice. It doesn't tell me to do stuff. But when something hurts, it's there. Like a door, if I walk through, everything gets quiet. Do you? He looked down. Sometimes I stand in the doorway. Ino took that in, then she leaned her shoulder against his. Then I'll pull you back. Naruto's breath caught. He turned toward her. Ino? Her cheeks were pink, but she did not look away. We're not kids anymore, Naruto. The words made his heart try to escape his chest. He had fought missing nin, faced tailed beasts, argued with giant toads, trained under a legendary Sannin. None of that had prepared him for a girl looking at him on academy steps like he mattered in a way he could no longer pretend was only friendship. I thought about you, he said. Her smile trembled. I know, your letters were not subtle. I tried to be subtle. You once wrote, "The sunset was orange like my jacket, but less awesome, and I wondered if you'd complain about it." That is poetry. That is emotional vandalism. Naruto laughed nervously, then grew serious. I don't know how to do this. Ino's voice softened. Neither do I. That seems bad. It seems honest. Naruto swallowed. The cold inside him stirred, not to numb, not to freeze, but confused by warmth so large it had no place to go. Ino took his hand, his fingers trembled. No frost formed. Naruto looked at their hands, then at her. "I like you," he said, then winced. That sounded small. Ino smiled. "It didn't. I mean, I really like you. I know, bossy, alive." He laughed softly. Then, carefully, with all the seriousness he usually saved for impossible promises, Naruto said, "Will you be with me?" Ino's eyes shone. "Took you long enough." "That's a yes." "That's obviously a yes." "Good, because if it was a no, I was going to jump off the steps dramatically." "They're 3 feet high. I'd make it dramatic." She laughed and leaned into him. Naruto sat there under the stars, holding the first bond he had chosen to name out loud, and for once the warmth did not frighten him enough to run. The happiness hurt. He let it. Peace lasted less than a week. Akatsuki moved again. The name had always hung over Naruto's life like a storm on the horizon. He knew pieces, cloaks with red clouds, S-rank missing nin, hunters of Jinchuriki, Itachi among them, monsters who collected monsters. Then Gaara was taken, Kazekage now, changed now. Still awkward with tenderness, still carrying shadows, but trying. Naruto heard the news in Tsunade's office. For a moment, no one spoke. Then something cold and furious unfolded inside him, not empty, focused. Gaara, the boy of sand and sleepless eyes. The one who had asked if it hurt less when people stayed, taken because of the beast inside him. Used because the world kept finding new ways to turn children into containers. Naruto's hands clenched. "We're going," he said. Tsunade did not argue. Team Kakashi moved for Suna. Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, and later Chiyo of the sand. The desert was brutal, heat pressed down from above, but Naruto felt cold under his skin the entire way. When they reached the Akatsuki hideout, the battle split into nightmares. Sakura and Chiyo faced Sasori. Naruto and Kakashi chased Deidara, who carried Gaara's body like stolen proof that power still attracted thieves. Naruto saw Gaara, lifeless, his vision narrowed. Red chakra surged, white frost exploded across the desert stone beneath him. Kakashi shouted his name. Naruto barely heard. Deidara laughed from above, light and mocking. Jinchuriki are always so emotional. Yeah. Naruto's fury became winter. Ice formed in the air despite desert heat, thin platforms flashing under his feet as clones launched him upward. Deidara's clay birds twisted away from Rasengan strikes and frost chains. Explosions shattered Naruto's constructs, sending backlash through his body. He did not slow. Each broken ice platform cut pain into his legs. Each shattered chain burned his arms. He welcomed it because pain kept him from going numb. Then Deidara dropped a clay bomb toward Kakashi. Naruto's serenity aura expanded without permission. The battlefield softened. For half a second, even Deidara's killing intent blurred. Kakashi used the opening. Kamui tore space. The explosion missed. Naruto landed hard, shaking. The aura had gone wider than ever, too wide. He felt it dulling him. Gaara's body became less horrifying. The chase became less urgent. The idea of loss became distant. "No," Naruto hissed. He slammed a fist into the ground. Pain snapped him back. The frost domain collapsed inward. Kakashi appeared beside him, breathing hard. "Naruto?" "I'm here. Are you?" The question hurt because it was fair. Naruto looked at Gaara's body in Deidara's grasp. Grief came back. "Good. I'm here," he said again. This time, Kakashi nodded. They recovered Gaara too late. That was what it seemed at first. Sakura's hands shook over his body. Chiyo's face was old in a way even age could not explain. Naruto stood there, staring down at a boy who had once been his mirror and now lay empty because Akatsuki wanted what lived inside him. Something in Naruto broke open. The cold ember surged. This time the offer was not numbness. It was power, true power. The shape of it appeared in his mind like a throne carved from winter. Ice sovereign, not a technique, a state, a domain wide enough to still armies. Regeneration fast enough to laugh at most wounds. Serenity strong enough to quiet hatred across a battlefield. Constructs so perfect their breaking would burn enemies before they could reach him. A storm with a human face. He could stop this, not just Gaara, all of it. Akatsuki, Orochimaru. The next war, the next child stolen for a beast. He could become so cold that nobody could take anyone from him again. For 1 second, the desert around him frosted white. Sakura looked up sharply. Kakashi turned, Chiyo stared. Naruto did not see them. Inside the seal, Kurama snarled so loudly the mindscape shook. Brat! Naruto found himself standing before the bars. Kurama's eyes burned. The frost behind Naruto had grown into towering shapes now. Pillars, arches, almost a palace. Naruto turned slowly. The cold did not speak. It did not need to. He understood. Is this what you warned me about? Naruto asked. Kurama's tails lashed. That is what hollow things build when they mistake worship for warmth. Naruto looked at the Frost Palace. It was beautiful, perfect, empty. If I had that power, Naruto whispered, Gaara wouldn't be dead. Kurama's growl deepened. If you had that power, you might no longer care that he was. Naruto flinched. The mindscape cracked. He returned to the desert gasping. Chiyo moved. Her life-for-life technique began. Naruto watched an old woman give what remained of herself to return Gaara to the world. Not because Gaara was a weapon, because he had become loved. When Gaara breathed again, Naruto cried openly in front of Sand Shinobi, Konoha Shinobi, elders, and anyone else watching. He did not care. Gaara opened his eyes. Naruto wiped his face badly. You idiot! Gaara blinked. Sakura let out a wet laugh. Kakashi's eyes softened. The people of Suna bowed to Gaara. Then, one by one, some looked at Naruto too, not worship, gratitude. The difference mattered. On the road back to Konoha, Naruto was quieter than usual. Kakashi walked beside him for a while before speaking. You felt something back there. Naruto did not pretend not to understand. Yeah, a new level? Maybe. Kakashi waited. Naruto looked at his hands. It felt like I could end things, not one fight, everything. Like if I became cold enough, strong enough, calm enough, nobody could hurt my people again. Kakashi said nothing for several steps. Then he said, That sounds tempting. Naruto laughed once, terrifying too. Good! Naruto glanced at him. Kakashi's voice remained quiet. Temptation that doesn't scare you has already won. When they returned, Ino met him at the gate. She saw his face and did not ask for a joke. He walked straight into her arms. People were watching. He did not care. She held him. Gaara lived, he told her later. Chiyo died. Akatsuki was worse than they thought, and there was something inside him now that knew how to become more. Ino listened without interrupting. They sat in the flower shop after closing, surrounded by petals and soft shadows. When Naruto finished, Ino's face was pale. What would it cost? She asked. I don't know. That's not true. Naruto looked down. The silence stretched. Then he whispered, a bond. Ino went still. He hated himself for saying it, but he had to. That's what it feels like. Not killing someone, not like that, but burning something real as fuel. Letting go so completely that the power fills the space. Ino's hand tightened around his. Whose bond? I don't think it cares. Her eyes shone with fear. Naruto forced himself to continue. That's why it's dangerous. It doesn't need me to hate anyone. It just needs me to decide feeling is too expensive. Ino breathed slowly, then she reached up and touched his cheek. You listen to me, Naruto Uzumaki. He looked at her. Her voice trembled but did not break. If power asks you to become someone who can't love the people he saves, then it isn't saving. It's just another kind of loss. The words hit the center of him. Jiraiya had said something like it once. Kurama had warned him in harsher ways. Kakashi had circled it. But Ino named it with the hand of someone standing close enough to be part of the cost. Naruto covered her hand with his. I won't choose it. You might want to. I already did. Her eyes softened with pain. Then promise me something better than never wanting it. What? Promise me you'll let us pull you back when you do. Naruto closed his eyes. For years, he had wanted to become strong enough that nobody needed to save him. Now the strongest promise he could make was that he would allow it. I promise. Outside, night settled over Konoha. Inside, among flowers leaning toward warmth and water, and whatever light they could find, Naruto held Ino's hand and understood the shape of the war ahead. Akatsuki wanted beasts. Orochimaru wanted bodies. Sasuke wanted revenge. The world wanted weapons. And the cold inside Naruto offered the cleanest weapon of all, become the Ice Sovereign. End the war alone, be worshipped, be untouchable, be empty. Naruto opened his eyes. Ino was still there. Warm, afraid, staying, he squeezed her hand. For now, that was enough to keep winter from becoming a throne. Chapter 9. The War of Absolute Zero. The first time Naruto Uzumaki looked down at Konoha and saw it destroyed, he understood why gods became cruel. Not because cruelty was strong, because distance made it easy. From above, the village was no longer streets, shops, roofs, training fields, flower stalls, ramen stands, and people who called your name differently depending on whether they loved you, feared you, or needed you. From above, it was a shape, a broken shape, a crater where home had been. Smoke rose in slow gray columns. Dust floated across the ruins like dead snow. Somewhere beneath the silence, people were buried, injured, crying, waiting, dying, and at the center of it all stood pain. Calm, still, certain. Naruto arrived in a red cloak and sage eyes. Toads beside him, fury in his chest and winter beneath his skin. For a single heartbeat, the boy who had once painted the Hokage monument and demanded attention vanished under the weight of what he saw. Konoha was gone, not completely, not forever. But enough that the cold inside him opened like a door. No pain, it promised, without words, no panic, no grief, only stillness, only power. Naruto clenched his fists until his nails dug into his palms. "No," he whispered. Fukasaku glanced at him from his shoulder. "Boy!" Naruto's eyes stayed on the crater. "No," he said again, louder. The cold pulled back 1 inch, not gone, never gone, but waiting. Pain spoke of peace, of cycles, of hatred, of pain teaching the world what words could not. Naruto listened because he had to. Because Jiraiya had died chasing answers to that same impossible question. Because power alone had never saved anyone without leaving something broken behind. But as pain spoke, Naruto felt the other path inside him. The Ice Sovereign did not need an answer. It did not need peace. It did not need forgiveness. It would freeze the cycle, freeze hatred, freeze grief, freeze every hand raised in violence and every heart that could not stop wanting revenge. A perfect world of silence. Naruto almost laughed, because the offer was monstrous. And because some exhausted part of him understood why someone might take it. Then pain attacked. Sage mode turned Naruto into motion. He was stronger now than he had ever been. Natural energy burned through him, wild and alive, disrupting the ember's resonance whenever it tried to numb him too deeply. For once, the cold inside him had a counter inside his own body. The world was sharper in sage mode. Every sound mattered. Every life sign around him pressed against his awareness like sparks in the dark. Pain's paths moved with terrible coordination. Naruto answered with clones, Rasengan, Taijutsu, and ice shaped with new discipline. His frost no longer burst wildly from panic. It formed in precise arcs, curved plates, short-lived spears, and thin chains that snapped around ankles before shattering under force. Every break hurt. Every break also burned his enemies cold enough to buy precious seconds. He did not build more than he could afford to lose. Not yet. One path lunged toward a fallen toad. Naruto flicked his hand. An ice wall rose between them. The path shattered it with a chakra rod. Pain lanced up Naruto's arm. He grit his teeth and struck back with a Rasengan. Another path absorbed chakra. Naruto felt his ice thin near it. Counter, information. Do not feed him constructs. Use force. Use clones. Use sage chakra. The battle became calculation wrapped in rage. Naruto destroyed path after path, each victory costing breath, chakra, and skin. The village watched from hiding places and broken walls. Those who had once whispered monster now whispered his name like a prayer they were ashamed to need. Then Hinata stepped in. Naruto had always known Hinata was brave. People mistook quiet for fragile because they were lazy. Hinata had stood against Neji. She had stood against fate. She had kept standing long after her body begged her not to, but seeing her step between him and pain still tore something open inside him. Pain struck her down. The world stopped. Naruto saw her fall, saw blood, saw dust, saw Pain's calm face. Something hot and ancient roared up from the seal. Kurama, not a whisper, not pressure. A flood, red chakra devoured the edges of Naruto's vision. At the same time, the cold ember opened wide beneath it, answering the same grief with a different salvation. Do not feel this. Do not survive this as a boy. Become something that can never be hurt like this again. Naruto screamed. Tails formed, ice formed with them. The fox's red cloak tore across his body, but white frost threaded through it, creating jagged armor over the bubbling chakra. The ground beneath him froze, then cracked under the heat. Steam rose where hatred and winter fought for the same vessel. Pain stepped back. For the first time, true caution crossed his face. Inside the seal, Naruto was drowning. The water rose black and red around him. Kurama's cage loomed ahead, seal paper peeling under the pressure of his own rage. The cold waited behind him. A palace of frost had formed in the mindscape since Gaara's rescue, taller now, clearer, a throne at its center empty and shining. Kurama laughed like thunder. Choose, brat, burn or freeze. Either way, stop pretending you are only human. Naruto reached for the seal. Then a hand caught his wrist. Warm, firm, Minato Namikaze stood before him. Naruto stared. The fourth Hokage smiled sadly. Hello, Naruto. For a moment, the war outside, Pain, Hinata, Kurama, the cold throne, all of it became smaller than the impossible fact of his father standing in front of him. Naruto hit him, then hugged him, then shouted at him, then cried, not in that order. Minato took it all because he had earned it. He explained what he could. Apologized for what he could not fix. Told Naruto about the masked man, about the seal, about the hope he and Kushina had placed in him. Then his eyes shifted toward the Frost Palace. His expression darkened. That, Minato said quietly, was not part of my seal. Naruto wiped his face. I know, it has grown. Yeah, does it speak? No. Does it want? Naruto looked at the empty throne. I don't think it wants like people want. It just offers the easiest way to stop hurting. Minato's face filled with pain. Naruto? I haven't taken it. I know. Minato placed one hand over his son's heart. That is why you are still here. The words settled into Naruto like a small flame. Minato repaired the seal. The fox's chakra pulled back. The Frost Palace cracked but did not fall. Naruto woke in the broken world with his own eyes again. Hinata lived. Barely. That was enough. Naruto found Nagato afterward, not by power alone, by listening. By refusing to let Pain's philosophy become another wall between hurting people. Nagato expected revenge. Naruto wanted it. He wanted it so badly his hands shook. The cold inside him offered serenity. A clean answer. Kill without hatred. End the threat. Walk away unchanged because nothing could touch him. But Naruto had learned better. Killing without feeling was not purity, it was absence, so he spoke. He shouted, he trembled. He carried Jiraiya's hope like a burning coal and refused to drop it even when it hurt. Nagato revived Konoha with the last of his strength. People returned. The crater remained. The dead breathed again. The village looked at Naruto differently after that, not all at once. Fear did not vanish in a day. Prejudice did not melt because a boy won one impossible battle. But something cracked. The people saw him, not the fox, not the frost of Konoha, Naruto, when they lifted him into the air and cheered. Naruto felt joy so large it nearly frightened him. The cold inside him stirred. For one terrible second, the cheers sounded like worship. The Frost Palace in his mind gleamed. He looked down at the faces. Uruka crying openly. Sakura smiling through exhaustion. Kakashi watching with pride hidden behind one tired eye. Hinata alive. Ino pushing through the crowd, tears on her face and relief sharper than any smile. Naruto reached for her hand as soon as she was close enough. The cheers became human again, not worship. Home. The war did not begin immediately. Wars rarely started honestly. They began in reports, missing bodies, failed diplomacy, suspicious movements, and old men in powerful rooms pretending they were still in control. Sasuke attacked the five-cage summit. The masked man declared war. Akatsuki no longer hid in shadows. The world chose sides because there was no road left for neutrality. Naruto was kept on an island, protected and hidden under the excuse of training. He hated it. Then he met Killer Bee. Bee was not what Naruto expected. A Jinchuriki who laughed loudly, rapped badly, and spoke to his tailed beast like an old argument that had somehow become friendship. He was ridiculous, powerful, and freer inside himself than Naruto had known a Jinchuriki could be. Training with Bee meant facing Kurama properly. Not borrowing power, not stealing it, facing him. Naruto entered the seal with determination and fear braided together. Kurama waited behind the bars, vast and scowling. "You think you can take my chakra?" Naruto lifted his chin. "No." Kurama's eyes narrowed. Naruto stepped closer. "I think I can stop treating you like a disaster locked in my basement." The fox stared, then laughed. The battle inside the seal was brutal. Kurama's hatred flooded the mindscape, red and ancient. Naruto fought with clones, chains of will, fragments of sage calm, and ice constructs that formed from the frost palace behind him. At first, he tried to use the cold against Kurama. The mistake nearly consumed him. Ice chains wrapped around the fox's limbs, but the moment Kurama shattered them, backlash tore through Naruto's mind. Worse, the frost palace grew taller with every attempt, feeding on the desire to dominate the beast inside him. Kurama saw it. "Fool," the fox snarled. "You think freezing a cage makes you free?" Naruto staggered. The frost throne shone behind him. He realized then that the ice sovereign did not only threaten his human bonds, it could turn even this into ownership. Kurama would not become a partner, only another prisoner. Naruto dropped the ice. Kurama lunged. A second presence appeared, Kushina Uzumaki, red hair like flame, chains like love made visible. Naruto broke. The meeting with his mother was warmth so sudden it hurt worse than any wound. She held him, scolded him, told him she loved him. Told him the story of the night he was born, of Minato, of the masked man, of the ceiling, of how sorry they were and how much they believed in him. Then she touched his cheek and frowned. "My little boy," she whispered, "you've been so cold." Naruto cried against her. Kushina's chakra chains wrapped around Kurama, not as cruelty, but as protection. Naruto pulled the fox's chakra, not perfectly, not peacefully. But without using the frost throne, when it ended, Kurama retreated, furious and unsettled. Naruto stood glowing with golden chakra, warmth pouring through him like sunrise. The ember recoiled, not destroyed, but starved. For the first time, Naruto understood balance in a way no academy teacher had ever explained. Kurama's chakra and the ember's frost could not both rule him. Leaning hard into one starved the other. That meant choice. Every time the war began without him, then he sensed it. Hatred, fear, death, the whole world burning at the edge of his new awareness. Naruto broke containment with Bee at his side and ran toward the battlefield. No one could stop him. The Fourth Shinobi World War was too large for any child, but Naruto had not been only a child for a long time. He arrived first as golden light, then as winter, then as both, carefully held apart by will. His shadow clones spread across battlefields, each carrying enough power to turn the tide in dozens of small wars happening at once. He sensed white Zetsu infiltrators through negative emotion. He protected units with chakra cloaks. He formed ice barriers when enemies targeted medics or sensory teams the Alliance learned quickly. Naruto's golden chakra warmed, his ice saved. But if the ice spread too far, the air changed. Soldiers stopped shouting, then stopped panicking, then stopped caring. Ino noticed before most. She was on the communications unit with her father, mind linked across the battlefield, carrying orders between divisions faster than messengers could move. She had trained for this, not for glory, for connection. That was what the Yamanaka did at their best. They did not just enter minds. They carried voices across impossible distances and reminded scattered people they were not alone. When Naruto's frost aura expanded during the second night, Ino felt the change through the link. One division had been on the edge of collapse. Naruto's clone arrived, created a blizzard barrier, and dampened the enemy's killing intent. Useful. Brilliant. Then the allied shinobi inside the barrier became too calm. One stopped reacting to injuries. Another lowered his weapon while an enemy still moved. A medic reported in a flat voice that casualties were acceptable. Ino's blood went cold. Not from Naruto's jutsu, from recognition. She forced her mind through the communications web, following the trace of his chakra. Naruto? Across miles of battlefield, one of Naruto's clones froze mid-step. Ino, her voice struck through the link, sharp and shaking, pull it back. The clone blinked around him, frost thickened. I'm protecting them. You're numbing them. The words hit. The clone looked at the shinobi nearby, saw their blank faces. Horror crossed his own. The blizzard collapsed. Men and women gasped as fear returned. Messy, human, necessary, the clone dispelled, sending the memory back to the original. On another battlefield, the real Naruto stumbled, caught his shoulder. Yo, kid, you good? Naruto swallowed. No, good answer means you're checkin'. Naruto almost laughed. Then the ground shook. The war worsened. Reanimated legends joined the field. Former cage, old heroes. Dead enemies forced to fight under someone else's control. Naruto saw what it meant to turn people into tools after death and hated it with a clarity that burned through both Fox and Frost. When he faced reanimated shinobi, he used ice carefully, not to trap them forever, to slow, to protect, to create openings for sealing teams. Each time he reminded himself, they are people, even now. Especially now. Then Madara Uchiha entered the war. The battlefield learned the difference between powerful and impossible. Madara descended like history, deciding to punish everyone for surviving it. Fire jutsu turned the sky red. Susanoo rose like a blue god of war. Meteors fell from the heavens. Naruto saw one coming. For a moment, every plan vanished. A meteor, a literal mountain falling from the sky. The ice sovereign inside him opened both hands. Weather system domain, absolute zero, freeze the air itself. Still the falling stone. Burn every bond as fuel if needed. Save them all. The temptation was so beautiful it nearly broke him. He could feel how to do it now, not fully, not the final ascension, but close. A full ice sovereign state, temporary, fed by enough emotional severance to make him untouchable for the minutes that mattered. He thought of Ino, of Sakura, of Sasuke, of Iruka, of everyone. Then he heard Ino through the link, voice strained but clear. Naruto, not alone. Not alone. The words cut through the palace. Anoki rose to meet the meteor. Gaara's sand joined. Allied shinobi moved. Naruto sent clones, chakra, and ice. Not everything, not alone, but enough. The meteor was stopped. Then Madara dropped the second one. The world broke again. War became survival after that. Naruto fought until time lost shape. He met Sasuke again under the shadow of greater enemies and unfinished words. Sasuke had changed. His eyes carried darkness Naruto could barely recognize, but beneath it was still the boy who had taken needles for him in Wave. Still the boy who left a scratched forehead protector in the rain. Still the person Naruto had refused to freeze in the Valley of the End. They stood on cracked earth while armies moved around them. For once, Sasuke spoke first. You've gotten stronger. Naruto gave a tired smile. You too. You still intend to bring me back? Yeah, Sasuke's mouth twisted. Even now, especially now. The Uchiha looked toward the battlefield, toward Madara, toward the endless war born from old wounds. You think bonds will fix this? No. That made Sasuke look back. Naruto's voice was rough. Bonds don't fix everything. They break, they hurt, they get used against you. Sometimes they aren't enough. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Naruto stepped closer. But without them, all that's left is power trying to prove it deserved to survive. For a second, Sasuke said nothing. Then he looked away, still naive. Probably, you'll have to fight me, I know. Can you? Naruto's hands curled. Yes. Sasuke's gaze returned. Naruto held it. I can fight you without owning you. I can stop you without hating you. And if I have to break every bone in your body to keep you from throwing yourself into darkness, I'll do that too. A faint, almost invisible smile touched Sasuke's mouth. You always were annoying, Naruto grinned. This one hurt. This one was real. Yeah, they turned toward the war, for that moment not saved, not healed, not finished, but aligned. The Ten Tails changed everything. There were no words large enough for it. The beast was not like Kurama alone or Shukaku alone. It was a disaster with roots older than villages. Its chakra rolled over the battlefield and made every lesser fear seem childish. Obito stood at the center of it, masked no longer by wood or lies, but by conviction. A man who had lost everything and decided reality itself was guilty. Naruto understood him more than he wanted to. That was always the danger. The worst enemies were not the ones who felt nothing. They were the ones who felt pain and built a world where nobody would ever have to feel again. Obito's dream was not ice, but it was close enough. A genjutsu world, a still world, a world where bonds could not break because nothing real would be allowed to move. Naruto fought him with everything. Golden chakra, sage mode, clones, Rasengan, ice, words, always words, because words had saved him as much as power. Uruka's words, Ino's words, Jiraiya's words, Kakashi's words, his parents' words, even Kurama's harsh warnings. Naruto had been built by voices that refused to let silence win. So he shouted across the battlefield at Obito until his throat burned, about loss, about Rin, about masks, about being wrong and still being able to choose something else. The Alliance joined him, not as worshippers, as hands pulling together. When Obito's control cracked, Naruto felt the whole battlefield shift. For a moment, victory seemed possible. Then Madara stole the shape of the end. The Ten Tails became something worse in his hands. The divine tree rose. Roots tore through the battlefield, draining chakra, bodies, hope. People fell, too many, too fast. Naruto's clones vanished one by one, each returning memories of fear and pain. His golden cloak flickered. His ice constructs shattered faster than he could shape them. Kurama's chakra roared through him, but even the fox was strained. Ino's voice came through the link, panicked now despite her discipline. Medical units falling back. 3rd Division needs support. Naruto, west flank, Naruto? I hear you, he did. Too much, every voice, every fear, every dying spark in sage awareness. The cold ember began to sing without sound. Not a voice, a resonance, a solution. The battlefield was too large for a boy, so stop being one. Naruto stood at the center of chaos, breathing hard, blood and frost on his skin. The ice sovereign path opened fully. He saw it, not as a vague temptation now, as a technique, as a choice. Absolute zero ascension. It would not require death, not literal sacrifice. That would have been easier to refuse. It required severance. One true bond burned as fuel. A living connection cut so completely that the space it left behind became cold enough to power the final domain. It did not matter which bond. That was the horror. Uruka, Sakura, Kakashi, Sasuke, Ino, any one of them could become the empty space where godhood entered. With that fuel, Naruto could spread a weather system domain across the battlefield, freeze the divine tree roots, still the Ten Tails movement, lock Madara's advance, regenerate through almost anything short of core destruction, dampen the killing intent of armies, save thousands, maybe tens of thousands. All he had to do was let one love die inside him, not the person, the bond, forget the warmth. Keep the memory as fact. Use the empty space. The frost palace in his mind opened its gates. The throne waited. Kurama appeared beside him in the mindscape, no longer behind bars, red eyes burning with fury. Don't. Naruto looked at him. The fox's voice was low, not mocking, not commanding, warning. You take that throne and I will fight you from inside your own bones. Naruto's mouth trembled. People are dying. They are always dying. I can stop it. At what cost? One bond, Kurama snarled. You think it stops there? Hollow power feeds on proof. You burn one bond and save an army. Then next time another army needs saving. Another bond burns, then another, until one day there is nothing left but a pretty corpse sitting on ice, wondering why the cheers sound far away. Naruto closed his eyes. Outside, someone screamed his name. Inside, the Frost Palace shone. Then Ino entered the mindscape, not physically, not completely. Her body was miles away in the communications unit, shaking under the strain of the war. But her mind reached through the Yamanaka link, through years of knowing Naruto's patterns, through the bond she had built by seeing the quiet under the noise. She appeared in the shallow water, flickering and pale, but there. Naruto? His eyes widened. Ino, you can't be here. Clearly I can, so argue later. Even Kurama stared. The Frost Palace reacted. Ice crawled toward her feet. Naruto panicked. Get out, it'll hurt you. It's already hurting you. The throne pulsed. Outside, the divine tree roots spread. Madara's laughter rolled over the battlefield. Ino stepped closer. Her image flickered. Naruto, listen to me. I can feel it through you. It wants a bond. His throat closed. I can save them. I know. That was worse than if she had denied it. Tears gathered in her eyes. I know you can. That's why it's tempting. Naruto shook. They're dying, Ino. I know. What am I supposed to do? Her voice broke, not become dead while breathing. The words struck the palace like a crack through glass. Naruto looked at the throne, then at her. I'm so tired. Ino's face crumpled. For once she had no sharp answer ready. I know. I don't want to choose who I fail. You don't get to save everyone by throwing away the person who wanted to save them. The battlefield screamed. The palace doors opened wider. A figure seemed to wait near the throne now, not a person, not Douma. No memories had survived, no demon voice, no cruel smile. Only the shape of what that old hollow life had become. Worship without warmth, power without love, hunger wearing beauty. The ember's oldest path. Naruto understood this was not possession. No one was taking him over. That made it worse. If he chose the throne, it would be him. His decision, his hands, his loss. Sasuke's voice cut through the outside world. Naruto! Naruto opened his eyes. On the battlefield, Sasuke stood ahead of him, Susanoo ribs forming around his body, blood at his mouth, still fighting. Sakura was dragging wounded shinobi away with monstrous strength, screaming at medics to move. Kakashi was standing against enemies he had no business still facing. Gaara's sand held a collapsing defense line. Hinata shielded a fallen comrade. Shikamaru, exhausted and pale, continued giving orders through clenched teeth. Choji stood like a wall. Iruka fought near a group of younger shinobi, refusing to retreat, and Ino stood far away and inside him at once, carrying his name like a lifeline, not alone. The words returned, not alone. But the divine tree root descended toward an entire division. Too far, too fast. No one else would reach them. Naruto felt the choice sharpen. He could refuse and watch them die, or accept and lose something inside himself forever. The Frost Palace throne gleamed. The battlefield held its breath. Naruto stepped forward. Ino's eyes widened. Naruto? Kurama snarled. Sasuke shouted. The root fell. Naruto raised both hands. Snow began rising upward from the ground, not falling, rising. Every shinobi on the battlefield felt the temperature drop. Madara turned his head. For the first time, curiosity crossed his face. Naruto stood at the threshold of absolute zero, everyone watching, no time left to decide. And inside his chest, every bond he had ever made burned bright enough to hurt. Chapter 10. The thaw that remained snow rose from the battlefield. It did not fall from clouds. It lifted from broken earth, from shattered stone, from blood-dark mud and cracked armor, from the breath of exhausted shinobi who had forgotten what hope felt like when it was not immediately followed by fear. Every flake drifted upward around Naruto Uzumaki as if the world itself had begun to exhale winter. The divine tree root descended toward the trap division. Too far for Gaara's sand, too fast for Kakashi, too heavy for Sakura. too wide for Sasuke's Susanoo to cut before it crushed the shinobi beneath it. Naruto stood beneath that shadow with both hands raised. The battlefield slowed, not truly. Time had not stopped, but everyone watching felt the moment stretch thin enough to break. Inside Naruto's mindscape, the Frost Palace opened completely. Its gates were taller than mountains now, carved from flawless ice that reflected every version of Naruto he could have become. The empty child staring from an orphanage window, the loud boy painting the Hokage monument, the genin crying over Haku's grave, the wounded friend reaching for Sasuke in the rain, the hero standing over Pain's crater, the weapon the world kept asking him to become. At the heart of the palace waited the throne. Beautiful, silent, untouchable, absolute. The ember hovered before it like a small pale star. It had no face, no body, no voice. It was not Douma. It was not a demon's mind wearing Naruto's skin. It was only the last feeling of a hollow life, dragged into a newborn seal and given years to learn what it had never known. But the path it remembered was still there, power through emptiness, worship instead of love, distance instead of grief, cold perfection instead of the terrible mess of being human, one bond. That was all the throne asked. One true connection severed so completely that the empty space could become fuel. Naruto looked at Ino. Her mindscape image flickered in the shallow water, pale and strained, but her eyes were fierce. "Naruto," she whispered, "don't." Kurama stood beside the broken bars, teeth bared, chakra bristling. The fox was no longer only a prisoner, not fully a friend in the soft way humans used the word. But he was there staying. "Brat," Kurama growled. "Choose carefully." Outside, the root fell, people screamed. Naruto closed his eyes. He thought of Uruka's hand on his head, Sakura's fist and her tears, Kakashi's tired eye, Sasuke's back disappearing into rain, Gaara asking if staying made pain hurt less, Jiraiya laughing too loudly, then dying with hope still stubborn enough to reach him, Hinata standing when fate told her to fall, his mother's warmth, his father's apology, Ino's hand holding his through every winter he did not know how to survive. Every bond hurt, every bond could be used, every bond could break. That was the truth Sasuke had seen. That was the truth Abido had run from. That was the truth the Ice Sovereign offered to solve. Naruto opened his eyes. No, the Frost Palace trembled. The throne shone brighter as if confused. Naruto stepped forward, not toward the throne, but past it. "I won't burn one bond to save another." Outside, the snow rising around him changed. It stopped sharpening, stopped reaching for perfection. The storm faltered. The divine tree root kept falling. Ino's voice broke. "Naruto, there isn't time." "I know." His hands shook. Tears ran down his face. He did not wipe them away. The battlefield saw them. Madara saw them. Sasuke saw them. Everyone saw the boy who could have become a god standing in the center of the war, crying because he had chosen not to. Naruto slammed his palms together. Shadow clone jutsu? 1,000 clones exploded across the battlefield. Not ice perfect, not sovereign, messy, loud, human. They launched themselves at the falling root from every angle, stacking Rasengan, chakra arms, ice hooks, and pure physical force. The root smashed through the first 100. Memories and pain struck Naruto all at once. He nearly collapsed. Kurama roared and poured golden chakra through him. "Stand up!" Naruto stood. More clones hit. Sasuke moved next. Amaterasu? Black flames tore across the root side. Gaara's sand rose beneath it. Sakura leapt from broken stone and punched upward with everything Tsunade had taught her. Kakashi used Kamui to carve away a section. Hinata and the Hyuga struck chakra points along the smaller roots spreading outward. Shikamaru, barely standing, redirected squads through Ino's link. Choji expanded and braced. Lee kicked through a splintering branch with a shout that sounded like sunrise. One by one, the alliance moved, not because Naruto had become untouchable, because he had refused to stand above them. The roots slowed, still too heavy. Naruto gritted his teeth. Ice formed from his hands, but not as a perfect domain, as a bridge, A web of rough, imperfect frost spread from clone to clone, from ally to ally, connecting their attacks. Each strand carried a thread of his chakra, but not all of him. He did not pour his heart into one flawless construct. He shared small pieces, enough to bind, not enough to sever. The root froze in patches, cracked, burned, bent. Then Sasuke's Susanoo blade and Naruto's final Rasengan struck together. The root shattered above the division in a storm of frozen splinters and black flame. The shinobi below lived. Naruto fell to one knee. The battlefield erupted not in cheers but in movement. The war continued. The throne inside him cracked. A single line ran through its flawless surface. The ember trembled. Naruto turned toward it. "I know you wanted to help," he said softly. Ino stared at him. Kurama's eyes narrowed. Naruto stepped closer to the small, pale light. "You were scared too, weren't you?" The ember pulsed. No words, but Naruto felt the answer. A feeling born at the edge of death had spent a lifetime trying not to vanish. It had mistaken emptiness for safety because emptiness was all it knew. Naruto understood that better than anyone. "I won't let you disappear," he said, "but I won't let you make me hollow either." He reached out. The ember drifted toward his palm. The frost palace groaned around them. The throne cracked again. Naruto's voice steadied. "You don't get to be a throne. You don't get to be a god. You get to be a feeling." The ember touched his hand. Cold shot through him, not numbing, clean, small, like the first breath of winter air after fever. The palace began to melt. Not collapse, melt, drop by drop. The throne dissolved first. With it went the path Naruto would never walk. Absolute zero ascension broke apart inside him, not like a defeated enemy, but like a door being sealed from the inside. Naruto felt the cost immediately. The ceiling closed. That impossible god-tier future, the one that could have matched legends beyond shinobi, vanished. He would never become that. Never freeze a whole world into obedience. Never become untouchable. Never become worshipped because people could no longer reach the boy beneath the power. A part of him grieved it. He did not pretend otherwise. Power was power, giving it up hurt. But when the throne melted completely, something warmer remained beneath it. Not fire, not sunlight, water moving water. The mindscape floor changed. The endless, stagnant flood around Kurama's cage began to flow at last, carrying broken frost into a river that ran through the darkness. Kurama stared. "HMPH," the fox muttered. "Took you long enough." Naruto laughed weakly. Ino's image flickered again. Her knees nearly gave out. Naruto reached for her, but this was mind, not body. "Ino," she smiled through exhaustion, "you came back." Naruto's throat tightened. "Bossy." "Alive," she whispered. Then her image faded from the mindscape, returning to her body on the battlefield. Outside, Naruto opened his eyes. The cold on his skin was gone, not completely. He could still feel the ice release inside him, still feel the ember, but it no longer waited like a throne. It sat in his chest like a small winter star, quiet and integrated, no longer starving. Kurama's chakra roared around him, golden and fierce. Naruto stood. Madara watched from across the battlefield. His expression had shifted from amusement to irritation. "You refused power," Madara said. Naruto wiped blood from his mouth. "Yeah," sentimental weakness. Naruto looked at the alliance around him, exhausted, wounded, afraid. "Still standing." "Maybe," he said, "but I'm not standing alone." Sasuke appeared beside him, Susanoo flickering. "You talk too much." Naruto grinned. "You missed me." "No, you did." "Focus." Sakura landed on Naruto's other side, cracking her knuckles. "I swear, if you two start bickering during the end of the world, I'll hit both of you." Naruto and Sasuke answered together. "Yes, Sakura." For one ridiculous second, Team 7 existed again, not healed, not simple, but together. The war narrowed toward its final shape. Madara's power rose. Obito's stolen dream cracked. The Ten-Tails raged. The divine tree spread. The battlefield became a storm of impossible forces. Naruto did not ascend. That meant he could be hurt. He was, again and again, his ice shield shattered. His golden chakra flickered. His body bled. His regeneration repaired what it could, but not instantly, not endlessly, not like a god. He needed help, so he asked for it. That became the difference. When Madara's firestorm swept toward the medical units, Naruto did not create a district-wide perfect frost alone. He shouted through Ino's link, "Water-style users, left flank. Wind users behind them. I'll cool the front edge." The alliance moved. Mist, wind, and ice met fire together. When the Ten-Tails launched a blast toward the sensory division, Naruto and Sasuke combined power. Kurama, Avatar, and Susanoo stabilizing each other long enough for Kakashi to bend space and Gaara to evacuate the wounded. When Naruto's frost backlash nearly dropped him, Sakura caught him by the collar and forced chakra into his system. "Stop trying to carry everything." "I'm not. You literally are." Sasuke cut down an incoming enemy without looking at them. "She's right." Naruto glared at him. "Traitor." "Still right." The battle kept moving. Obito fell first, not to a killing blow, but to the unbearable weight of being seen. Naruto reached him the same way people had reached Naruto, not by excusing him, never that, but by refusing to let the mask be the last truth. Obito looked at Naruto with hollow eyes and saw a boy who had every reason to become empty and had refused. That did not erase what Obito had done. It did not bring back the dead. But it cracked the lie that there was no way back from pain except illusion. Madara tried to rise beyond all of them. For a while he did. Then the ancient shadow behind the war revealed itself. Kaguya, a name older than villages. A hunger older than shinobi. When she emerged, the battlefield itself seemed to understand that a different scale had arrived. Naruto felt it instantly. This was beyond him. Beyond the throne, he had refused too, though the old temptation whispered that perhaps if he had ascended, he could stand closer to this level. He ignored it. There were monsters the world had to remain afraid of. If he could solve everything alone, then everyone else became decoration. He would not build that story. The final battle against Kaguya was not Naruto's victory. It was Team 7. Sasuke's eye power, Sakura's strength, Kakashi's timing, Naruto's chakra, clones, unpredictability, and ice used not as a throne, but as opening, shield, bridge, distraction. At one point, Kaguya's bone ash technique tore through an ice clone Naruto had made to protect Sakura. The clone shattered. The backlash drove Naruto to his knees. A black cold spread up his arm, not his cold, death cold. Sakura screamed his name and slammed chakra into the wound before it could reach his core. Naruto gasped. Sasuke pulled him away with space-time movement. Kakashi covered them. Naruto looked at his trembling hand and understood again that he was mortal. Brain, heart, true decapitation. Core destruction. He could die. The thought did not make him weaker. It made the next choice matter. They sealed Kaguya together, not cleanly, not easily, but together. When the light faded, Naruto collapsed onto his back, staring at a sky that was finally only a sky. For a while he heard nothing but his own breathing. Then Sakura punched his shoulder weakly. "Don't scare us like that again." Naruto turned his head. She was crying. He smiled. Which part? All of it. Sasuke stood nearby, silent. Naruto looked at him. The war was over, but not everything was finished. Some fights waited until after the world stopped ending. Sasuke's revolution came as Naruto knew it would. The final battle at the Valley of the End was different this time, not easier, never easier, but clearer. They fought beneath the statues again, older now, stronger, carrying a war's worth of ghosts. Sasuke wanted to bear hatred alone. Naruto refused. Sasuke wanted to sever every bond and become the shadow that held the world together through fear. Naruto knew that path too well. "You're just choosing your own throne," Naruto shouted across the water. Sasuke's eyes blazed. "And you think your bonds will stop the world from breaking again?" "No." Naruto's answer cut through the rain. Sasuke faltered. Naruto stood on the water, bleeding, golden chakra fading, frost curling weakly around his feet. "They won't stop pain. They won't stop loss. They won't stop people from making terrible choices. But they're the only reason getting back up means anything?" Sasuke attacked. Naruto met him. Rasengan against Chidori, golden chakra against lightning, frost against flame. This time, when the temptation came to freeze Sasuke in place, it was weaker, not gone, never fully gone, but smaller. Naruto could see it now for what it was. Fear wearing the mask of protection. He fought Sasuke with everything he had, not to own him, not to drag him back like proof, to meet him at the end of every road and say, "Even here you are not alone." When they finally lay side by side, arms lost, blood mingling with rain, Sasuke laughed. Small, broken, real. You never give up. Naruto stared at the sky. "Nope, you're still annoying." "Yep." Silence, then Sasuke whispered, "I lost." Naruto closed his eyes. "No, you came back." Sasuke said nothing. That was answer enough. Peace did not arrive like a festival. It arrived like rebuilding after fire again. The war ended, but grief remained. Names were carved into stone. Families mourned. Survivors woke from nightmares. Villages that had fought together still distrusted each other in daylight. The world had changed, but not magically. Naruto preferred that. Magic fixes were suspicious. Human healing took work. He returned to Konoha not as a god, not as an untouchable ice sovereign, but as a hero with one arm missing, too many scars, and eyes that still turned soft when someone said his name kindly. Tsunade and Sakura helped with the healing. Eventually, Naruto received a prosthetic arm grown from Hashirama's cells, and shaped by medical genius he did not pretend to understand. His ice reacted strangely to it at first. Frost formed along the artificial fingers when he felt overwhelmed. Sakura threatened to break the arm herself if he used that as an excuse to avoid rehabilitation. He trained, complained, improved. Ino visited every day, sometimes with flowers, sometimes with food, sometimes with reports from the communications division, sometimes with nothing at all, because sitting beside someone was also a kind of help. One evening, Naruto woke from a dream of the Frost Throne, not a nightmare exactly. The throne was still gone, but he remembered it, remembered the power he had refused. He sat by the hospital window, staring at the moonlight. Ino found him there. "Bad dream." "Quiet dream." She sat beside him. Naruto flexed his new hand slowly. "I can't reach it anymore." "The throne," he nodded. "I can feel where it was, like a missing tooth." Ino's expression softened. "Do you regret it?" Naruto answered too quickly. "No." She gave him a look. He sighed. "Sometimes I regret not being able to save everyone." "That's not the same." "I know." He looked at the village lights beyond the glass. "I think some part of me will always wonder what I could have done with that power." Ino leaned her head against his shoulder. "And what would it have done with you?" Naruto smiled faintly. "Yeah." No frost formed on the window. That was how he knew he was okay. Months passed. Then a year. Sasuke left again, but differently. This time he left with permission, with purpose, with a promise to return that Naruto believed because it was not shouted in desperation. Sakura watched him go with sadness and strength. Naruto stood beside her. "Want me to chase him?" he asked. Sakura snorted. "Not this time." "Good, my sandals are new." She laughed and punched him lightly. Team 7 was still strange, still scarred, still theirs. Gaara visited as Kazekage and stood with Naruto on the rebuilt bridge near Konoha's training fields for a while. Neither spoke. Then Gaara asked, "Does it still hurt?" Naruto looked at him. "When people stay?" Gaara nodded. Naruto smiled. "Yeah." Gaara considered that. "Good." Naruto laughed. "You've gotten weird. I learned from you." "That is deeply unfair." Gaara's mouth curved slightly, small but real. Konoha changed its stories slowly. The Frost of Konoha became a title told with pride instead of fear. Children asked Naruto to make ice flowers in summer. He did, but small ones, never too perfect. Perfect ice still made him uncomfortable. He preferred the uneven flowers, the ones that melted. The ones that reminded him beauty did not have to last forever to matter. Some villagers apologized, some did not. Naruto learned that forgiveness was not a performance either. He accepted some apologies. He walked away from others. That was growth too. Iruka cried the day Naruto was officially recognized as one of the village's greatest heroes. Naruto cried because Iruka cried. Kakashi pretended not to. Everyone knew he was lying. Kurama changed too, not soft, never fully. But when Naruto sat in the mindscape now, the fox was no longer behind bars. The river flowed through the chamber, carrying light across the old darkness. The ember rested near the water like a pale moon. Sometimes it sent frost across the surface. Sometimes Kurama flicked a tail through it just to be irritating. "You are both children," Naruto said one day. Kurama opened one eye. "You are one to speak." The ember pulsed faintly. Naruto had the strange feeling it agreed. He laughed. The sound echoed through the mindscape. Warm, real. Years later, long after the war, long after the world had begun the slow work of becoming something better, Naruto stood on the Hokage monument at sunrise. Not as Hokage yet. That dream was still ahead. Closer now, earned not through worship, but through work. Konoha stretched below him, alive with morning sounds. Shops opening, children running, shinobi heading to missions. The Yamanaka flower shop glowing gold in the early light. Ino climbed up beside him, slightly out of breath and deeply annoyed. "You picked the dramatic spot again." Naruto grinned. "It's my natural habitat. It's a giant rock face." A heroic giant rock face. She stood beside him and looked over the village. For a while they were quiet. Comfortably this time, Naruto held out his hand. A tiny ice flower formed in his palm, 5 petals, uneven. Clear at the edges, cloudy at the center. It trembled in the sunlight. Ino smiled. "That one's new." "Yeah." "What's it called?" Naruto thought about it. Not absolute zero, not sovereign, not anything that sounded like a throne. He closed his fingers gently, then opened them. The flower melted into a few drops of water. "The thaw," he said. Ino looked at him. Naruto smiled down at the village that had hurt him, needed him, feared him, loved him badly, then learned to love him better. "I spent so long thinking I had to become strong enough that nothing could touch me," he said. "But that's not being alive." Ino took his hand. His fingers were warm. Below them, the village woke. Inside him, Kurama huffed and pretended not to listen. The ember rested quietly, no longer starving, no longer hollow, no longer trying to turn feeling into worship. Naruto squeezed Ino's hand. He had refused a god's throne. He had kept the pain. He had kept the bonds. He had kept himself. And as the sun rose over Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki laughed. Not too loud, not to fill silence, not because he was scared someone might leave if he stopped. He laughed because he was happy. And this time, he knew exactly what that felt like.